Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to see you guys tonight. Thank you all so much for being here. And I'm sorry I'm a couple of minutes late. I wanted to get that short video out because I wanted to go over it tonight and talk to you guys a little bit about a piece of it that got cut off, which I didn't realize it until somebody brought it to my attention. Oh, let me get us in green here while everybody comes in. And thank you, Witchy Mama. Hey, Witchy Mama. I hope you're feeling better today. And thank you so much for putting in our disclaimers for the show. Of course, we are always spreading awareness, domestic violence, child abuse hotline. So we have all of those as well as, um, the flyers for the different children, right? NAMI also. Um, we are supporting a couple of petitions as well. So definitely check those out. And if you see that it's a worthy cause, definitely go over and sign those petitions. One that's really near and dear to us here is Dom and Davian's law. It is to update the Son of Sam laws, right? So that these criminals cannot make money off of their crimes. So definitely go over there and support that cause. It's a great one, in my opinion. We also have Danielle's law, and I want to go over a little bit more about that. But it probably won't be tonight, but definitely go over. It's a change.org petition, so it always tells you all about it. But unfortunately, we have all seen cases didn't meet alert criteria, another runaway, etc. So check out Daniela's law. Thank you, Witchy Mama, for bringing that in. Witchy Mama sent that over to me, and I said, yeah, let's definitely put that into our petitions. And I know you guys are so good about that, and I so appreciate it. We can make a difference if all of us stand together. It's really important. And Javea's law, little Javea Harris, is forever 4 years old. Her parents are in the Huskow, right? They're in the Huskow because they reported her missing and she wasn't missing. They knew exactly what they did to her. Definitely go over and check out my videos on little Javea Harris. She is a little doll. It's so sad what has happened to her. But they have a petition up to um, help out with some of the things that happened in her case. Are you Witchy Mama says, are you disgusted by parents who call in a hoax to report their missing child? Check out Javea's law, right? So very worthy causes, guys. And again, I know that you guys care so much about these causes. And please share out Monkey's flyer, Michael Monkey Vaughn, Summer Wells's flyer, Devlin Tate's flyer, and of course Sebastian Rogers' flyer. Hey Stacy, good to see you. I'm glad that you're here. I hope you're having a great night at work. And hello, little Miss Sharon. Thank you all so much for always hitting that like button. You guys are amazing. And our friend Bo is here. Hey Bo. And thank you, Witchy Mama. Yes, definitely hit that like, guys. It helps get in the algorithm. It's just a free way that you could help support the channel. And Sandy is here. Hey, Sandy. I did do a long live last night. Boy, I looked over, and by the time we were done speaking about Chris McDonough and Josh's live, Josh from the lab did a great live with Chris McDonough, and it was already like 5 hours in, but we had a great live last night. It was, full of good information, not just from me, but just from an expert like Chris McDonough. And they did a great job over there too. So, hey, Kylie's Nail Candy, good to see you. Welcome in, guys. And so today I wanted to show you guys a little bit more about that post we were talking about at the end of the night, or into the wee hours of the morning. So, yes, there's Sandy's comment. That's funny. Hey, Cinderella, good to see you. Hey, Christy Smith. So good to see all you guys coming in. Welcome in, guys. Hey, Sharon Marlowe. Good to see you. Hey, hello, everyone. YouTube sucks. I don't get a notification for the first time. Oh, no. Oh, I'm so sorry. I know sometimes I'll set my notification. Who was it? I think it was Mop Crew that I set my notification for the other day, and I didn't get it because I saw he was going live. So I clicked the notify me button and it never notified me. So it does that to me too. Hey, Catherine, good to see you. Hello, Bluegrass Meadows, and our friend Scranton Strangler is here. Hey, Scranton. So good to see you guys. But yeah, we kind of went over yesterday. Now, who Kathy Bowersox was referring to? Let me bring that up really quick. Um, because I find it to be interesting. I thought so this is what happens when you assume things, ha ha ha. Made an ass of myself over here. But no, in all honesty, I didn't realize who this was referring to, but I was assuming that it was because of the drones flying overhead when Sebastian first went missing. Because there was a lot of drones that were flying around, and even after the police drones were flying around. So give me a second here. Let me and of course, I did a funny, with Ursula the Sea Witch saying she wants to take Ariel's voice, because that's how I feel. I feel like they want to take our voices. I feel like they want us to stop talking about Sebastian. I think, uh, they enjoy being intimidators, right? And I said that about Eric Craddock yesterday. But that goes for the whole Foot Clan. In my opinion, they want to intimidate people. They want people to shut up about Sebastian. They don't want him talking about Sebastian. Excuse me. They don't want us talking about Sebastian. They don't want his name out there. And it's very strange because typically we see families of missing people like Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers here, and they want nothing more than to have the exposure, the awareness, the people talking about the case, even if it's purely speculative. None of us know for sure, but we can speculate and we can brainstorm ideas, and we can take the research that we find and make some educated guesses at the very least. And that's what we do here. I always try to show you receipts on what I'm talking about, so that way you understand that I'm not just like pulling it out of nowhere, or I'm not making it up. Hey, Coffee Crime and Cats, good to see you. So, that is very important to me because I don't like to go down the wrong rabbit hole, right? I don't like to go down the wrong path. And if I am going down the wrong path, I like to be, notified of that as soon as possible so I don't waste my time, because time is precious. Time is money. And, if I'm worried about trying to find Sebastian in the wrong places, then I'm just wasting my time, right? And I'm wasting my energy in the wrong places. So I try to keep that at the forefront, but Sebastian has been missing now for 2.5 years. This is his stepdad, stepfoot, Chris Proudfoot. And he was also living with Sebastian and Sebastian's mother in their home in Hendersonville, Tennessee, when Sebastian went missing. His stepfather's alibi has never been cleared by law enforcement, and it's never been verified by anyone. Even when the PI that was hired by Seth Rogers had a chance to verify the alibi, she missed her chance to verify the alibi, right? She went along with what was going on, and what was going on was gaslighting, lying, manipulating. They like to yell and scream and swear and use obscene words that kind of shock your senses, right? It shocks your senses because you're thinking to yourself, why are they and why would they ever do the things that they're doing? It's very off-putting, and it sets a person back a little bit when we hear somebody just saying the most awful, random, weird things, and it really derails the conversation. It can be quite effective, as we've seen and Cinderella, I agree, they obstructed justice. Hey, Valley Gal. And that's what they've been doing from the very beginning. I mean, when Heather called in, and again, guys, I'm sorry, I've been working on this video, But when she called in to talk to Jeff Lipman, who was alleging that he was Chris Proudfoot's boss, right? And that he knew Chris Proudfoot for a very long time, and he knows that he's not a red rummer, and he knows this and that, and he thinks Sebastian was abducted and taken somewhere, and he either thinks that or he ran away. And he was offering up all of these theories. But the only reason that Heather reached out to Jeff Lipman was in order to get the logs that would verify that Chris was in fact at work. And that's all she was looking for. However, what she got was just a bunch of mumbo jumbo, and then she never went back to the original reason for her call. She allowed for him to just walk all over her. And she never said to him, look, the only reason I'm calling is to get these call logs. I'm not calling to understand your theory. I'm not calling for you to be a character witness for Chris Proudfoot. I am only solely looking for evidence that Stepfoot, right, Chris Proudfoot, was at work that morning. What time did he clock in? That's all she needed to know, and that's all she should have been focused on. But instead, she was saying, "Oh yeah, I hate those mother trucker YouTubers." Da 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 da. Da. Right, and she did not verify the alibi. He said that he had um, proof and that there was video footage, but she never got the video footage ever. Right? And all she needed to do at that point was to say, "Okay, thank you. This is my email. Can you please send it over to me?" Or, "Thank you. Where can I, go to get that footage?" Instead, she played games with him. She was very easy to manipulate and very unprofessional, in my opinion, especially as I've been listening to that over and over and making sure I'm not missing anything. And she completely let him drive the conversation, which in reality all she was trying to do was get those logs. And he said that they even have evidence that Chris Proudfoot badged in and out of the job site that day. And she never said, "Well, how can I get that information? Can you please send that to me?" She was completely unprofessional, didn't know what the hell she was doing, in my opinion, and she ruined the chance of ever getting that. If there was any chance of getting that, right? Because honestly, I don't think he had any intention of giving her that information, because I don't think it exists, for one. But if it does exist, and I'm wrong about that, then she missed her chance to get that information, because all she did was allow for him to swear at her, to disrespect her, to be extremely rude to her, to tell his theories about what he thought happened to Sebastian. Nobody cares about that. No one cares unless Chris Proudfoot confess something to you. Then there's no need to sit there and listen to him. But she did anyway. She sat there and played the game. And so she lost the footage. She lost any type of chance that she had at grabbing that footage. Um, you know, yeah, Christy, it was ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Hey, Andrea, CP eating the pie. I love Lauren on Facebook. She's awesome. Hey, Shadow. I mean, she's awesome. It's like, but that's what they were saying to us. And that's why tonight's title is, Are you proud now? Proud now? Hashtag proud now. Question mark. Right? How are you proud of your son who has a missing child and who is all over the newspapers and the internet and the local news and the national news, highlighted as the man that said he, quote, hated Sebastian and wanted him to die, end quote. Your son told that to the social workers, Kathy. Do you care to elaborate on your thoughts and feelings about that? Because you seem to be very vocal about everything else, besides when it comes to taking accountability and responsibilities for your own actions in Sebastian's disappearance. You've never come out and publicly pled for your step grandson's safe return. But you had publicly come out and said a whole bunch of other shit, in my opinion. And we've watched you do it. Everybody has documented that. And who really well, I'm wondering who is hiring who on a lot of things, Valley Gal. I'm wondering who is sending people over to quote unquote help with things, right? How did Heather get the phone number for Jeff Lipman? Did she verify that that was even Chris's boss at the time, or was that just one of his coworkers? You know? I mean, it's just crazy. So this is, again, Stepfoot. And this is his mother, Kathy Bowersox, missing Sebastian Rogers' step grandmother, Kathy Guy Bowersox, otherwise known as Maddie Kathy. Chris Proudfoot's mother. Okay. Chris Proudfoot's mother. And this is her picture, but she was about probably 100 pounds more. I can't really gauge, how much weight she has lost, but she's lost a significant amount of weight, and so she doesn't look the same as she does today. That she does in this picture right here, which is her picture. Now, this is the original post that we were talking about last night when we ended the podcast. And it is a post that Tabitha Carr wrote. Now, Tabitha Carr with two R's is Chris Carr, the neighbor behind Katie and Chris Proudfoot, who allegedly has camera footage of that night, who allegedly didn't turn the camera footage in, who is most definitely nothing alleged about it, friends with Terry Lynn, friends with Katie Proudfoot. Chris Carr is friends with Lego My Diego, the dog handler, who found the pants in the river that Terry Lynn found with Terry Lynn. He is alleged to have said, "This is bad. This is so, so bad." He's alleged to have said that Sebastian will never be found. I mean, this is not funny. There's nothing humorous about the fact that we have some evil people at large, in my opinion, who are out there causing gobs and gobs of trouble, who are out there playing games in a missing child's case, in my opinion, obstructing justice, as we've said before, interfering in the investigation. It is so, so horrible that Seth Rogers has to deal with this. It's horrible that Sebastian has to deal with this. He has been missing for over 2.5 years, and they want to play games. So Tabitha Carr is Chris Carr's wife, and she originally posted this, right? And this was 41 weeks ago. Kathy Bowersox replies, "I'm sorry that all of you are being subjected to this kind of behavior. Just remember, you own your property and the air rights above it." Is that why Katie was saying, "I own it. I own it"? So if something is there that you wanted removed, then do so. Unless unless aircraft of any kind is licensed and registered with the FAA, it is trespassing. Prove it, Kathy. I'll say what your husband likes to say. Oh, colossal popcorn tooth. Prove it. Prove it. Prove it. I completely understand First Amendment rights, but at no time should someone else's be more important than yours. Why is Sebastian's step grand monster talking to Chris Carr's wife? Why is she keeping up with what she was saying on Facebook? Does anybody else find that odd? Hey, Deborah Dixon, good to see you. Hey, YouTuber is here. Hey, YouTuber is here. Yeah, actually, she's an idiot. You know? I mean, here's the thing, you're not gon the police are not going to go and find somebody that's flying a drone and get them on a trespassing charge. You would be hard pressed to see that happen. Then again, Kathy Bowersox thinks that she can do whatever she wants. She thinks that she owns everything. She thinks that her son is able to go ahead and do whatever the hell he wants to do. She thinks that she's going to intimidate other people and steal their voices. She thinks that she's going to be able to uh, get people arrested, even though the ones that deserve to be arrested, in my opinion, are her son and her daughter-in-law. Where is Sebastian? Hello, Alicia Hot Wheels. Good to see you. Where is Sebastian? And what are you doing to try to find him? Yeah, she looks like Cruella for sure now. Before she didn't look as Cruella-ish. Now, in my opinion, 100%. Yeah, well, I want that's a good point, witchy mama. That woman probably has the whole county on Facebook and keeps tabs on everyone too. I'll tell you, Facebook is a great way if you're in real estate to get to know your clients and things like that. It really is. And also, it's a good platform to communicate on and things of that nature because, there's a lot of marketing that can be done on Facebook. And also, when before I was an actual licensed realtor, I would appointment set. I was what they call an ISA. It's an inside sales agent associate, whatever. And I would send people on appointments. I was an appointment setter. And because there was a horrible situation in Arkansas, where I was in Missouri at that time, where a realtor had been kidnapped. We were very diligent after that about getting people's IDs before we sent the agents, especially the women, out to do, a showing or even, a listing. And so we started looking on people's Facebook, right? They would have to send their driver's license and we would Xerox a copy of it. And then we would go look for them on Facebook to see who they were, so that way we can understand who we're sending our girls out to, our ladies, because it was scary. It was a scary thought that someone could just kidnap a realtor. um, and they did it because well, for one, she lost a lot of weight, but also they were under the assumption that she was rich, right? And they wanted to take her for that. Bo, where is Sebastian? No, she's over here playing games on Facebook, following what everybody is saying. But not once did she come to a vigil. Not once did she put on a vigil of her own. Not once did she hang up signs. As a matter of fact, they had car magnets with Sebastian's missing information on them, and they took them down. They removed them from their vehicles. And I'm going to show you that. I'm going to show you that tonight. I'm going to show you the proof. I'm going to prove it. Prove it. Popcorn Tooth, if you're listening, I'm going to prove it. None of my conduct is anywhere near the level of crud and disgusting sludge that you have portrayed. You, your wife, your kids, right? Chris and Katie Proudfoot. None of it. It's horrible what you've done. Why would you take off Sebastian's awareness, Kathy? Why would you do that? What do you have to gain from that? What's the point? You have everything to gain by finding Sebastian, but you take off the decal. You take off his magnet from your vehicle. And so did Katie. So did his own mother. So again, if people are new to this case, please understand there is a reason for my madness. There's not even a method for it. There's a direct reason for it. It drives me mad knowing that these people have gotten away with this for so long. What about the abuse that Sebastian suffered? Nothing to be proud of, nothing to hold your head high for, yet you still do. Talk about delusional. Delusions of grandeur, delusions of being a good person that you want to portray yourself to be, but your actions speak louder than anything you could ever say. So there you have it. That's Tabitha Carr's post, and that's the reason why Kathy Bowersox started telling everybody to start trespassing people for flying drones. Rosebud says, hey, Rosebud, I've asked this before about the locals. They're supporting this family. There's been no gatherings, no community no one coming forward from the community helping KP and CP with support, no one going public with support. They haven't done any of it. You know, if the only thing that they have done is stalk and harass YouTubers. The only thing that they have done is try to um, stifle people who are talking about Sebastian. When they're asked a direct question about any of it, they start pointing the finger and blaming people instead of just answering the question. Why haven't you done a vigil? Why haven't you spread awareness for Sebastian? They immediately go on the defense. It's a valid question, Rosebud. It's not a rude and hateful question. It is inquiring minds want to know. People are interested in that because any one of us would share Sebastian's flyer in a heartbeat. I know there's many of you that would have loved to have attended the gathering, but there was circumstances that didn't allow you to do that. So what are the circumstances that are not allowing them to do what they're supposed to be doing? Or are they flat out just not doing it because they know where he is? Because that's what it leads me to believe. There's a reason that I believe that. It leads me to believe that they know where he is. So they're not going to look for him because you don't look for something when you know where it is. You're not going to go searching for your car keys if you know they're in your purse. Yep, they held CP's hand to pick up the camper. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting, little Miss Sharon? And Kathy Bowersox was alleged to have been at Worsham's at 5:30 a.m. Why was she at Worsham's at 5:30 a.m.? Parked over by the storage units. Or was she? Because many people, not just one, not just two, not just three, people alleged to have seen her there. They saw her car parked there. I wish they would have taken a picture. Maybe they did. Maybe they turned it into law enforcement, and maybe law enforcement isn't doing anything about it because don't forget, there is a pending lawsuit against Sumner County Sheriff's Office, Sheriff Eric Craddock, and Brandon Carter. There's also other Jane and John Does who are listed who are not going to be identified yet. So what's going on? What's going on? Hey, hey, Ginger. Good to see you, Ginger Ob. Nice to see you. She says, I don't mean to laugh, Lady Freedom, but I came in on the popcorn too. Good to see you too. I have to add a little bit because I know I am like, it's not funny, you know what I mean? But it is a little humorous, some of it, right? Because of who we're dealing with. We're dealing with a lot of strange characters, you know, people that we wouldn't typically deal with in everyday life in the real world, you know, and I could guarantee you that they don't act like this. I can guarantee you Kathy does not sell homes with this type of attitude. She just doesn't. She just doesn't. You know, you can't tell me that when I've already lived that lifestyle. I mean, it's It just doesn't work that way, right? It doesn't work that way. You don't network with people and be a raging bitch. It just doesn't happen. I always wondered why KP took that off of her car. I mean, I don't think she wanted to be identified by it, because I mean, you do stick out like a sore thumb having one of those decals on your car or the car magnets. People notice you, and that's the whole point. That's why you would put something like that on your vehicle so that way when people see it and like, oh my gosh, there's a missing kid, Sebastian Rogers. Okay. Boy, he's got a cute smile. He's a cutie pie. I wonder what happened to him. Where is he? Autistic, you know? So I wonder too. The only explanation I can come up with is because they didn't want the awareness spread around. They didn't want that attached to them. Katie wanted to go on and live her life. Katie didn't want to have that stigma attached to her that she's the mother of a missing child, especially because that missing child went missing out of her care. That missing child went missing out of her care, and she doesn't want anybody to know about it. She wants everybody to be quiet, and that's why they're intimidating people. That's why they're threatening people. That's why they're harassing people. Chris Proudfoot has harassed me many, many times through different people, and he continues to do it. Just because I don't speak on every little thing doesn't mean that it's not happening. And I know exactly what you're doing, Chris Proudfoot, and I keep every single piece of information as ammunition for when I do finally report you to the authorities. So keep it up. Keep it up and see what happens. Because as I said yesterday, I don't deal with bullies in a traditional way. I'm not going to go back and forth with bullies. I'm not going to engage with them. I am going to handle it through the law. So continue to harass and stalk me and use other people to do it, and those people will get in trouble, and so will you. That's all I have to say. It's not that hard. It is not that hard. And I find it funny. I find it really silly that people will literally be mad at you for being right about them. Like, I'm sorry, I figured you out that you're a piece of crap. Hashtag polished turds. Hashtag polished turds. Right? What did Chris say? This is a quote from Lauren on Facebook. Some of you are going to be eating some humble pie when the truth comes out. Well, Chris, why don't you just make it easy on everybody and tell the truth? If you know the truth, then why don't you tell the truth? I find it funny too that you say that you know the truth, yet you've never told it to law enforcement and you've never said it publicly. So what's the truth, Chris? I thought you weren't even in the vicinity when Sebastian went missing. But yet you know the truth? We're still waiting for it to come out. Hashtag still waiting. Still waiting for the truth to come out. Because the way I see it, you're the one that's sitting there eating humble pie right now, a bunch of crow. And again, that's courtesy of Lauren on Facebook. So what do you think about your son now, Kathy? What do you think about him not looking for Sebastian? Would it be the same if it was his child that was missing, his biological child? Or would you guys do the same thing? Would you protect him at all costs like you're doing now and put the needs of a special needs child, a missing child above everything else? You put his feelings and your feelings above their safety and their well-being. Yeah, why is it about the money? It's she goes, I'm sorry. Valley Gale says, let's be honest. Why? It's all about the money, in my opinion. Well, they don't want anybody believing that they had any involvement. Yet every time we turn around, they're showing us that they had involvement by their actions. They can say they didn't have involvement all they want, but when they go and they are so involved in the chatter, it kind of makes you wonder. People say things about me every single day, all day, every single day. I don't address it. I don't go over there and write in their comments, blah, 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 because it's not true. So why do I care if they say it? Let them say it. Now, if they're defaming my character, that's a different story. And I have told people who have defamed my character that if it continues, I'm just going to sue them for slander and libel because that's defamation, and you can't do that, right? This is my workplace, this is how I make money. So if you're going to do that, then I can sue you for the things that you're saying that are untrue. Now, if something is true, then you can't do anything about it. They're just speaking the truth. But they don't want the truth in this situation. So anytime I speak on the truth, they don't like it. They want to shut me up. They want to make it so I can't talk. Good thing we live in America. Alicia Hotwell says they didn't do anything for Sebastian before. He walked out that door, they said, much less after. Katie, these people are throwing you right under the bus and backing over you. You need to get to blabbing. Well, and that's the thing. I think that's well put, Alicia. Excuse me. I think that's well put, Alicia, because Chris and Katie Proudfoot were having big problems in their marriage. It was very well known that at the time of Sebastian's disappearance, and even Jeff Lipman talked about how he was trying to get Chris a new life where nobody would find him, not even Katie. And he specifically said that Chris Proudfoot wanted to get away from Katie. Now, in relationships, people say that if they're angry, there's times where they're like, I just want to get away from this person, right? I don't even want to deal with them. I understand that. I'm not talking about that. What I'm talking about is that Chris Proudfoot was very vocal to many people about the fact that he was leaving Katie unless she got rid of Sebastian. Point blank, period. Point blank, period. So why is he still around? Is it because Sebastian's not around anymore? It's because he's missing? And I agree, Alicia. She better start looking out for herself because they are not going to stick around and help her know how. They just aren't, you know? Then something must be on their property, in my opinion, if you don't want drones. Well, I mean, that's the thing. They were flying them over by Chris Carr's house, and they didn't like that. Why is Chris Carr worried about people flying drones over by his house? I thought he didn't have anything to do with Sebastian going missing. Or did he? Because again, that's where the evidence is pointing. That's right. We're pissed and we're not going to take it anymore, period. Exactly, Bo. Nobody should ever allow for Sebastian to be out there missing like this and then nobody do a damn thing about it. We're just as bad as the police officers and the DCS workers if we're going to do that. Oh, not to mention the advocacy center, the assistant district attorney. Please. So, hello. Hey, forget me not. Good to see you, hon. The rest of us care for and about Sebastian. Well, and that's the thing. How is it that perfect strangers that have never met Sebastian before could be so passionate and compassionate and empathetic to his situation? How could we care so much about a kid that we've never met before? Well, here's the thing. For me, I don't know how it is for anybody else, but for me, when I looked at Sebastian's picture, I thought to myself, boy, he is a cute little kid. He's a cute guy. He's missing, he's autistic, he's vulnerable. I didn't know what to think, but I knew that I needed to do something. I needed to do something. But for them, they know Sebastian. They've spent time with him. That's supposed to be their family. That's how they treat their family and a kid at that. Valley Gal says, Rosebud, please know many locals, myself included, do not back this crap and support Seth and pray for Sebastian every day since day one. You know, I think that that is so great for you to say that, Valley Gal, and I appreciate you saying that because that's how I felt whenever I've been to Tennessee, which is twice now. Well, three times, including the one time that I went by the Texas Roadhouse. But that trip was not for awareness for Sebastian. Um, but I still took the time out because I really wanted to make sure for myself where the cameras were located near the Texas Roadhouse. Um, and it's funny because when you go there, there are certain things that you're looking for, but then even after you leave there, there's still more questions, right? You get some answers, but then it produces more questions. And the one thing that I was not even really surprised about, but I definitely felt it, was that there are so many locals that think Chris and Katie Proudfoot are guilty as sin, but they have law enforcement gaslighting them. If they were to come forward and help and spread awareness, then they are putting themselves at risk and in danger because we are dealing with dangerous people, in my opinion. Chris, Katie Proudfoot, Kathy Bowersox, Terry Bowersox, these are not people who have morals and values. These are people who go out there and they deliberately try to intimidate people to stay away from Sebastian's case. And if they can't do that, they offer up money, in my opinion. And you just have to be right with with God on that one because yeah, you could take their dirty, stinky money and you can do what they ask you to do, or you could stand up for what's right. And there's a bunch of people that are willing to stand up for what's right, and then there's other ones that are scared to death to do it because they do not want the retaliation that comes along with it. And that's a fact, Jack. That is a fact. Rosebud says I didn't and his mom didn't his mom even and didn't his mom even say there was no CPS on her son? CP even as far as telling folks to prove it. I'm paraphrasing. Well, hammer meat nail. I mean, that's what she said on Facebook. It's in writing. Yep. And she said that that there's not five CPS reports, but we know there are five CPS reports. So she absolutely said it, Rosebud. She did. And that's the things that I talk about here are things that people have said themselves. I'm not gonna come up here and tell you my opinion about anything until I show you what they've said, because that's what I draw my opinion off of. And they didn't give a shit about him. They all knew, in my opinion. Yeah, they treated him like crap. Look at how Melissa treated him at his birthday party. She was bullying him and filming herself bullying him right in front of his mother, and Katie allowed it. What do you think happened behind closed doors when they weren't in front of a bunch of people? Is he wearing deodorant, Mom? I mean, I'm trying, says Katie. It's not funny, Katie. I'd like you to not wear deodorant and see how good you smell. Freaking jerk. Unbelievable. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, T Power Sucks is about to lose the crown. Yeah. I forgot we called him Popcorn Tooth and I cracked up. I call him Colossal Popcorn Tooth now because, Katie and her colossal popcorn, you know, you know, Katie and the colossal popcorn. Valley Gal says, why is Worsham saying they don't have the footage? Someone has it. 7 days to record easily on a cell phone. Someone has it. Well, and I know, and that's the thing um, that really baffles me too, because on day 5, the teachers, excuse me, on day 5, the teachers were being interviewed at Worsham's, right? They were being interviewed at Worsham's about Sebastian, and they were um, they were being asked, and law enforcement the entire week was telling people, the day before that, even on the day 4 when they came out and spoke, they were telling people to look through their camera footage. So why wasn't Worsham's looking through their camera footage? Let me bring that in really quick, because that's one of the first videos. I think that was the first video I did ever on my channel. Was the video of the teachers, because I thought that that was wonderful to have someone come out and speak about Sebastian that knew him, that loved and knew him and cared for him, because we never saw any of the proud feet do that, right? Chris and Katie did not come out and speak about Sebastian at all. They were forced to. Seth did, and yeah, yeah. It's the second video I ever made. Here we go. It's the second video I ever made. So let's pull that in. What do you think of your son now, Kathy? Proud now? Shouldn't be. All right. So here we go. Let me open that up.
15-year-old Sebastian Rogers, who hasn't been seen in 5 days. Good evening. I'm Emily Luxon. Search crews have been out all week looking for Sebastian, a teen living with autism. Our Nikki Hauser has the latest as the whole community is praying for his safe return.
Sebastian was reported missing on Monday. Now on Friday, it's been a full week of searching on foot, in the air, and alongside bodies of water here in the county. And although we've been working to get an update, Sumner County officials say right now there's not one.
He always was smiling.
That infectious smile.
Oh, Sebastian, a ray of sunshine.
You've seen.
Okay, did you see that teacher saying that Sebastian's a ray of sunshine? Which I agree he is. She was at Worsham's. That's in Worsham's.
His face on billboards all over social media and alongside this week's news headlines.
He's just a fun-loving kid.
15-year-old Sebastian.
That's Patricia Slamansky right outside of Worsham's. I've been to Worsham's. I filmed over at Worsham's. That's her standing in front of there. So you mean to tell me that they never gathered their footage together and gave it to law enforcement? Hey, Marion. Hey, Love Mama Love. Good to see you guys. Welcome in. Why not? Why wasn't that handed over? Litigation equals hammer, meet, nail. Exactly. Love Mama Love says, I'm curious if Terry has ever came after KP with a baseball bat. Yeah, me too. I'm wondering how intimidating he's been towards other people, because, it was alleged that he did that with Nina. Hey, Sabrina, good to see you. Hey, Holly, good to see you, hon. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. We're just kind of getting started. Hello, Ann Brock. I hope you're feeling well today. Good to see you, hon. So, yeah, why didn't they get the camera footage? How come Worsham's didn't send the camera footage in? Why not? It doesn't, at this point, it doesn't matter if law enforcement asked for it or not. They asked for it publicly on the news. Maybe they didn't get the memo. Maybe they didn't see that law enforcement wanted that camera footage. But why wouldn't they just look automatically? I mean, there's a missing child in your area and he needs to be found. There's no reason why that camera footage shouldn't have been turned over. And they also should have asked for it. But then again, we know that they didn't do a proper investigation here. That's why they're being sued. Rosebud says it's all coming out like projectile vomit. How much you want to bet they're going to take the role of victims of CP's incompetence, or excuse me, of CPS's incompetence. I would not bet against you. I wouldn't bet against you, but I would bet my bottom dollar on it. I would. I thought that guy moved. Was that a rumor? No, he's not moved. Not Carr. Mm-mm. No, they're still there. There's 3 houses in the neighborhood right now that are for sale. I believe one of them is pending, which means that, pending means that it's under contract. They have to do inspections and certain things in order for the sale to go through. But they're waiting to close. So they're still together, but they both know what happened. It's simple. If one turns on the other, then they're both in prison, in my opinion. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's getting down to the wire. It is definitely getting down to the wire. Mama Love, Love Mama Love says their property is the spot, you know? So, yeah, I agree. Hey, Brenda Calvert, thank you for sending me that email. I got you a couple of emails today, not a whole lot of them, but I did get to a couple of them because we all know his mama does it, and we are all mama bears. That's right, exactly. That's so true. You know what? That is so true, Brenda. Um, I agree with that. I agree with that, and that makes sense to me. It's like we see that he needs people out there that are talking and spreading awareness for him because his mom isn't, and that is upsetting. It's sad. It really breaks my heart to know that Katie is not looking for Sebastian, that she wants people to stop, that she's threatening people, that she's acting the way that she is, that she's willing to show up to court dates, and put on frivolous complaints against people, and she's the one that is responsible, in my opinion. If anything, she should feel um, badly that this all happened in her care, and she should, come forward with information that she has and help with the search for Sebastian. But she never has done that, and I'm not going to hold my breath. Who on earth would change their phone number when their child is missing, Andrea? Exactly. That's insanity. Right. Who does that? You know? Who does that? That makes absolutely no sense. That makes absolutely no sense. Aw, thank you, Misty, for the the super sticker or the stickers. Hello, Detroit Rock City. Good to see you. Oh, I'm glad you're here. And KP allowed all this shit to the Turd family to abuse her son, belittle him, etc. A POS of a mom you are, KP. Disgrace and disgusting. And I mean, who lets that continue on and on? Unless you're, being abused yourself. And I know it's not an excuse, but we have seen that before. But that's not the case here. That's not even an excuse. Valley Gale says, I read about another case today in Sumner and another not far away, and both are not being discussed by many locals being intimidated. Yeah, I know about the little girl who got hit by the car, and I'm wondering that myself. Why are her parents asking for answers? Or are they afraid to? Or are people just conditioned in that area to not ask questions, to just go with whatever they're told? That's a scary thought. I mean, what's up with that? I mean, it's just amazing. It's amazing to me. Hey, Ava, good to see you. So that's weird being interviewed at Worshams. I'll say it is. It definitely is. Yeah, I noticed that Mob Crew had done a live about Chris Carr, and he was allegedly acting a fool in the neighborhood. And again, why is he doing that if he's not involved? What, you got to always say, well, do they have skin in the game? Right? Because I mean, a lot of us don't have skin in the game, but we care about Sebastian, right? And we want to make sure that he's found. But you have to ask yourself, what skin do they have in the game? Why are they acting this way? Why are they so adamant about, you know, making people be quiet and silencing people? What are they gaining from that? What is the goal? What's the end game on that? Um, what would be the reasoning behind that? I think it's a valid question, you know? And Ginger, this is Patricia Szymanski. This is Sebastian's eighth grade teacher. And she was in a lot of the photos, from Sebastian's eighth grade graduation. And he's just like so happy to be with them. You could tell he just loved his teachers and adored them, and that they loved and adored him too. How can you not? In my opinion, Kathy Coward Socks bought Worsham's footage when she was there that morning. Oh my goodness. You never know. She likes to pay for things and then, you know, use that as leverage. Aw, thank you, Betty H. Good to see you, hon. She said, bring Sebastian Rogers home. Yeah, and that should always be the goal. Sebastian is the one that matters. That's right. We're never going to stop looking for him, Sabrina, and we're not going to stop talking just because they want to try to intimidate people. It's ridiculous. Valley Gale says, you put into BHS drive by the elementary, then middle, and pop out right to the road, make a right, and the storage and then Worshams are on the other side of the street. Someone has footage. Exactly. I mean, it is so close. It is absolutely so close. I could show you guys too because I got footage while I was there. We can also look at that tonight, because it's interesting when you see how everything is set up around the area, and then there's also behind Worshams like a river that runs through behind there. You know, Most parents say I should have done this or that, but not Katie. A normal parent would feel responsible. Exactly, Ava. And that's the thing that's so weird about this is that she's never been like, I can't believe that Sebastian left home. Like I was there, I should have checked on him. Oh my God. Like none of that. Right. And it's not that we like to see people in agony and agonizing over a shoulda, woulda, coulda, right? That's not the point. The point is that she's never showed any type of guilt whatsoever. It's always been it's always been defensiveness instead of saying, no, you're right. I understand why people are upset with me because he did go missing on my watch. Or, you guys couldn't beat me up more than I've beat myself up over this. Like, please understand that I'm beside myself that I lost my child, right? And maybe she doesn't want to admit any guilt, but in the same way, that would be more normal to see that than what we're seeing. If you overlook all the F shiz she's done through this thing, right? Yeah, she's done a whole lot. I mean, Katie does a whole lot behind the scenes that she's never, in the forefront of anything. Chris is always the one that is facilitating a lot of this crap. But make no mistake about it, Katie knows, and she's the one doing it. You know. Hey, Justice for New, good to see you, hon. Seth, you shouldn't. You shouldn't. Seth says I blame myself every day. Good to see you, Seth. I mean, it's not your fault. You know, it is. It isn't. It is not. But see, again, I understand where you're coming from. That makes sense to me because I would be the same way. I would be like, man, I should have done this. Maybe if I did this differently. I mean, it's a natural human reaction. Even if you're not, you know, um, in the know about what happened, that's not the point. The point is that you just feel bad, you know? So you feel bad no matter what because you wish that something could have been different, you know? So, um, it's not normal behavior that we're seeing. But this is Worshams, and I'll show you guys in the next. I'll look for the other video, but here we go.
15-year-old Sebastian Rogers' former teacher and others know that smile well from the halls and classrooms at T.W. Hunter Middle School in Hendersonville.
He has a great sense of humor. He loves people. He loves animals.
So talented.
He's extremely smart. He's just somebody that you would think is very typical, and you might just see him like walking around, and you would have absolutely no idea that he had any type of deficits at all.
Sumner.
Okay, that's what I was telling you guys last night. That, Patricia is saying that if you just saw Sebastian, he looks typical, right? Atypical is what people on the spectrum are referred to. Where, us regular people are referred to as typical. And so she didn't say he's very atypical. She said he's very typical. That if you just saw him, you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know he had autism or any type of a deficit. But, Sebastian worked really, really hard on those things, and the different therapies that he was involved in, and the different things that Seth would work on him with, and all of that was, in my opinion, the reason why he was doing really well. He was right where he needed to be in school. It's not like he had, been held back a couple grades or anything like that. You normies are weird. Seth says exactly, normies. I forgot about that. That is so funny. I love it. He says you normies are weird. We have a 5-year-old eloper in my family, and guilt has definitely been felt. But he climbed out of the window when the caretaker was in the bathroom for 2 minutes. He was found safe in 5 more minutes. Oh my goodness, Ava, I can't imagine. And you can't it's difficult because you can't watch them 24/7 like you can. Obviously, you should be always paying attention. But if you have to use the bathroom and you go in there, really quick to use the bathroom, that would be, I mean, I would feel guilty. And again, I've babysat for kids and different things, and it's like, you just never want anything bad to happen to them. But if something even happens accidentally, you feel bad. You're like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. You got to tell their parents when they get home, and, that sort of thing. Seth, you have been his spokesperson and hero. Please don't blame yourself. Aw, that's so sweet of you, Valley Gale. I agree 1000%. It's just, Detroit. I'm so sorry. Oh, and Andrea too. Aw, Andrea, I'm so sorry for your loss. I lost my son 13 years ago, and I still go through that. It took me years, and I still feel guilty, says Detroit. My goodness. I'm so sorry, Detroit. And you're such a good mama, Detroit. You're always doing something for your family, cooking, cleaning the camper, doing stuff for your family. You are an amazing mom, and Andrea, you too, and I'm so sorry for our moms out there that have lost kids. It breaks my heart for you guys. It really does. Um, it's just something that, again, it's hard because I never want to blame somebody that didn't have anything to do with anything. And, it breaks my heart for Sebastian that his mom is not doing anything, and that I even have to say anything about it. I wish I could be a support system for Katie and help her out. And, I wish that she would come to the vigils. I wish that she would do things to spread awareness for Sebastian, and I would support her, as well. It doesn't, to me, I can support Seth and I could support Katie if she was doing the right thing, right? They don't have to get along. I've had other cases where we've done that as well, where it's like, okay, well, I'll support this person and this person. These people don't get along. I get it. They don't get along, but it's about the missing person. We need to find that person. But it just doesn't work out all the time like that. Some people are just, hard to deal with, for lack of a better way to say it. They're not doing the right thing. They're not doing the right thing. So, oh my goodness, Brenda, you have a year membership. Oh my gosh, that is so cool, Brenda. Aw, well, thank you so much for being in the Dragon Tribe for 1 year. Wow, that is amazing. Oh, I just love seeing that. That is so cool. Like I'm just so happy about that. Aw. Brenda, thank you for your support. It really means a lot to me. And every every single thing that you guys do to support, like whether it's watching on a live or replay, all of that, it means the world to me. I can't believe we're coming up on a 2-year anniversary for, going live or being on a live stream. Um, in my opinion, stays guilty. Excuse me. In my opinion, guilty stays unavailable. Yeah. Yeah. And I think that's part of it, right? They don't want to show themselves. They don't want to do anything because they don't want any questions, asked. They just don't. So, aw, thanks, Bo. Yeah, aw, thank you, Ava. My autistic son walked out of the yard one time, and this was before we had the fence and cameras. Our neighbor called and said he was in between yards, and then my son came to the door and rang the doorbell. Oh, good. Rosebud, that's got to be so scary. Because the thing is that there's, people out there that, could take advantage of a situation like that. And that's the scariest part. I'm glad that your neighbors called you. Um, as parents, our losses, this is why we vibe. Yeah, her cold behavior. Exactly. It's so cold, Justice for Noog. It is so tough, right, to watch because she doesn't show any type of humanity for one, but then as a mother, like mother to mother, it's hard to connect with that. Um, thanks, YouTuber. And that it happened so quick, right? Rosebud says that happened in less than 5 minutes. Yeah, and it's like if you're fixing dinner or something like that, and you turn around and they're gone, right? That's so quick. All you have to do is turn your head for a minute, and they could, sneak out. Especially if that's something that they do. You know, That's right. And that's another thing. Rosebud says we have alarms, cameras inside and out, not taking any chances. And that's a big one, right? Because you do prevention once you realize that there's something that can potentially happen, then the prevention comes in. And you do all that you can. That's the strangest thing about Sebastian is that he doesn't typically wander off. He's never left the house before. That was named in the lawsuit, in both lawsuits, right? And it was hitting the point home that Sebastian had never done this before. And when somebody goes outside of what they normally do, that's a huge red flag in true crime cases, right? Like if it's a normal day, it's a normal day. But any little deviation could be a clue of something that is off, you know? So she shows no sympathy or empathy for her own child, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree there. And that's what's really troubling to all of us, right? It's problematic. We're like, why not? It makes you wonder, where's Katie at? It made me wonder that the other night when Seth was doing his live, not this last one, but the one before that, you know, because I was getting a little frustrated. I'm like, well, why are people asking about what Seth is doing? And why are they not asking what Katie is doing? Because I think that's a legitimate question, not to Seth, right? Seth doesn't know. What is he supposed to say? But I mean, the real question is what is Katie doing? Where is Katie? Where is his mom? You know? So, yeah, absolutely, Detroit. Absolutely. Guilt always hides, but the truth always shines. That's right. Seth is the truth that has not hidden. God will expose the evil. I believe that too, Sharon. I do believe that with all of my heart. I do. Being a parent of a severe autism, a child with severe autism is compared to a soldier in battle. You never let your guard down. That's right, Rosebud. That's right. And I think it's that way for all parents, but especially for children who have severe autism because they really can't take care of themselves and they will wander into a potentially dangerous situation too. That's why when children are drawn to water it's a scary thing, right? Because they're drawn to it. They can't help it. And they just want to be in the water, right? Because they know that it makes them feel good and they like it. It's calming for them, right? Like I understand that feeling with water because I have that. But I don't have autism, but I have that kind of, I don't know if it's a bond with water. I don't know if I want to go that far and call it a bond, but it's something that brings me comfort. And I enjoy it. And when I'm stressed out, it helps me to relax, and it helps, I think, children on the spectrum also to relax. And so they just think of it as a safe place. But it also, that there's a lot of respect that needs to be had for water, right? Because you could drown in a small amount of water. Um, and so if a child is an eloper, right, and they just are drawn to water and they go over to the water, then they can lose that sense of fear, or that knowledge of a fear and respect for the water, and it can end really tragically. Um, yeah, so in the beginning, I did think about the water, and I was like, "Oh boy, he could be in the water. He could. There's a lot of water around. It's not called Shackle Island for nothing." So that was scary to me. I was like, "Oh boy, he left barefoot. Like maybe he was thinking he was going to go swim." You know what I mean? Like I really thought that at first, and that was very early on. But then day 5, I hear from Patricia Szymanski, and I go, "Oh, so he's atypical, but he looks very typical. Okay, that's very interesting. That's very interesting."
County officials say he's now been missing for 5 days.
Immediately, your heart just sinks. And
Sebastian's 8th grade teacher says while
Okay, and I also said that they have nicer things to say than the Proudfoots. And this is his group of teachers and this was his. I love this picture of Sebastian. He's so cute in this picture. In the beginning, this was my favorite picture, right? Because he just looks so happy and he's like so proud. And I didn't realize it was his 8th grade graduation. I thought maybe it was his first day of school or something, but he's just so happy. Seth says you can drown in less than an inch of water. Just saying. Yeah, I thank you, because I wasn't sure. I almost said like a tablespoon or something like that. You know what I mean? But it is. It's like it doesn't take much. And so yeah, that's so important to remember. Isn't this picture the best, Ava? It's so cute. Like Sebastian's just like so happy, so cute. And his teachers are so happy to be with him. You know what I mean? Yeah, he does. I do notice that. Notice how he doesn't like to be touched. Exactly. He's in the picture, but he's got his shoulders like so he's not touching. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Great point, Seth. That's right, Seth. You can drown in a glass of water. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, my PTSD. Good to see you, hon. These are the teachers at the middle school. Yes, they are. Hey, Liberty. Yeah. Is it TW Hunter? Am I saying that correctly? TW Hunter in Hendersonville was where his 8th grade was. I just hate liars when it comes to the safety, happiness, well being of a child. There are no effing excuses. Exactly. There's not an excuse for it. You know, I agree, my PTSD. Yeah, you can see Sebastian's personality. Exactly. Exactly. Seth, oh yeah, with the shoulders up. Yep. Yeah, not beach high school. Exactly. Hey, Liberty. Good to see ya. My nonverbal grandson was here for the weekend, and they just walked in from the beach, and his mom ran to the bathroom real quick. My son was coming in behind them, and my grandson fell down to the basement. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Detroit. Oh gosh. Yes, Ava asks, is he okay? Aw. Oh my goodness. Hey, Mary Patterson. Mary Patterson says, Seth, it's not your fault at all. You are doing everything you can to find Sebastian. You are the only true parent to Sebastian. Mary, I have to say that's true in my opinion. I hate to say it. I do. I hate saying that because, I've said things about Chris Proudfoot because of the things he said about belting Sebastian and that sort of thing. But I've really didn't want to say that about Katie, because it hurts my heart for Sebastian. It's nothing to do with her. It's everything to do with Sebastian, you know? So, yeah, they don't search, they don't plead for anything because they want us to believe the runoff story, right? Like he just ran away. Right, a dry drowning. And I thought about that in Summer Wells's case, Seth. I really did. Where she was just playing, and when she went under the water for a little bit, she just got too much in her lungs or something. Yeah, I thought about that as well. You know, oh, uh, the stairs, 2 seconds, it happened that fast. Thank God he was okay. A few bumps and bruises. Oh, good. Oh, good, Detroit. Oh, my goodness. And the littles are so fast. You know what I mean? Like, they're so rambunctious and they're so fast. They got so much energy. It's like, it's hard to keep up sometimes. Good thing mama was right there, and that's why mamas are so important and dads too. They're so important because they're the protectors. He was really happy at that middle school with these teachers. Yeah, you could tell. You could just, I mean, he's just elated. So we've got a built-in gate by our basement stairs by the back door. It's like we've contemplated every scenario. And you do. And you don't want to drive yourself, crazy over it, but you also want to be preventative, because that is worth, everything. In terms of, you know, whether there's you would rather have the prevention than a disaster, right? Or something horrible happen. So yeah, I'm glad too, Bo. Yeah. Aw. TW Hunter is basically within the same back parking lot as Beach High School. Yes, it is. Isn't that weird? Valley Gal, I noticed that too while we were there because I was thinking it was in a different location. I was thinking that it was in a different location, but yeah, yeah. She's screaming from the rooftops in silence. Remember? Oh my gosh, yes. Oh yes. That was said. I remember that. I do, Scranton. Cinderella says people change their phone. No, usually they don't want to talk to someone. In my opinion, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, they usually they want to change their number and get a new one because they don't want anybody calling. I mean, I would block, but see the thing is that you can block people now. So why wouldn't you just block the people that you don't want to talk to and keep your same number in case your son calls you? That would drive me crazy. It's just like knowing about a lead that wasn't followed up on, that would drive me crazy. But changing my phone number? Oh, forget about it. You know? Yeah, it sits right behind Beach. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. So, all right, guys, let's listen to a little bit more of this.
He's very high functioning. She's worried about him,
I'm just in a constant state of prayer.
as is the rest of the community, as they watch search efforts continue to play out. Sumner County officials have spanned thousands of miles and called in a dive team to find him.
So it's heart-wrenching, and we just keep praying every day for a miracle.
Nikki Hauser, News.
All right. These people have left the home and are on the road. On the road, last in the care of the Proudfoots. Very interesting. Okay, so let's go back to this really quick, and I want to show you guys Worshams also, so that way you guys can get a good idea of the lay of the land, right? And how close everything is. And if Sebastian would have went down the road, he would have been seen, in my opinion. So, uh, oh, sorry, hold on. I think it rebooted itself. We've already looked at all of this. All right. So, what do you think of your son now, Kathy? This is Sebastian's mother, Katie Proudfoot, who we referred to. Obviously, you guys saw her again. This is her. This is them on 8/7/26, right? About 10 days ago. And they were at the casino in Kentucky, the Mint Gaming Hall in Kentucky. Just living it up, not spreading awareness, not doing anything. Sebastian is all that matters. Sebastian is the one who is missing. Sebastian matters. I don't know why they fail to notice that. It doesn't make any sense to me. Let me go ahead and show you guys the footage from Worsham's. I know I have it. Let me see here. Because, yeah, it was on my first trip that I made, and Jen and I went. Okay. Let me see here. Okay, this is the neighborhood, the one next door. Okay. Let me go ahead and pull this in. Okay. And just bear with me for a minute. Okay.
Oh, he did.
Would be torn up.
Yeah, she put him
doesn't
somewhere.
like it. He doesn't like it.
Yeah, she put him somewhere, man. She's got to be.
I mean,
she's got to be.
it's just. And if he. Sorry, guys.
When you pulled up to that gate, it would go downhill that way towards the creek that way.
Yeah. So this building right here, Michael Laird, the neighbor across the street that caught him walking the trash down, he used to own that building. I don't know if he still does or not, but he used to own it. So I'm hoping that they did check that building.
Right.
You know?
Right, yeah, just to make sure.
Just to make sure. There used to be a house there. Terry Lynn searched that area.
Okay, guys, so we just went by we just went by the barn that says "Welcome to Shackle Island" on it.
Torn down now, and a lot of shit's changed.
Yeah, that's the disadvantage right now, huh? Because, I mean, everything is different than it was.
It really is. It's different. I mean,
Okay, there's the Shackle Island Fire Station.
19 months, it would change that much, but it has.
Well, and especially because they're building it all up. And I mean, it is just a cute area. It's such a nice area. Here's the school on this side of the road. Yeah. I mean, it really is. Okay, there's Beach High School. And they took his sign down, I guess, because they did have Sebastian right there. Yeah.
The last time I was over here, we were all over here at the sign that got hit by the mowing crew.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so this creek right here, this bridge, that's where the water, the storm water would start. And it goes that way, right? Or it goes that way.
Okay.
It goes that way. Yeah, it's going to go that way. And the river and the lake is going to go that, you know. So we would need to park somewhere get in the creek here, underneath the thing, and go.
Bridge thing, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Need to have multiple people.
Okay, guys, and thank you, Witchy Mama, too, for posting that. Yeah, I'm so excited about your live stream with Chris McDonough. That's so fantastic. That's Wednesday at 8 Eastern. That is so exciting.
That's a creek.
Okay.
Special thanks to
That's
Chris
where the
McDonough.
water. That's where we would want to start.
Right.
Because if we're looking for remains, then it's going to be right there. All right.
Right.
Now here's Warsham's.
Oh shit, here's Warsham's.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, here's Warsham's. And see, it's also a Shell gas station. You can see the storage building over here. So allegedly, Kathy Bauer Sox was parked over here about 5:30 a.m.
I mean, it's just right off the road, huh?
Mm-hmm.
So why wouldn't they gather the camera footage? If it's right up the road.
Warsham's real quick too. Oh, but look, there's cameras.
Yeah.
Right there.
They've got cameras. Yeah, feel free. We've walked around. We've done that.
Yep, they got cameras, guys, and I didn't go into Worsham's, but I wanted to check the outside to see, where the cameras were located and, if there was a possibility that they could have even had footage that was important to the case. And they very well could have, in my opinion.
All right, I'll be right
Do your thing, girl.
Thank you. I just want to get a good idea for everybody,
Yeah.
Okay, cameras all over the building. And then back here, you have like a kind of a little area where they have their mops and stuff like that. Lots of cats. And see, this is another reason why you would think that maybe Sebastian would have headed that way, because they have little cat houses outside, guys, where there's, a bunch of cats that are strays, but they are nice enough to kind of take care of them and make sure they have a little shelter area, and they feed them, and so you just never know what a child is thinking, a young person is thinking of, that maybe he would go up there just to visit a cat. We didn't know Sebastian or any of the things that he liked to do, right? So would it be possible that he would have made friends with one of the cats up at Warsham's, just because it's a store that's right by them and they went there frequently, and maybe he went to visit his favorite cat. I mean, just little things like that, guys, is the reason why we're asking questions. It's not malicious. It's curiosity. It's trying to help figure out what happened. And of course, this area down here, this could be a lot more, it could have a lot more water in it. But at this time, there was a bit of a drought and it didn't rain until that Sunday when I was leaving. So, but as you can see, there's been times where that river back there's been up, and we don't know how the river was flowing when Sebastian went missing, and that sort of thing. Hey, Mary. So, yeah, exactly. That's true. Valley Gal says, to make my point regarding Worsham's footage, if nothing was on it, why not release it? Just my opinion. I think that's a great point. If there was nothing, why didn't they just release the footage, right? Why don't they, why didn't they show people? Why wasn't it taken into evidence at least so they can comb over it and make sure that there's nothing being missed? I mean, they said that they were going to leave no stone left unturned. Well, this is a big stone that they left unturned, in my opinion. And there's no doubt about it. They're asking people for camera footage. And again, there's a bit of an incline, obviously, that you can see. And there's those bramble bushes, right, the little pickers. Those are all over this area too. I was getting stuck by them. You can't hardly go in the woods without getting stuck by those. Which was another thing that made me think about Chris Proudfoot's um, scratches, the scratch marks on him, that perhaps they came from him being in the woods. He likes to say things about the woods all the time. Well, was he in the woods at all? Because it does make you wonder. And it's just a question, and it's based on the things that he has said himself. So if he doesn't like people, analyzing his statements, then why did he come out and talk so much? Um, it's kind of ridiculous, in my opinion, that he doesn't want to come out and talk or discuss anything, or verify anything without coming out and making statements that cause a lot of backlash for himself. Hey Brad, good to see you. Yeah, just like the garbage video, why won't they release it, Cinderella? I wonder why they won't just release it. It's so strange. Scranton Strangler says, "Lady, what happened with that area near Stafford Court where the drainage was blocked?" We couldn't get anybody to come out and look, so nothing really came of it, Scranton. I know, and that's horrible. I know it is. This just infuriates me. The level of incompetence. Exactly. Justice for Noon, and why not? And why didn't anybody feel the need to help out with that? Is it because Kathy was on the camera footage and so they just got rid of it? I mean, it makes me wonder, especially because they like to cover for each other. They've covered for each other many times in this. And again, this is right behind that little area with the cat house. And there's cats everywhere. You can see that there's wildlife, there's animals down through here. So again, if Sebastian was to, run away or wander off, I was thinking that it could have been something where he decided that he was going to, go over and see the animals. It's close to his house. It's not far. If he was in fact barefoot, then maybe that was part of the reason why he was able to get over there barefoot, but it would be extremely difficult. I mean, it's not an easy area to navigate without shoes. And I was definitely wearing shoes that day. So, yeah, and why no photos of his arms? Why didn't they check? Because they didn't take him down to the station, Justice for Noob. They didn't take anybody down to the station. You know? You don't want people to talk about you, shut your pie hole. Exactly. Witchy, exactly. I know. And I mean, it's just part of it, but they get so bent out of shape because people say anything and it's weird, you know? Yeah, no swab test and no photos. Exactly, Detroit. And then again, here's the little houses. There are houses right across the street from Worsham's that may have had camera footage, so and these ones are closer by the street. And these are the ones that I believe are probably part of that co-op, that camera co-op where they were sharing footage with each other. And, the Worshams was granted access to their camera footage. So, and then again, this is, the gas station area. Yeah, no, nothing. Hey, Crazy Bird. Good to see you, hon. Aw. I have a little data, so I'm here for a bit. My daughter is coming in a bit. Oh, good. Well, I'm glad that you're here, Crazy Bird. So yeah, and you can see it's very busy. Construction guys, whatever. They have breakfast, lunch, options. So it probably stays very, very busy. They have a beer cave, but they have cameras everywhere up here. Ones that reach all the way to the pumps. There's a little seating area, of course, like picnic tables. There's another camera. So just a lot. And of course, I didn't know which way to go or what to do. So I go around the side because again, it was alleged that, Kathy Bowersox was over here parked and that people were seeing her at 5:30 a.m. So, and I can't believe they have a freaking payphone, but they do. Um, Again, this whole parking lot would have been areas for her to park and sit out. Um, and as you can see, there's no one parked back here. I mean, it's a busy time of day too, but nobody's parked, you know. Oh, that is so wonderful, Crazy Bird. Crazy Bird says, oh, lady and friends, my daughter will be graduating from college in 2 weeks. Oh my gosh, that's so awesome. She carried a 4.0 average through the whole college. Wow, right. That's wonderful. Oh, I'm so proud of her too, Crazy Bird. That is fantastic. Oh my gosh, that's hard to do too. You know, it's one thing to get through college, but to have really good grades. And see, there's another camera. There's another camera, guys. Oh, there's a friend Jen. You know, so, and I think this might be, oh no, okay, no, this is also the storage. So again, there's also places over here. And she was said to have been by beach storage. So, and again, there's that. And there's even parking spaces there, right, where you can kind of park in front or on the side. So I don't know how close she was allegedly because I didn't see her over there. That's right. My PTSD. Yeah. Yes, I have showed them before. Mandy does have great close-up photos of his arms and great comparison of the scratches and bite marks. Someone should get that before the live, in my opinion. Yeah, I've showed it. I've showed it to Troy, and I can't remember which videos I put them in. But I definitely kind of, because she did a great job on that. She did, and some of them definitely looked like bite marks. You know. Okay, guys, so this is just where we go riding around. We went to the Texas Roadhouse after that. So I did want to show you guys that other one. So just bear with me here. And it's an older one. Again, I'm just kind of going over some of the archives from what we were talking about yesterday to kind of tie in everything, so you guys get a good idea of what I'm talking about. And then for people who are new or something like that, if they haven't heard some of this stuff, this is really amazing to me that people would that they would overlook the fact that Katie took the decals off of her vehicle. And this is going to be April 22nd, April 27th, 2024. So let me just get this together. And welcome in, guys. I hope I didn't miss anybody, but welcome in. I'm glad you guys are here. Let's go to this. Okay.
Showing you guys in front is, okay, so on the right hand side is the one recently that JLR put up. The one on the left is the one that JLR put up when they left. See the sticker that's missing that I noticed right away? That sticker, the decal of Sebastian on Katie's car, that's no longer there.
Okay, you see it right here.
Okay.
Hold on, let me just back it up a little bit.
Of Sebastian on Katie.
Okay, so here is the missing information, right, for Sebastian here on her vehicle, and then that's the same side of her vehicle here that we see that the decal is missing.
His car, that's no longer there. Okay, so I'm sorry. Profits are really pissing me off here. Because why? I'll tell you why they took it off. You know why? You know
because they don't want the attention.
Because they don't want the attention. Why not? Why not? I mean, they're looking for Sebastian, but they don't want the attention because the attention isn't good for them. So they're taking the decal off so that people don't realize that that is Katie and Chris because of the public opinion against them. But yet why should they care? Like Chris Proudfoot has many times, let me make it clear.
One of your comments, somebody asked about contacting truck stops. Yes, we have reached out to the Loves, the Pilots, the Flying J's, the Petros, American Travel, trucking companies, Truckers Against Trafficking, to try to get them to put flyers out and continuously keep an eye open. And a lot of them have done it. A lot of them are amazing to help.
We need to get magnets made so that the truckers can display it on the back of their trucks. They make a little square magnet that can go on that has it's like the missing flyer, and it can be printed on a magnetic, and it can go right on the back of the truck, and we can get them to truck stops.
Oh yeah, that'd be a good idea. I don't know who would make or where to go and get a quote for cost of that, but
a lot of times you can take it into like FedEx, Kinko's, any of the printing places. You can buy the magnetic sheets, look on Amazon, and then they run through like an inkjet printer. But that might be something that a bunch of us could get together and try to do.
oh yeah, that'd be awesome. I mean, whatever we can do, let me know and try to get on it.
Showing that.
Okay, so there's Chris Proudfoot acting like he has no idea what Voices is talking about there. Right? Because she's explaining it to him that, but she doesn't need to explain it to them because on April 27th, they already had this on their vehicle. Before that, even. And then they took it off. So why were they acting oblivious? How come he didn't just say it? Yeah, we had one on our vehicle, but we took it off. Oh, wait, because that would be too truthful.
They're out there doing boots on the ground. It is, honestly, I don't give a shit what anyone says. They have made it very clear that, they're up in the camper and Katie is like, Sebastian just could be anywhere. Mm-hmm. And that's why I'm 3 hours away. Just shut up, Katie. Okay? You're up there because you didn't want to stay at home by yourself. And Christopher Proudfoot, of course, wants to go back to work. Even though when Nancy Grace is saying he said he wasn't, on a podcast that he almost got fired, but that was resolved basically. Then he says to Nancy Grace that, he was working at St. Jude's, and he says that he's uncertain at this time if he's got work. Then she says, well, why did you go? And then he says, for work, back up where he was working. And it's just like, dude, do you even know what the truth is, Pinocchio? But anyways, all I'm saying for me personally, they are not doing themselves any favors from the get-go of this case to now. Each to our own opinions, But honestly, for me as a mother, I'm honestly feel like I'm disgusted watching how Katie and Christopher are handling the disappearance of Sebastian.
Yep. And this is exactly what we were talking about, right? I didn't know when I was going to show this that this was part of the conversation. I forgot, right? This video was posted a year ago. But I find it interesting that Sunny is saying that, right? This is a criming shame with Sunny. She is a Canadian creator. She does a great job. She's covered Jack and Lily's case extensively. And she's saying, as a mother, this disgusts me. And it does. It does me too.
You got Seth there who's working his ass off, doing searches and stuff like that. The Proudfoots are nowhere to be found in any of that, nor any of his family members, meaning the Proudfoots. So you have Seth Rogers over here, and then they wonder. So what do you think of that?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And what do you guys think of it? I mean, it's one of those things where, hey, Janet, good morning. That everybody's saying that none of the Proudfoots have ever done anything to, or the Foot Clan, I like to call them, because they're not all Proud Feet, There's Bauer socks in there too. How strange is that? Anyways, it is what it is, and they haven't done anything. And as a matter of fact, we're about to learn from Seth because he's going to hop up on the panel and talk about how they took off their stickers or their awareness of Sebastian off of their vehicles too.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, like, on your personal opinion, I get, Kate, we know why that they would have taken that decal off. But what do you think about it, Adam? Like,
well, I mean,
we're talking about a missing child here, not their egos.
Yeah, no, my mind went. I'm in complete agreement with you. I mean, I get the selfish act of not wanting that attention being brought on you when people are driving around filming you, but if my child's missing,
do I care?
Would put that before anything else, and I really wouldn't give a damn.
No, and
and I definitely, if they felt like they needed to leave the house for whatever reason, I would make damn well sure that someone was in that house just in case Sebastian came home.
What do you think about the fact that they took the decal off? Did you see that? Off the car? What do you think about that, actually? About Katie taking the decal off of the side of a car for Sebastian? Did you see it?
No, I didn't see her do it, but it doesn't surprise me.
I'll show you. I've made a video, just quickly putting them side by side. Let me just take this down. So, see her car there, on the left has the decal, but now, and this was just taken like today or yesterday.
And that's decal for Canadians.
Oh, decal.
Sorry, Sonny.
No, Canadian, eh? Okay, so so my thing is this. Okay, so we were talking about this a little earlier. So my thing is this: is that
the only one?
Like, pardon?
She's not the only one. Chris's mother is taking them all off of her vehicle too.
Isn't that like what the F, right? Like, is this about Sebastian or them?
They don't care.
Honestly, like this. So we were talking about this earlier when I played this, because this first thing I noticed when I seen JLR put up this video of the one without, I was like, well, where's the decal? Okay. And then all of a sudden, so I went to go find the other one because I knew that it was on there, but I wanted to show it visually to people. And to me, I'm like, the reason why they would take it off is because they don't want anyone to know, and they're trying to, it was about Sebastian on the car, right? About Sebastian. To me, that's making it about themselves, as always. That's what it seems to be. Like, this is about your child. So you're going to care more about the fact that you don't want people to know that that's you there? Or is this about Sebastian being missing and your child? So why would anyone give a shit unless they're egos? Because this is your son that you're looking for, right? Remember, Katie? You said, well, Sebastian just could be anywhere. That's why I'm up here with Chris 3 hours away, and I've left home. Bullshit. That's not why you're up there. You're up there because you didn't want to be down there to have to deal with everything yourself because you were scared, probably. But to take off his decal? Really? Is this about you or anyway? All I'm saying is that it's coming across like it keeps being about them, not Sebastian, and it's pissing me off. To say the least. Is it pissing you off?
Completely.
Yeah. So I have a question, and I might just be behind on this part of it, but is it true that like Chris's parents, they like took off and went to Alaska the day after Sebastian went missing?
A couple days after, I think. Yeah.
I've heard that.
Yeah.
I mean, I really would love to find a way to, with the help of everybody, to try to form an event. And it wouldn't necessarily be strictly Sebastian. It's got to be all these missing children, and pull it together and try to get everybody to be bringing awareness, and finding a way to fundraise, crowd surf, money, whatever to
Amen.
uh, a way to make it noticeable. If there's a way to blanket every single state across the country with billboards, with rotating, with like, have you seen us? And it's pictures of children that have been missing.
Did you guys hear people actually laughing in the background there? Hey, Polly's Cookies. Good to see you, hun. Thank you for the gold coin and the little sticker there. Thank you so much. That is Sunny from It's a Criming Shame. She's got a YouTube channel here on YouTube. And that was back in April of 2024. You know, I know Sunny cracks me up. She's like, and I'm pissed. Are you pissed? That was so cute when she goes, are you pissed too? And so it's like, yeah, I am, but she was so cute because she's like, I'm getting really passionate about it, right? Because I mean, it's like, what in the hell is happening here, Yeah, he's slurring. He's slurrison. Exactly. Yeah, but people actually sat there and laughed in the background when he said that. Like they thought it was funny that he said that, all the missing children.
And it's pictures of
Yeah, they're laughing at him, but what is funny about that?
the country with billboards, with rotating, with like, have you seen us? And it's pictures of
Wow. I mean, these are the people that he goes on panel with, right? The people that are going to sit there and laugh and snicker about missing children. Like there's nothing funny.
children that have been missing. Please contact, it doesn't matter what law enforcement, just contact law enforcement and provide a number, or the National Center for Missing Children.
Yep.
Okay, why haven't you or Katie reached out to the missing children, missing and exploited children? You're welcome, couponing. Yeah, what about that? I mean, really, it doesn't matter if you have, Chris, because you're not his actual father, right? You're just the stepfoot. But what about Katie? How come she hasn't asked for an age progression photo of Sebastian? Is it because she already knows where he is? Thank you, Witchy Mama. Is that why? Or is there something more sinister?
Pop their number up, and just keeping all these faces fresh.
When I saw that picture of Sebastian without his glasses
The
on,
Christmas picture.
looks like a totally different kid.
So he looks more mature in that picture, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. He looks more mature. Yeah, that was the one that came out with the Christmas beside it.
That looks more like a 15-year-old.
That looks more like, yeah, because in his other pictures, I mean, I would say he was more like 13, 12, 13.
Yeah.
If I was to have kind of guessed. So that, but the thing is that because he is with his glasses, hence why I want to put out pictures with the glasses, because that's what he wears typically, is his glasses, as you can see by 90% of the pictures that are out there. I like to use there's a couple that I like to use, but I would say the second one to that, where he looks older, is when he's kind of not the one with the dogs, but he's just kind of sitting in this passenger seat and he's kind of just looking off to the side a bit. That one as well kind of gives him a little bit older look than the other ones. But absolutely agree.
And basically, it sounds like you're willing to sacrifice your privacy and all these things just to keep this case going, so people can talk about it, so it keeps it to the forefront.
I'll tell everybody this: you want to come after me, you come after me. You leave everybody else alone. You come after me all you want, but you leave everybody else alone. That's the only request that I have. If you need somebody to berate, belittle, blast, whatever, I'll be your man. Throw your darts, whatever you want to do.
Oh, really, Chris? That's not at all what you've said about the machete. You're inviting people to come after you, and then you go after them legally, saying, "Oh, come after me, come after me." That is the most ridiculous statements that you have made, and you've done that several times. Oh, hit me up on Facebook, and then you call it harassment. Just stop.
Because at the end of the day, I know the truth. Law enforcement knows the truth. Katie and Seth know the truth. And I really don't owe anybody anything other than my wife, my kids, and my family. And the
Yeah.
good man upstairs. That's the only people I owe anything to.
Exactly.
Well, it's not right that during your darkest hour you're thrust into the public spotlight. It's not right, it's not fair, it's not just. There's no part of it that says that it's okay to do.
All right, guys. So that was them taking I love how she says decal. Taking the decal off, right? The missing information off of Sebastian's or excuse me, off of their vehicles about Sebastian. You know, I'm sure no more than you ever wanted me to know, Chris. Or I sure know more than you ever wanted me to know. Exactly, Seth. Yeah. Well, and that's another thing that's been bugging me lately. That I knew that this information was out there, right? But they just thought that they were going to be sly about it, right? Slick about it, and that nobody would ever find out that DCS was involved in their house. And when people did find out that DCS had involvement, they still pretended like it wasn't so, and they lied. They lied about it and still didn't come clean about it, you know? And that's another video that I'm working on too, is putting together uh, those statements, right? Because those statements were made as if everybody else was wrong and they were putting out false information. And that's what Chris was telling people, that the information was false, that there wasn't um, cases involving Sebastian, that had to do with his custody battle with Nina. But that's not true. That's just simply not true. That's a load of BS, you know. Bullhorn Betty, if you know, you do owe the community that was supported you and that thing that you are with. Go to church and ask Asshat. Exactly. Exactly. Well, and they want to act like it's, such a big deal. Um, such a big deal, right? Like, how could you lie on me, right? They're so defensive, but in the same way, it's like, but they really did have involvement. And instead of him just saying it, but he couldn't. I mean, that's the thing, he couldn't. So, aw, that's so cute, Holly. Aw, thank you for the stickers. That's so sweet. Aw. So, um, I also wanted to go over some of those statements that Katie was saying. Um, I haven't been able to go over and look to see, um, because I know in the beginning they were going on panels, but I just don't know which panels they were going on in order to talk about Sebastian in a negative light. But they did it many, many times. The last time that I know of that Katie has been on a panel talking about Sebastian was when she was on Queen Bee's panel. And this is the one that is referring to Sebastian in different ways in a negative light. I don't know why she thinks it's funny to do that. Um, I don't know why, but she thinks it's kind of funny to do that kind of stuff. Um, and this is okay. I'm just going to play it from the beginning because I don't think I do any commentary in this video. Um, Just give me a second here to pull it up. And this one's called um, okay, here we go. Sorry, let's see. This one is called The Last Things Katie Proudfoot Said About Her Missing Son, Sebastian Rogers. Okay.
Ooh, baby, I like it raw. Wu-Tang Killer, the one killer bee, and he ain't for the kill now. Yeah, baby, I like it raw. Drop that down, that's all around. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all, shimmy, yeah, shimmy, yeah. Give me the mic so I can take it away.
This is when it gets serious. This is raw.
Yeah, baby, I like it raw. I get biggie, diggy, raw.
And I mean, yes, people bash me. They bash Katie and Seth. If you sit back and you look at some of those things, like, yeah, I understand people got upset with me because I was pretty pissed off that night. Yeah, I got it. Was it necessarily the
Right,
best
but I
thing in the
mean, I
world?
I feel
No,
like
it
you had every
wasn't.
right to be that upset. You had every right to be
Right.
angry and upset.
Right. And I understand that I had that right. I understand everybody's personal feelings that I should not have been as aggressive. All right, cool. I respect that. Maybe.
Okay, so here's Chris, and this is before Katie gets on the panel, and they're telling him that it's okay and he's justified in the actions of him being pissed off. But why is he pissed off when he is the one that created this whole entire situation, in my opinion? Yeah, mental or on rugs, which is it? Yeah, that's a good question because they don't act normal, you know? Paige, hey Paige Turner, she says, wonder if the families are looking for property in Vietnam. I said it like Lieutenant Dan. Sorry, Vietnam, and plane tickets. Just saying, huh? That's a good question. I mean, I know he was trying to get out of, you know, I think they're trying to get away from things. I mean, it's the same reason why I think they went up to Kentucky, even though it's only 30 minutes away, give or take. But I think that's why they're doing that. Yeah, why do they always throw Seth into every comment? They do. Because they were trying to lump themselves in with Seth for the longest time. Hey, Coffee Crime and Cats. You know? Yeah, nothing he's doing is okay. Nothing is okay about the way that he's acting. You know? Yeah, he knows he's only half the man Seth is, right? Exactly, Witchy. Exactly. But yeah, they're up here stroking his ego, justifying his actions.
You know? But at the same time, I am a person. So is my wife, and so is Seth. We're all grieving in our own ways. Trust me, it's every day is a struggle. You wake up,
Yeah.
and until these folks have to endure something to this magnitude, they will never truly understand. Never.
Okay, Chris, again, I'm gonna bring it in. This is the way he grieves, I guess. But what are you grieving for? Why aren't you looking for Sebastian? There's no reason to grieve. It's time to look for him. It's time to tell the truth.
No.
I mean, if they were doxxed, although I don't understand doxing, but where they put out all their information.
You were doxxed. Yeah,
Oh
absolutely.
yeah, oh
You
yeah.
were absolutely
Myself,
100%.
Katie, my family's been doxxed, but if they start doxing these folks and blasting their information, and no, I'm not by any means am I saying do this. I'm
Uh-huh.
I'm not
No.
I'm not about this. But if it happened to them,
Yes, you are. You are about it because you sent White Boy to my house, right? You sent Texana places. You sent her to the vigils, right? You sent her to the rescue ride so she could stalk BHB, right? You send these people out to stalk and harass other people because you know that they are not in a mental state of mind that is of right sound mind. And so you enlist these people who have these issues, and then you sit back and you laugh. You laugh about it because they're the ones that get in trouble. They're the ones that get lifetime restraining orders. I have two of them on your friends White Boy and Noel. One for each of them for what they did. But you're saying now you're saying this. You just tell on yourself because you can't help but brag on the evil things that you do. You are always and forever behind all of the BS. And like I said, it's going to catch up with you. Your own words have already caught up with you, you know? And it's the poor, pitiful me attitude. It is. He wasn't doxxed. The house where Sebastian went missing from was showed on the news because he went missing from the house. Katie herself said that they made it home from the Texas Roadhouse. And I document everything. I mean, Justice for Noog, I document everything. I don't erase anything. I have it backed up, even. It's not just, in one place, it's all backed up and ready to go. So, any type of um, stalking and harassment that I've endured from Chris's little friends, that has always been documented. The transcripts, anytime anybody ever says anything slanderous or anything like that, it's all documented because, at some point I might need that information. And yeah, couponing, I mean, it's like he said that from the beginning. Oh, why don't you go to vigils? Because, I think of that as somebody, doing that for someone who's passed on. Okay. Wow. Yeah, you send people out to threaten those who are helping to search for Sebastian. He has many, many times, Crazy Bird, and they're behind all of it. They're behind all of it. Yeah. Who's he grieving? Yeah, couponing, who's he grieving? Detroit says, I honestly think that CP never wanted Sebastian in the picture and got rid of him. He loved just to hurt him because he enjoys inflicting pain and anguish. He's a sick mother trucker, in my opinion. I think so too. He enjoys it. He thinks it's funny and he loves being the one that doesn't have, direct involvement so he can skate up responsibility and accountability for it. But here's the thing. He was also listed in those restraining orders because I knew exactly who was sending him after me because White Boy Lockdown Radio actually admitted to it. He said, I sent Chris this link. I sent this link to Chris Proudfoot and Katie so they could see it. And he can't wait to see it. So he knew all about it. And that was as they were driving to where I was living before. Sending criminals to stalk and harass me.
And then it starts causing more problems and chaos, and you get to the point where going in public is sketchy at best because you're going to have people staring at you. You're going to have people that won't even be near you.
Ew.
I mean, and it's sad because it's like, you know the truth. There's things that that can't be said, and you just wait and you wait and you wait, and eventually, one of two things is going to happen.
Okay, guys, now this is where he says that he knows the truth, yet he's never come out and spoken the truth or told anybody what he knows about what.
Mm-hmm. We're going to get an answer, and we're going to move forward. Or two, we're going to be right in that same pool with Summer Wells and the rest of the families that years go by and we have no answers, and we have to endure every aspect from day one will continue until there's an answer.
But they don't even know you. So how can they make a decision on whether they actually like you or not? They know the little bit that you have shown. And I'm sorry, I don't know anybody that's going to put their best face forward when they are when they're facing the tragedy that you and your wife and his father are facing.
Well, this goes back to the old saying, the first impression is a lasting impression. And although that is may be true, I did not necessarily make the best impression to some people. And that is an impression that they're going to have of me. I'm okay to accept that. but I'm also okay to extend and say, you don't really know me.
Yeah.
So until you actually get to know me, I'm asking that you reserve your opinions about myself, my wife, and Seth. I mean, but Seth is doing his own thing. I am not bashing.
Absolutely.
And don't get me wrong. Anybody asked me to start, your answer is no. And I won't
And
be
I
a part of
respect
the
that.
conversation.
No, I'm
I
actually
won't.
pretty fucking impressed that you
Yeah.
have included him in everything you said.
Yeah.
And you've been so kind.
That's not impressive. That's in order so he can lump himself along with Seth because he knows that everybody knows that Seth has a rock solid alibi. He's taken a polygraph at this time and that he's been completely cleared in the public opinion, right? Because of that, because he showed his time card receipts, because he went and did a polygraph, because he's done nothing but spread awareness and be Sebastian's voice and his hero from day one. He's never stopped looking for Sebastian and pushing forward and trying to find him, and also spreading awareness. On top of that, getting justice for his son. So, wrong, wrong, wrong.
So kind all the way through with him.
I mean, to be honest with you, if I was in your position, I'd be shit talking Seth right now too, because he would piss me off. Because he, but I respect you. You're a better person than me. Honestly, I think I would be very angry at Seth, and I understand your anger. But yeah, I
Well,
think it's very good what you're doing.
I think everybody has to understand something. I didn't say I'm not upset with him. I didn't say that.
Right.
What I
Right.
said is I'm not bashing him.
Yeah.
When Seth is ready to sit down and have a conversation, and that conversation would be something between me, him, and Katie, and nobody else, then that conversation we will have to air out some indifferences.
Mhm.
But I will say this: the likely odds of him and Katie sitting down, I don't see that possibly happening. Honestly, just because she is a mom.
No, it's just because you won't let anybody talk to Katie without you being present. Seth doesn't want to talk to you. He wants to talk to the mother of his child who was last with Sebastian. What do you have to be there for? What? So he can't see right through her bullshit like he would? Because in my opinion, that's exactly why you won't allow for the two of them to have a conversation without you present. Quit lying and quit spreading around BS. And then you have everybody up there, yep, 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 beat him. Oh, you're a better person than me. Freaking, I mean, ridiculous. Just, I can't believe they're saying it with a straight face, but then again, you can't see what they're, any of them are doing or thinking. Can't see any body language, nothing. Detroit says, yes, lady, he 100%, he was absolutely involved, in my honest opinion. That one commenter that said you were having them followed is one of them. I don't believe that. Or excuse me, I do believe that. Oh, definitely. And that was in the transcripts that was sent to the court that pushed the restraining orders through, both of them. Because Chris was facilitating all of that. He was the one that was telling White Boy, hey, you live in Florida and so does Trisha. So go after her. Find her. Go find her. And also it was said that military clearance was used to find me. That wasn't said by me. That was said in all of that was said in the chat, in the transcripts, in the comments, right? So all I had to do was screenshot that, download the videos, and put them into the court. And anything moving forward that happens, I have that as leverage as well. So that's why it's curious to me why he thinks that he's being sly at all, because he's not. He's telling on himself. He's bragging about the evil things that he's doing. And then his friend, White Boy, is saying, I'm going to get a hold of Chris and send this over to him. It's right there. I still have it too. I haven't erased any of that.
The mother to his son, and I just don't know. I just don't see it happening.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I kind of had that impression that it was kind of you and Seth did most of the talking. I think because it felt like to me, rather than him and Katie, because. But I could be wrong. But do you notice, everybody? I want everybody and the people who are listening. Do you notice how nice Chris sounds right now when people aren't attacking him and he doesn't feel like he has to be on the defense?
Polished turds.
You see how nice he is? See what a nice guy he is?
That was pretty much my
Completely
point.
different.
Was that if you
Huh?
Do I agree what they doing is correct? No, I don't. Not at all. I'm not condoning it. However, what it is doing though is it does keep Sebastian's situation, not Sebastian's name, the situation in the forefront. So it's not necessarily allowing the case to go completely cold, but yes, a lot of people have pulled back from what I've heard. A lot of the drama, they've said it's a lot of mental stress, honestly. And I understand that.
Mhm.
But I'm begging and encourage people to please take the drama away. Cool. But just
Okay, so he's saying this, but this is exactly what he wants. And this is why they created such a madhouse. And this is why they are threatening people to this day. They're doing it so that people will not talk about Sebastian. Oh, I've heard people are pulling back because of the mental stress. Yeah, that's exactly what you wanted, in my opinion. That's the name of the game, right? That's your end goal. My PTSD says wasn't CP's words unless you F me, feed me, or support me. I don't have to answer you. Hello, Seth and KP made Sebastian, so they should be the ones to talk alone using CP's logic. Absolutely. Yeah, that's a great point, my PTSD. Yeah. So why has Katie not at least showed Seth or let him listen to the audio on the ride home that would verify that he actually made it home? I mean, it's not that hard. If it's the truth, it's the truth, and you give it to him and you say, "Here, please don't think this about me anymore." Right? I'm showing you this so that way you understand now. But they don't have that to show. They obviously either don't have that to show or they're just flat out refusing to. The panel is Queen Bee, B Tim, Cheesy Wheezy. Cheesy Wheezy was the one that was like, huh? Huh? He's such a nice guy, right? Huh? Huh? And then CP. And then you have Clue and Voices, which I think her name's Ange or something like that. But anyway, yeah, they're again polishing the turds. Thank you, my PTSD. That's so hilarious. You know, Little Miss Sharon says even Molly Golightly said on one of her lives I saw on Wednesday versus Wendy versus CP was offering to pay people to go to court and scare Betty, right? And who was in the courtroom? Right behind the Proudfoots, Terry Lynn and Molly Golightly. She was sitting right there in the pew because I didn't know who she was. And then she ended up calling into Jays for Justice and saying, hey, I'm down here at the courthouse, and the reason that she was doing that is because of Betty. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Little Miss Sharon, because I forgot about that. That slipped my mind. Who's talking besides CP? I'm not a listener of theirs. Oh no, it's okay. Coffee, crime, and cats. I'm sorry, guys. I should have said who's on the panel. Yeah, and so did Duchess. Yeah, she's not alone in any of that. She hangs out with the haters. She loves it. She loves it. It's not just the first impression, but it's the second, third, and fourth, and every impression since, Pig Boy. Exactly, Marion. And that's the problem. That is the problem. When you first come out and you're fake crying, when you can't get your story straight and you're changing it up and saying, "Let me make it crystal clear," and then you go on to a news, media, the mainstream media, we'll just say, and you go on and interview and lie to that person, and people know you're lying, it's going to stick with people. And then not only that, he went on to talk about how he was belting Sebastian. So every single impression of him has been a negative one. That's why they started doing the polished turds, right? They started polishing the turds, in my opinion, because there's a look at how nice Chris is, right? Huh? 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 No, it doesn't matter how many times you squawk like a damn pigeon or a canary over there or parrot. It's still not going to change the fact that this guy is a vile person who abuses a child who has special needs, and now that child is missing. Huh? Huh? I mean, come on. Yeah, cheesy wheezy. I don't know. I don't know that person particularly, but I know she's part of the polished turds crew here because she's deliberately being like, "Look how nice he is." No, that's not nice. He's talking about doxing people and that people should be doxed. That's not nice. I don't know what planet you live on, but where I live on planet Earth, yeah, that's not a nice person. Nice people don't do that.
Just don't forget that it is a 15-year-old autistic child that we are all looking for. He's our son. He is, for Sumner County, he's almost like a Sumner County child of the whole county. Everybody is gone to love him and want to know him and more interested. I mean, it's
More interested in what? No, we just want to find him. We just want to find him. He shouldn't be a child of Sumner County. He's supposed to be your stepchild. He's supposed to be Katie's child. You were the ones that were responsible for taking care of him. You were the ones that were supposed to be watching over him. It was your weekend. But you didn't. Hello, SI officer. Good to see you. Sorry, I'm sorry, crazy bird, not parrots. I don't know what she sounded like though. She's like, huh? Huh? you know? But no, not a parrot. We won't go there with the parrots, those poor birds. And I love birds, by the way. I mean, it's just crazy. It's absolutely insane that they're trying to pass this off as something normal when everybody knows it's not.
it's a deep thing. I just don't want to see it turn into a completely cold case, or like where some of these people go out here when they start talking about a new case and then they go, yeah, well, that's kind of like the Sebastian Rogers and the Summer Wells and the rest of these cases. I
So that's like
it's
your
a shame.
greatest. That's like your greatest fear that it becomes a cold case, and basically
Oh,
that's.
please.
Yeah.
And and basically, it sounds like you're kind of you're willing to sacrifice your privacy and all these things just to keep this case going, so people can talk about it, so it keeps it to the forefront a little bit.
I'll tell everybody this: you want to come after me, you come after me. You leave everybody else alone.
Mhm.
You come after me all you want, but you leave everybody else alone. That's the only request that I have. If you need somebody to berate, belittle, blast, whatever, I'll be your man. Throw your darts, whatever you want to do. Because at the end of the day, I know the truth. Law enforcement knows the truth. Katie and Seth know the truth. And I really don't owe anybody anything other than my wife, my kids, and my family. And the
Yeah.
good man upstairs. That's the only people.
Okay, and he says that Seth knows the truth. That's funny because Seth has been out there trying to figure out the truth and he's been asking for answers, and you flat out refused to let him talk to Katie, and Katie has refused to talk to him, and you're not giving any answers. That's a crock of bull crap.
Wife, my kids, and my family. And the
Yeah.
good man upstairs. That's the only people I owe anything to.
Like FedEx, Kinko's, any of the printing places. You can buy the magnetic sheets, look on Amazon, and then they run through like an inkjet printer. But that might be something that a bunch of us could get together and try to do.
Oh, yeah, that'd be awesome. I mean, whatever, whatever we can do, let me know and try to get on it. I mean,
I
honestly, I really would love to find a way to, with the help of everybody, to try to form an event. And it wouldn't necessarily be strictly Sebastian. It's got to be all these missing children and pull it together and try to get everybody to be bringing awareness and
Mhm.
finding a way to fundraise, crowd surf money, whatever to
Amen.
um, a way to make it noticeable. If there's a way to blanket every single state across the country with billboards, with rotating, with like, have you seen us? And it's pictures of children that have been missing. Please contact. It doesn't matter what law enforcement. Just contact law enforcement and provide a number or the National Center for Missing Children.
Yep.
I know of her case because I remember it was a few days before, a few days after Sebastian. TBI had just released a sketch that projected what she would have looked like at 8 years old.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that, I was like, man, that sucks. And then Sebastian's situation. So it's like, you question, like, how do they deal with this? Well, now we've learned firsthand. And there's not enough resources
No.
out there, period. And if there's a way to bring awareness to that, I mean, that would be phenomenal. I don't know what to call it, how to do it, but it's an idea. Yeah, it'll come with a new scent called depression and self-loathing.
There you go.
Oh, I love that. I love that. Dolly, you need to make the Depression era soap.
Well, that would actually have to be credited to Katie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, there we go. Katie, yes, you've got the rights to that soap.
So how's Katie holding? How's Katie holding up? Is she doing better? Or is you know what I mean? Like, how is she holding up?
She just stated like shit.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Sorry, baby.
It's like I said, every day you get up, it's a different day, and you have to put one foot forward. You got to keep moving forward.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's a struggle. She got her. She's doing her. Got to be a big girl and do her thing and keep moving forward. But I mean, the emotional baggage and everything, it will always be there.
Okay, I guess this is his idea of being a big girl, putting her big girl britches on and moving forward, right? Must be. He's telling her, forget about Sebastian, stop looking for him, just move forward, keep moving forward, keep moving on, keep on keeping on.
Anything else we can do?
I could add to it. She's thinking right now, but some of the things I would add to it is, this the world operates on networking, connections, and networking. Who you know and what you know, and everybody out there, doesn't matter how small or how big the connections may have connections to something that can always contribute to posting a flyer, uh, putting it up on a sign, um, radio stations. I don't know. I mean, people have friends in the most weirdest places that sometimes those friends can be extremely beneficial. And there's no other way to make this possible without
So who's your friends? Who made all of this possible, Chris? Who are the friends that you're referring to?
human interaction. So to me,
Right.
connecting with people is like the biggest thing out there.
And wherever you are. I would say wherever you are across the country, because I know there's people all over the place watching. Um, just to, like, if you're out and about and you have flyers, just keep asking businesses to spread them. Some chains will spread them to their other stores. Um, I don't-
Just wish I could give you a hug right now.
Oh, you'd have to fight the ankle biters. Well, we got two of them, and one of them was supposed to kind of like be mine, and however, they bunch of traitors. I mean, they when I'm not home, she just lets them sleep in the bed. I can lie. I'm like, y'all are in the pen. Exactly.
Yep. Showing you.
Okay, so that's where Chris Proudfoot says that the dogs sleep with Katie when he isn't in town. That he says that he tells her to put them up and go to bed when he's on the phone with her. That's the story that they gave in the beginning. That was the story, right? Put the dogs up and go to bed. But now he's saying that when he isn't home, the dogs sleep with her. So again, there's us catching you in another lie. Yeah, emotional baggage. Sebastian is not baggage, you POS, you are. Precisely. Yeah, but that's what he calls a missing child. A mother that is missing her child, supposedly, allegedly. That it's emotional baggage. You know? Just emotional baggage. No big deal. She's got to put up on her big girl britches. Yeah, which accent is this? Yeah, exactly. It's the more urban one, since she's talking to somebody from Chicago. Well, I don't know about Chicago, but the Illinois area. This is Midwestern Katie. This is the Midwestern accent.
Love, Katie. They said they're showing you some love.
She says thank you. And see, she does speak. She doesn't speak often, but she does. I understand people are trying to find an answer. Truly, I got it. I understand that. But
I want an answer more than all of you combined, I promise.
I bet.
it just, I don't know. It's one of those things people will never understand unless they're in the situation. And
Well, Katie, you're the one that holds the answers. You're the one that was last with Sebastian. You're the one that was responsible for taking care of him. You are his mother. And you are not giving any answers out. We don't have the answers because we weren't there. So you're the one that holds the key, Katie. Stop playing.
I don't ever recommend people or wish this on anybody either. I don't.
No. I wouldn't even wish this on Seth.
So I guess what's her name? Bullhorn Betty. I forgot.
Yep. And then she just said right there, I wouldn't even wish this on Seth. I wouldn't even wish this on Seth. Let me just go back to. We'll just do this. Sorry, let's go.
Bullhorn Betty. I forgot.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. I do need to go back just a little bit more.
Ever recommend people or wish this on anybody either.
You don't recommend that we do what? I would never recommend people doing what, Chris? Sending Sebastian away, hiding him out? You wouldn't recommend what? This is from May 23rd, I believe. This is a Queen Bee's panel where Chris and Katie are join the panel under Chris's name. And this is the last time Katie publicly came out to speak, and that was in 2024 on YouTube. That is, of course, she did the year anniversary with the news, and then the 2-year anniversary with the news or milestone of Sebastian being missing. So yeah, and I'm glad you're here, SI officer. So yeah, I mean, and then this is where Katie says, and you might have to listen a little carefully, I wouldn't even wish this on Seth.
I don't.
No. I wouldn't even wish this on Seth.
Wouldn't even wish this on Seth. Gross.
So I guess what's her name? Bullhorn Betty. I forgot her. But anyways,
we currently have there's a litigation between Cross Motion. She's suing us, and Queen's got a countersuit against her. Let's just say that much.
Okay, so I will be careful in what I am saying. However, I think to me it's very interesting how her dynamics, how like her little spin on things, and kind of like her and JLR were a group at one point. I guess they split apart, but
yeah,
her notoriety in JLRs, I think, came from the Gabby Petito case, if I remember correctly. I may be off,
Yes,
but
that's where that is Betty and JLR. That's where YouTube met Betty and JLR.
Yep.
During Gabby Petito down at Brian Laundrie's home.
so I sit there and I wonder, like, if can she do some actual good without having to do all the things that she's done in the past? I don't know. Um, so I
Uh,
guess I get. I don't know. In a way, you kind of almost some of these creators should probably go take a few classes in law before they start doing some things.
well,
That way,
she knows.
they might be able to know what they're doing.
Well,
Well,
Oh,
she knows
well,
what she's doing in Florida, but
no.
all right. So here's a funny little thing. People can look this up. It's great. Tennessee, a couple years ago, back when there was all this rioting, people stepping in front of the interstates blocking traffic. There were several states across the country that
Okay, here comes another threat, and this is to Bullhorn Betty, and this is before any of the litigation where he's alleging that he's scared of her, that she's doing something to him. Hey, Laura Strobel, she says, what a weird thing to say." I agree. This interview is very eye opening because they're comfortable and they're both, in my opinion, drinking. So they're letting loose a little bit in this interview. And so I find it to be very important. And, I will say this about Queen Bee. She doesn't, take down the live streams. You can go to her channel and watch this full live stream. What I've done here is I've only taken Katie's part of it out, right? I've only taken Katie's part. Excuse me, I've only taken Katie's part and used it in this. I took Chris's beginning part out because I was interested to hear what Katie had to say. Um, but it was like a 3-hour live.
passed a law. If you're impeding traffic
Mhm.
and you get ran over, that's on you.
Hmm.
And Tennessee was one of those states that adopted that. And it sucks uh, that they don't really understand it. Like, because don't go somewhere that you don't know the laws and expect to have all the freedoms you think that you're entitled to or that you think that you get because you made a mistake and went, oops, I was dumb and didn't know something. And, well,
Like,
I'll keep my responses about this BHB because on this channel I don't like her. I just say that.
unfortunately, our hands are really tied. We can't tell you what we
no,
really.
no, I don't want you to because one, I don't want to. Litigation is litigation that stays outside of,
Yeah.
My thing with Bullhorn Betty is I think she's very quick to jump to an opinion.
Yeah.
Um,
That.
but she's never once actually, as far as I know, actually reached out to have a conversation with me. I mean,
Why
people
would
send me
she?
clips of her, and it's been interesting.
Why would she? Excuse me. Why would she reach out and have a conversation with you when you're absolutely vile? But this is why you wanted her to reach out to you so you can say that she was harassing and stalking you. But you're sitting up here on this panel asking for her to reach out and saying that, she can do so much good if she only put her mind to it and all of this nonsense. Good to see you, Laura. Glad you're here. I mean, this is what he was doing. This is the manipulation of Mr. Proudfoot. So again, are you proud? Are you proud, Mama Socks? Because this is your son who likes to manipulate situations and invite people to contact him, knowing full good and well he's going to turn around and try to say that he's being harassed. That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. And it's shameful, in my opinion.
Interesting, but I wish her the best. I don't wish negative on people. I don't.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, is it really that profitable?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can
Yes,
be.
it is.
There's
Like,
a lot of people. There's a lot of people on here who have very big hearts
That's the thing. They have a lot of big hearts. This in our community, we have a lot of people that really give a fuck.
Yep.
Like they really
Yep.
do. You know, there's like I said, there's a lot of people here that support you and Katie. Like there's a lot of people here that really support you and Katie.
Well, we appreciate it. We're not money.
Yeah, they support Chris and Katie, but they don't support Sebastian. How is that? How do you support Chris and Katie and not support Sebastian instead? You know, once this filing came out, these two filings came out, not one person came out and apologized. I never heard anybody on this panel particularly apologize and say, you know what, we were supporting Chris and Katie and we really should have been supporting Sebastian. Not one single person. It's amazing to me.
People we don't
No,
do
I'm
that
just
kind
saying,
of
like
stuff.
support you in general. You know what I mean? Like this, we have a very good community, and if you were to say, "Hey, we need this," or something happened, they are very quick to want to help. Very quick to want to help.
Any of us have had a problem, everybody's come together for one another to help. We've
Damn,
built our own little village.
That's amazing. Like I've never thought this existed or anything like that existed in general.
Right now.
There's a lot of psychos on here, but there's also a lot of very good people. Oh, I'm sorry, Katie. I apologize.
No, you're fine. I just said right now I'm hoping it's gonna work on finding Bubba.
Me too.
Oh God.
For the record, I'm the only one that really calls him Bubba.
I think that's cute.
Oh, yeah.
About the sweetest.
We love his little sweet tea.
Good night couponing. Oh God, here we go with the green tea, but she calls it sweet tea.
What was
Green
it? The green
tea.
tea video? Yeah.
Oh, green tea.
Yeah.
He said, "Hey, Mama," and I said, "Oh, this is gonna be good. Hold on." And I pulled out my phone, and he went, "Green tea," and then I stopped recording. But right after that, he was like, he just thought he was the funniest person on planet Earth. I mean, he just doubled over laughing at himself. And I wish I'd have kept recording, but he did. No shit, y'all. He bent over laughing because he thought he was just so funny.
I tell you what though, man, he'll get a one liner in there every once in a while,
Oh, he gets
and you
good
just
ones.
kind of like, really, where'd you pull that out of?
But did you dude, that was a good one. And they come out of nowhere too when you're not expecting it, and you just like lose your place, and you're like, did you just verbally kick my ass? He does have a lot of personality. I mean, he's got that teenage attitude going on where he's all over the place. So one minute he's angry, and next minute he's laughing and joking, and the next minute he's like, "I'm going to my room."
Oh.
What are you doing? Nothing. I don't want to know.
Mm-hmm.
Sweet.
Okay, and then this is the part where Katie talks about how, what are you doing in there? I don't want to know, right? And she told everybody that there was a thud in Sebastian's room. So she says that they get home from the Texas Roadhouse, and Sebastian takes the trash out, takes the can to the end of the driveway. That's his chore. So he took the can to the end of the driveway, although we don't know because the video is so grainy. Everyone that's seen it said they can't tell that it's Sebastian or who it is taking the trash out. But nevertheless, she says that Sebastian goes in the house after he takes the trash out. He's playing in his room. He comes out about 9:00. He says, "Good night, Mama. Good night, puppies." Right? She told him to go to bed, and he did. Right? It's Katie. And she says about an hour later at 10:00, she hears a noise in his room. She told Smiley it was a noise. Well, when Nancy Grace asked what kind of noise it was, she said just a thud. Just a thud, right? And she told Smiley also that when Smiley kind of asked about the noise, Katie says, "Well, I didn't go in and check on him," because you can imagine why a mother wouldn't want to check on, her 15-year-old son, because we don't know what he'd be doing in there. Alluding to the fact that Sebastian was doing something devious in his room and she didn't want to check. And now she's going, "I don't want to know." Right? Like, so she's continuously trying to push her own narrative about how Sebastian um, does things that he's not supposed to be doing, and she doesn't want to know about it, right? Although we know that there was no doorknob on his door. So why didn't she just holler in there? But then she tells Nancy Grace that she does holler in. She told Kate, she told, excuse me, Smiley that she didn't, because she would, you can imagine what you might find out if you go in your 15-year-old's room, a boy, right? But then she tells Nancy Grace that she asked him, Bubba, did you fall out of the bed? No, ma'am. That's exactly what she tells Nancy Grace. And they think it's funny. They think it's like a big joke. And it's so sad because it's like, it's not. You should be serious about this. You should be wanting to spread awareness, but she doesn't. Hello, Nisi Tincher says, look at the toaster behind Sebastian in the video. Which one? Which one, hon? With a shutter. Well, they have all of the windows in their house have those plantation shutters over the top. Yeah, and I do believe they're full of it. They are so full of it.
But he's still young at heart too, like mentally he's young. He still likes to play with his Legos and he likes
Hey, I'll play with Legos. Watch out.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so another thing about the Legos is apparently Sebastian liked to keep Legos in his pocket, but none of his Legos were missing, according to Katie. So he didn't bring anything that he likes to play with or any of the things that he likes to have on his person typically, which is very strange in my opinion. Oh, yes. Okay. Thank you. SA officer says, no, lady, I was talking about when she was talking about not wanting to go into his room because he might be doing something, and she stated it was the shutter and a shake. Yes, exactly. Well, and it's like she's trying to push a narrative that, oh, I didn't want to go in his room because of him, instead of saying like, I didn't think about it. I mean, she changed her story a couple of times around too. But instead of just saying, I should have checked, I wish I would have, um, she said something to the effect in one of the interviews, I think it was Smiley's, that I wish I would have slept outside his door. It might be this interview though, but she did backtrack because I think she definitely watches and listens to what other people are saying about her and, tries to, you know, um, craft her story accordingly.
I like Legos too, though. So
Well, he has I think it's called Marble Run. It's where you can build, it's like a puzzle, but you build like little tracks and it's got marbles and they race down the tracks. It's super fun. But that's been one of his latest things that he'd been playing with, was he was all about making his marble runs. Well, everybody in the world knows his favorite video game. Minecraft. But I don't know. He loves to play Mario Kart. He's got all the Mario games, Mario 8, Mario, all the Mario racing games. I can't remember all of them. The Superstars. Every time he hears of a new Mario game coming out, he's like, I gotta have that one. And we sit up with we've even got the little like wheels, the racing wheels.
Steering wheel.
Yeah.
oh yeah, yeah.
That you put the little Switch controller in and turn it into a steering wheel.
Yeah.
Oh, it gets serious. He'll be like, "You're going down."
That's too funny.
Well, the worst part is he kicks my butt half the time in it too.
So that's it, Mom. You're going down.
Mm-hmm.
Kicking your butt.
Well, it's like the picture with him in front of the big trophy. That was a thing that we took him to for his birthday, and we let him pick his team. And I'll be darned if they didn't win. Well, it's one of those game show like experience things. So you go in and it's like you're on a game show because he loves watching game shows on the game show network. He's
Oh, fun.
obsessed with Family
Get after
Feud.
my own heart.
Loves Family Feud. Hell, he watches Wheel of Fortune with me. He don't never guess the puzzles. But trying to remember the name of the other one that he likes watching. It's the one with the whammies.
Press your luck.
Press your
Yeah,
luck.
break the
Press
luck.
your
Yeah.
luck. He likes
Yep.
that one too.
Oh,
Big
dude,
bucks,
man,
big
it's
bucks,
called
big
obscene
bucks,
luck.
no
That used
whammy.
to, that used to be one of my favorites.
He sits in here. No whammies.
What's his favorite color?
Green.
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 Okay, and Laura says I'm wondering if investigators questioned Katie and Chris about the nature of the long phone call that night. I wonder too about that because we heard it was like from 9:30 until about midnight. Um and it would have been right in that window of time, right? Because we have a window between the time that they got home until the time that he went to bed, and then we have a window from the time that he went to bed to the time Katie went to bed, and then we have which was midnight, or allegedly midnight. And then we have that window from midnight to 6. And there was a lot of talk about midnight to 6, midnight to 6. And even last night when we were listening to Chris Proudfoot talking to Fred and Sheila McCoy, he was saying that the license plate readers were checked between midnight and 6. So again, we have those key windows. And then the last key window, in my opinion, would be from 6 a.m. until 6:33 a.m. 6:32, because we do see Katie back in the neighborhood with her windows rolled up, um, calling law enforcement. The call came into dispatch at 6:33 a.m. So those are our key windows of time where we have major lapses, but those are the events that are happening throughout the time and after they got home from the Texas Roadhouse. And I'm very curious about that phone call too. What were they talking about? What was going on? Um, what was happening at that point? Did Katie need to be talked to? Were they setting an alibi? Did she need to be talked to about, following through on things? She may have been reluctant to do something and Chris was walking her through it. I'm not sure. You know, there's no tears or sadness. Yeah, it's okay. You guys can mention other channels. I'm fine with that, especially Chris McDonough, because I think he's very um he's a great guy and I think he does a great job. So yeah, some people don't even think the phone call happened, like Love Mama Love is saying here. You know, Laura, it would be all lies, the nature of the call. In my opinion, there was never a 3-hour call. It's, a lot of people think that way too, Love Mama Love. That is a great point. And, I kind of forget about that because it's the same thing with did Sebastian make it home or not? Because a lot of people don't think he did. We don't really even have proof. And, I don't understand why, again, those that evidence wouldn't be shown. Look, we had a 3-hour phone call. Look at my iWatch history, right? Things like that could really chill out some of the speculation, but I think all of it's scripted and a lie too. I really believe, I really believe that that's a strong possibility, at least, that we might find out later that everything that was told was a lie. Little by little, we've kind of gotten some nuggets of truth out of Chris and Katie's statements, and then little by little we have confirmed some of the lies in terms of their statements. So it's just it'll be interesting when everything comes out. Oh, SI officer, I'm just so excited that Seth is going on that panel. I am so happy because that's the big difference between Seth and Chris and Katie. And again, I don't know how Chris's mother can be proud of somebody like him doing the things that he's doing, or doing the things that he's not doing, kind of a thing, right? It's like what is going on here? they're going on panels with people who are not professional. Seth has always done panels with people who are professional, and then some YouTubers, yes, but for the most part, it's professional people who are, body language analysts, and people who have studied statement analysis, and like Peter Hyatt, and so on and so forth. And Chris McDonough is a great person that he can interview with again. He's not afraid to talk to people um, in those positions, right? Because he doesn't have anything to hide, and he's truly looking for Sebastian. That's my opinion. Little Miss Sharon says there is a live interview coming up with Seth in the interview room. Do not miss it, right? Do not miss it. We don't want to miss that. No, and I shared it out too on my channel as well. So if you guys ever want to look at the community posts, that's where I usually post things there. That way, it's putting it out there. Hello, Heather Marie. Good to see you. Love and light to all from Southern Indiana. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Aw, thank you, Heather. Yes, I'd love to know that too. Good question. Tanisi, let's see, what did I miss one? How did Chris know about the cameras that didn't work on the road? I know. We talked about that yesterday too. That is so interesting that he did not um, disclose that before, but then also that he disclosed that to Fred and Sheila, and he was so precise about it. I was saying last night, I wonder if it's either because law enforcement divulged, like he would say, divulged information like that, or if it's something that he checked out prior to all of this happening. Is it something that he looked into prior to? So, um, yeah, the watch disappeared. We haven't seen the watch. We haven't seen the watch, Ava, that's for sure. Yes, I know. Isn't that great? Isn't that great? I shared it out earlier, and I should have said something too on the top, but I was just like, yay. I was just so happy too because again, I think Chris McDonough is a great resource, and I really enjoy listening to him, and there's just ways that he goes about things that I'm like, oh my gosh, he's kind of like somebody that's a good mentor to watch and learn from. And that's why I enjoy him so much, right? Because like I was calling this lady a moron, and he's like, well, let's go through that, right? Let's work through that theory. And I'm like, oh, that's such a smarter approach, than me just being like, that person. You know what I mean? He's just he does things in a very professional way, and it's something that I enjoy taking direction from him on certain things. It's like, oh yeah, that's more effective than what I did. So Love Mama Love says, in my opinion, whatever was done that night, CP stayed at his mom's. He pretend he had to pretend to travel the few hours from Memphis or whatever his job was. I don't care. I have my theory of this unsolved mystery. Well, Love Mama Love, I hear you. And I think that is a smart theory. Like, I don't think that theory, that's not something that I would be like, oh no, that would never be. Or, I don't know where you pulled that out of, but no, 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 no. Right. It's like, no, that is actually something that is very possible and probable, and really, in my opinion, probable, because we've never confirmed anything. We've never been able to confirm it. And until we can, it's open for speculation. It's one of those things that is still open and on the table to speculate about because we don't know. Then we have this filing that came out, and they're talking about the filing, and they're saying, we don't have an alibi for Chris. Chris's alibi was never established. And when Seth's lawyer was asked about the alibi, he said nothing has been confirmed on that alibi. We just don't know what Chris's whereabouts were. And I think he very well could have been, and Chris was also caught stating that he saw what Sebastian wore to bed that night. Now, they never stated that they were on a FaceTime call. And as a matter of fact, it wasn't until 37 minutes, according to Chris, 36 or 37 minutes later is when he made the phone call to Katie, because he said about 9:37 at night, right? So we'll just go with 9:30. That's a half hour. Katie said Sebastian went to bed at 9. He said, "Good night, mama. Good night, puppies." And he went to bed. I told him to go to bed. He did, right? And then she talks to Chris a half hour later. How did Chris see what Sebastian went to bed in? I thought he stayed in his room, and I thought you did. I thought you heard a thud in his room, but you didn't check on him, because that would have been during the time she was talking with Chris, but she didn't go check on him. So that wouldn't have been an opportunity for Chris to see what he was wearing to bed. It's all a lie, in my opinion. So that's why I think that your theory could be correct. Love, mama, love, you know? And Detroit says, yes, no doorknob. Love, mama, love. There's no doorknob. She could have peeked through the door. Yeah, the hole in the door, or knocked with the doorknob, or with no doorknob. Exactly. Shut all the way the F up, Detroit. Well, and the thing is that, you know, you can knock. That's one thing that I said in the beginning too, was like, why didn't she just knock on his door? If she thought that he was doing something in there, right, that she didn't quote unquote walk in on, well then you knock on the door, or you come up there, hey bud, I mean, a door isn't so thick that you can't hear. It's not a soundproof door or anything. The walls aren't soundproof. So it's, I mean, if she was to walk up to the door and give a little knock and then say, Sebastian, I told you to go to bed. Are you still up? Right? Like something like that, right? Hey, buddy, I told you to go to bed. But instead, she told everybody that she said, I don't care what you're doing in there. Go to sleep, And she was very adamant about that when they were talking to the PI, to Heather Cohen, that is. So just so interesting, so crazy. Um, mm-mm-mm. Oh, great. Thank you so much, Little Miss Sharon. You guys are awesome. I love how you guys are my mods are the best. You guys spread awareness and the flyers and all that. Thank you so much. Heather Marie says, I've seen some pictures of floods, but haven't seen any by me. Oh, yeah. I heard there was a lot of rain and stuff. Um, Yes, Laura says, I've always said if Columbo was on this case, it would have been solved a long time ago. Yeah, really. I mean, it's just, I think that they didn't do anything. I think they made a decision, a conscious decision, to cover it up, because they knew that there was going to be some backlash if anybody ever found out that, the entire Sea Pit team was involved in Sebastian's house and the situation prior to him going missing. And they just made that bad decision to keep on covering it up, and never thinking for a minute that Seth would get those records, never thinking for a minute that we would all be pushing to find Sebastian, that we wouldn't forget that. I mean, we're not going to let it go. We can't possibly. I mean, he's out there somewhere, and he needs to be found. He deserves to be found. you know Good morning, Janet. Good to see you, hon. She says, I don't know why Sebastian walked out that door. Did you see Sebastian walking out, Katie? I mean, that's the thing. And I think if he would have walked out that door, the front door, because she said that's the one she was referring to, he would have been caught on camera. And Chris Proudfoot himself said that as well.
What was his
Green through and
what
through, no questions asked.
What's his favorite subject in school?
Math.
Oh, that kind of depends. There's some days he's like math, some days PE.
Oh,
Yeah, it depends on
PE.
what they're
That's a
doing
good choice.
in PE. It
That's a
depends
good.
on it depends on if he got to do what he wanted to do that day or not.
Yeah, there you go.
So what about The Price is Right? Did he like watching that?
No, he didn't really watch that one very much. Family Feud is his favorite. That's his number one go-to.
Favorite food?
Oh God. Ooh.
Sushi.
Well, I was gonna say sushi, but tofu is a good contender.
No, he'll prefer
But
sushi.
plain tofu, not fried tofu.
Steamed.
Like steamed, no sauce.
Yeah.
Just plain tofu, warmed up. hmm Eat it all day long. But sushi, I'd have to say is probably his number one favorite. But tofu's up there with it.
Okay, I gotta ask, who got him started on the tofu?
So,
Oh,
well,
I don't even know how he got turned on that one. What was
he
it?
got turned on to tofu because we went to it was either a pho or a Thai restaurant.
Uh-huh.
And we went to have, this was in California.
Now I remember.
Katie and I went and had, I think it was curry. And
They don't like anything even remotely
yeah,
spicy.
anything spicy, he just like, oh God, no. Pepper is like eating habanero pepper to him. I mean, that's how sensitive he is. But he didn't like anything on the menu. She was like, well, I have tofu. And he was like, tofu? And she was like, yeah. So she brought him a piece of it fried and a piece of it steamed for him to try. And he bit in the fried one, and he was ugh. But when she let him have the piece of that steamed, I don't think he could get it in his mouth fast enough, and that included the entire cube. It was ridiculous. But ever since then, he's been strung on tofu.
Oh yeah, he loves fish. Like if you offer the kid fish or steak, it's fish every time, no questions asked.
Yeah.
He eats pretty healthy. He likes his vegetables. He loves the little sweet peppers and
Yeah, and then, I always thought the statement was weird, and they've made this statement a couple of times about Sebastian not really liking red meat, but then we hear that that's not even entirely true. But then she's like, if it's between steak or fish, he'll eat fish. And it's like, well, why didn't you guys go? I mean, why did you go to the Texas Roadhouse of all places? I always thought that was weird, especially when we look at the Texas Roadhouse video and see how strange that whole interaction was. The dinner was off. Everything was strange about that footage, in my opinion. And I wish it was just a big nothing burger, but it wasn't. In my opinion, there was a lot of things in there that were so strange. Things that just didn't add up. Crazy Bird says, and Mob Crew showed video where Fish Sticks let it out that there was security on the windows, so it would have been known if a window was opened, which screams, why did windows have security and no cameras? So I did hear, so Kiki came up on my panel and I played her video about that. I don't know if they actually had security on the windows, just based on the statement that he made. I'm not convinced that that's, I think he was trying to make people think that, but I don't think that was the case, because I remember we looked through and we couldn't find any indication of anything on the windows or anything like that. And that's never been mentioned before. But again, they did change over security after. They did that on day 50, right? Well, I don't want to say exactly on day 50, but it was when Heather Cohen went to go talk to them. Katie's boss and her coworker from Brinks were there updating the security stuff, upgrading it. Right. And so I just don't know if I don't know if he was alluding to that. I don't think they had any alarms or anything on the windows that would have indicated them opening up at that time. I just don't. That's just my opinion, though. But I know what you're talking about because we talked about it on here too. I'm assuming before Mob Crew did, but I'm not sure when he discussed that. But I think it was a couple weeks ago when we did it here, if I'm not mistaken. KP dislodged the cameras prior to, and some others in the neighborhood, in my opinion. And we've talked about the camera jammers, and we talked about hacking into the system. Now, some of those cameras would have to be hacked into if they're hardwired. If they are on Wi-Fi, those are the ones that can be jammed up, and you can make a homemade jammer. They're super easy to make. Even someone like me who's not, now it's highly illegal. Okay, it's highly illegal. But even somebody like me who's not technical could work up if I wanted to. The thing about those jammers though, is that you have to be in close proximity in order to for them to be effective. And some of the time you have to be like right near, like, I mean, I know what you guys are probably thinking, like, okay, if she's in the neighborhood and she's jamming cameras, you know, it really depends, because a lot of them you have to be like right outside the house, or like, if it's the next block over, they would have had to be over there in order to, gum up the work, so to speak. So yeah, it's the same stuff over and over and over again. Detroit says, I think the thud had something to do with the dent in the garage door, which was made from the inside, in my opinion. Truth in the lies. That thud came from something that happened that night, in my opinion. I think it could very well have been too. This thud is almost like a leakage, in my opinion. So yeah. Yeah, exactly. He grew up in California as a young boy. Get over the Proudfoots. Kelly Gale says he's not a good old boy. Exactly, exactly. And they weren't letting Sebastian be himself ever. It seems like they were always trying to change him and don't do this and don't do that. Well, so what if he likes to, talk to people closely? Big deal. I mean, there's people that do that and they're not on the spectrum. I think I told you guys this before, but I grew up with somebody who was a close talker, and you just got used to him. You're like, okay, that's how Pat is. His name's Pat. And it's like, okay, well, Pat's a close talker. He'd come up, he'd be like, hey, you know what I mean? Like, and it'd be like, hey, Pat. And at first it would be weird, but I mean, you get used to them. That's their personality. All of us have unique personalities. That's what makes us who we are. That's why people love us, right? We love each other because of those differences, because of our uniqueness. Life would be so boring. And I don't mean to sound like Chris Proudfoot when I say that, but he has said that before. But that's why we find each other endearing, right? Because Janet, just because you're on the screen, I'm going to say, you have a different personality than I do, and so, but I love your personality, and that's why we love having you here. The same goes for all of you guys. Everybody is unique, and so that's why when people aren't here, we're like, man, where's our friend? I'm never mad or anything. I'm not like, oh, why aren't you here? But it's like I wonder where people are, because I enjoy your guys' personality, and even though we're just online, we can still appreciate each other's personalities. It shines through even in chat. The way people talk, the way their mannerisms are, and it's part of the variety, and the things that we find endearing about each other. And for them to try to take that away and stifle Sebastian's personality, it's like, why are you trying to steal his light? That's what I think of, and it breaks my heart, really. Janet says, don't care what food Sebastian likes, hates. Where's Sebastian? Exactly, Janet. I'm right there with you. Now, I understand, like it, and I hate to make a movie reference, but like, um, in that movie Ransom, there was something that they were buying at the store. Oh, what it was that they noticed that the guy was buying kids cereal at the store, right? And it was like a red flag. So certain little things like that, um, but not really what he eats specifically. But I mean, certain little things like that, like if you're a clerk and you notice that this dude all of a sudden is buying kids stuff, right, toys and stuff, and he never did before, and then there's a missing kid in the area, that might be something to call into law enforcement, right? Like, I don't know, this guy is like, a single guy, he never buys anything for kids, all of a sudden he's buying kids stuff, and but there's this little kid that's missing and he's being held, and things like that. So, you know oh, it's supposedly on a listing of the house description. Okay. Smartwatch, 2 phones at the Roadhouse just taking photos. Why, Katie? A thud and then a bang. I know, and them changing it to a bang is so crazy, Janet. It really is. Yes, I know, exactly. It's just their personality, and I loved that about my friend Pat. Like, I thought it was so funny, like, because sometimes people did find it, like, a little bit like, "Whoa, okay," but it still was, like, part of who he was, and if you take that out of the equation, it's not the same person, right? That's what we like about each other is the little things that we're just kind of used to that, when you first meet somebody, you learn those things, and from then on, it's kind of like, okay, well, that's just how they are. I think the thud was made because it didn't come out until made up because it didn't come out until Nancy Grace. Well, I mean, she talked about the noise, Ava, but when Nancy asked her to describe the noise, then she was like, "Oh, it's just the thud, no big deal, right?" And but I think that it could be made up too. It's hard for me to believe a lot of what they've said. You know, yeah, thud, bang, and thump. Pick one exactly. Yeah, and Bobby the neighbor called it a thunk, a thunk. So I was like, "Oh boy, that doesn't sound very good either." In my opinion, the thud or at some point was just the beginning of all of that happened. And it could have been. It could very well have, could have been. The bang is what she said to LE. Yeah, that's what she called it, a bang. Well, and they might have followed up that question too, little Miss Sharon. They might have said, "Well, what did the noise sound like?" And then she said it like a bang, I mean, because that's what Brandon Carter said. Yeah, Ava, I mean, I'm with you. It could have been just all made up. Crazy Bird says, I think there was a thud at. I don't think that there was a thud at all. Okay, there's Crazy Bird too. Excuse me, saying she doesn't think there was a thud. Just something she made up and put in there to make her sound like a good mom, but made it look worse. Well, she did make herself look worse in that because then everybody's like, "Well, what did you do? Did you not check on him? Like, what did was he okay with a thud? How was there a thud?" And Nancy Grace asked an interesting question too that I wasn't thinking about asking. Again, she's very seasoned. She's been a prosecutor and all that. And she said, you know, um, when it came to Sebastian's room, is there carpet in his room? Because look, if there's a thud on the carpet in his room, it's gonna sound muffled because of the carpet. Now, if he's got hard wood in his room, it's gonna be louder because it's hitting a hard surface. So, hmm. Who doesn't go to check on a strange noise in their house? I always do. Yeah. Like, even if the dog is in, like, the other room or something like that, and I heard something back there, I'd go check on him to see if he's alright. I mean, because you don't know. Things could happen, you know? Yeah, I don't know why she didn't, and I don't know if it was even true. I absolutely believe that, and I was in TL's chat when she was telling her stories, and now you can't find it. Oh, the poker party. Is that what you guys are talking about, the poker party? Yeah, I'd love to know who was all in the house that night too, because it's starting to sound like, Chris was there, especially when he's saying we saw what he went to bed in. He didn't say Katie saw what he went to bed in and she told me. No. He said we saw what he went to bed in.
Bell peppers, and he eats
Oh, that's good for him then.
like squash and zucchini. I mean, Brussels sprouts. Oh my God. Every single time we go to the store, Mom, will you make Brussels sprouts?
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
awesome. It's really hard to get kids to eat like that. So that's
Well,
awesome.
what's worse is I'm sitting here cutting them up, trying to prep them to cook them, and he's eating them raw fast as I can cut them.
What's his favorite junk food?
Anything chocolate?
Anything with sugar in
Yeah.
it. Nutella. Honestly, chocolate malt, extra malt.
Yeah.
Oh.
So him and my stepdad went out and they wind up going to Culver's. I don't know if y'all have Culver's out there. It's like a burger joint, and they have shakes and malts and things like that. Well, my stepdad had always had malts growing up as a kid, and they ordered it, and Sebastian didn't know what it was, and my stepdad ordered him one, and he got it, and oh my god! Anytime we go to Culver's, can I get a malt, extra malt, chocolate, extra malt? It's like, good lord, kid. And I mean, he is a malt fanatic. He loves them.
Katie,
See,
did you know
that
that
is the best.
you can buy just that malted milk powder in the grocery store?
I
It's
have
gonna be
it.
you have it?
Yeah, I
Yep.
make him milkshakes at home sometimes.
I got you a
Mm.
better one.
I quit buying Nesquik because the last time I got Nesquik powder, he just ate it with a spoon.
He did that with he did that with the malt powder.
Like, dude, you can't
It's
do
good.
that.
I don't blame him. It's good. Just
I mean, it
plain. Like,
is, but
Yum.
daggone, like straight to the spoon, just no milk, just ate it. I went to bed one night. I woke up the next morning and I was like, what the hell? Why is this container empty? What are you doing?
It's great
Little
because there's
turkey
been
went out there and ate that chocolate.
oh no, he's done a couple of good ones where like he'll
Bless.
so he knows like if you my rule is if you empty the jar, just throw it away. I don't care, throw it away.
And then tell us we need more.
Yeah, no. This knucklehead decided one night to eat everything out of the jar, put the lid back on it, set it back in the cabinet, put the spoon in the sink, and then he goes to bed. Gets up and you find it and you're like, hey, why did you eat it? I didn't. Yeah, and the chocolate is all over his face. Like, you forget to wipe your face.
Busted.
Oh, uh,
Yeah, busted. But the thing is it's not just busted in the household, right? It's not just like, oh, okay, Sebastian, and that the thing is that now that we've read these filings, now we know why Sebastian would lie. If you know that you're going to get in trouble or you're going to get your butt busted, then you're going to not want to be truthful. Of course, you're not going to because you know that what's coming next. And there's nothing funny about it. And I think they're deflecting definitely, Laura. I do. They're deflecting, you know. And again, these little tidbits, like even though it's really silly, it's like, they're basically telling the story about how Sebastian, would be constantly in trouble. Doesn't matter what he did. So what? He ate the Nesquik powder. Okay, he ate it. But then they're like, well, we don't care if you eat stuff. Just, make sure that you tell us. And I get that part too. But in the same way, is there nothing that can't be, replaced? And is it that big of a deal? But it seems like everything was made into a really big deal. And so, of course, he's like, no, I didn't do it. Please don't hurt me, which is so sad. That is so sad. Exactly. Like, no kids have ever done it, right? Like, I mean, ugh, how about adults, that are like, hey, I have a sweet tooth. I'm going to eat a little bit of this. Now, I'm not a big sweets person, but there's times where, I like sweets too. But I mean, yeah, it's really sad, you know. And I wonder about them withholding food as well, Ava. I do, especially because Katie wouldn't let him have another role, and I think that would be a good topic of conversation because there's so much surrounding food, and Sebastian, sneaking snacks and different things like that. I mean, it's heartbreaking. Who hasn't eaten Nesquik out of the container? That's so funny. I haven't, but that's just because, I'm not a big sweets person. Crazy person who hasn't eaten Nesquik out of the container. That's funny. And, and because he likes them all, but why not buy it for him? And then, I mean, I just don't understand, I just quit buying it altogether. So he was punished, obviously, from it, is what I'm gathering from that. I could be wrong, but um your husband does that too, coffee crime and cats. That's funny. Yes, yes, yeah. I mean, what's the big deal? Who cares? I mean, you can't have him to have too much and get sick or anything, and you don't want him to be unhealthy. But I mean, if he likes that, then let him put some of it on his ice cream and mix it in or something like that. If he likes chocolate malt, you know, Sebastian lived in fear, but says Janet. Sebastian lived in fear, but he loved all protected his mom too. Yeah, he loved all of them exactly. And his dad, Sebastian, you are loved. Praying for Seth and Sebastian always. Yeah, I mean, it's just so sad. It's just so sad to think about, especially now knowing what we know now. And I think this is why this is important to go back over it.
Man, like, yeah.
Like, dude, you're allowed to get a snack, but don't eat all the sugar in the world. You already can't sleep.
Sounds like a typical
peanut
teenager.
butter or something.
Sounds like a typical teenage boy thing to do.
All day long. All day long. Like, make yourself a peanut butter and jelly with, like half a teaspoon of peanut butter and 5 tablespoons of jelly.
Jelly coming out all 4 sides on the bread.
Mm-hmm. Then again, he loves peanut butter too, so. He's Swiss cheese. Good Lord, Swiss cheese. The child likes Swiss cheese.
Ugh.
Every single time we go to the store, Mom, can I get some Swiss?
Get some Swiss.
The only one that eats Swiss cheese.
Like, yeah, but you're responsible for eating it, right? And like, not just any Swiss, like baby Swiss and lacy Swiss, like the.
Okay, and then I don't like when Chris says, but you're responsible for eating it. Why would you again, I'm not trying to tell people how to parent their kids. Nobody's a perfect parent, not me, not nobody. But, I just don't like that knowing what we know, right? Like, well, you're responsible for eating it. So what if he's not hungry and there's still some Swiss cheese and it's about to go out of date? Are you going to sit there and make him eat it all? Give him a stomach ache? What is this? Or shame him because he didn't eat it all? Well, you asked for it. We paid for it. You better eat it. Like, I can just hear it. You know what I mean? But based on that statement, and it's just disturbing in my opinion.
The worst, stinkier Swiss. And then he likes to come over near me and be like, and wave it near my face. I'm like, ugh.
He tortures with cheese.
Yes.
And he likes ham, but he wants the Virginia brand ham. So we got to go to the deli counter and get his Virginia brand ham.
There goes Katie's
See, mine
accents again.
they like pineapple ham.
There goes Katie's accent. She's starting with the accents again. Right? She kind of flips in and out of them. It's so strange in my opinion.
Bad Gemini, you're up here with us. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing well. How you doing?
Hanging in there, chit-chatting. What's up?
Oh, I'm just minding my business while not minding my business. I guess that's why I came up here. So,
right. Come to join the conversation, huh?
Was he not nosy?
Hey, I don't mind. I mean, I'm looking at the conversation, even though it's probably evolved from the main topic. But when I'm seeing this social media stalking, heckling, harassment, lies, and rumors, et cetera, I was like, okay, I'm down for that. We can chop it up. The only thing is I've had one too many sippy cups, so now I have to behave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, did you just say you're down for stalking and harassment? Because I really don't like that.
Yes, I'm down for that conversation.
I'm picking, hun. You said you'd had too many sippy cups. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, which means I'm still actually become sharper. So the fact that I'm still coherent and can understand what you say after all my sippy cups is probably my superpower, but maybe I'm lying. How y'all doing tonight?
Good. How you doing, man?
Or this morning. I don't know y'all area codes. I'm assuming it's night. It's night for me. It's a night and it's full of trouble and booze.
It is nighttime and I'm in Wyoming. I live by Yellowstone in the middle
why.
I'm in Minnesota.
I'm in Illinois, about 3 hours, 3 hours from Chicago.
Oh gosh, so I'm the only one that's in a hated state. I'm in Florida. Yeah, y'all all in the safe states. See, nobody's talking bad about Wyoming, Illinois. Like, oh, but Florida's like Florida man breaking now. I'm like, gosh, dog, give me a break. Hey,
I don't
What
know.
was it?
We're only 2 states north of you, so
What was it?
Yeah.
Florida man strikes again.
oh yeah, Florida man lives on forever.
Sorry about the interruption. Hey, Katie, let's talk about the fancy Alpine lace cheese.
Agree to disagree. I don't like Swiss at all. But like I told Sebastian, people are allowed to have different flavors. People are allowed to like different things. And if he likes it, more power to him. I support him liking something I don't like. I think that's a valuable lesson.
Oh, here we go with Katie trying to teach everybody a lesson. Chris and Katie love, yeah, exactly. He just comes up all drunk, right? I don't know. I had to put that in there because I thought it was kind of random and stuff. And then Katie's like trying to flirt with the guy. I'm just picking, And again, her accent was coming out, and all of this. So it's fake accent, in my opinion. Um, but yeah, and then they just go back to this conversation. Um, Yeah. Hey, Katie, what does a sippy cup mean to you? I know it's weird. It's weird, but he did just come up. I know Queen Bee does keep an open panel, so he just kind of hopped up there. Um, but again, it's definitely not spreading awareness for Sebastian, in my opinion.
It's funny how, like, when you sit back and think about little things like that, like it's a life lesson over some stupid cheese that stinks.
Okay, Katie. So that's the things that you sit back and ponder, not where Sebastian is, right? Not how you can find him, not about spreading awareness for him, but you're talking about how everybody has their own flavors and we should all get along and all of this stuff. It's absolutely insane to me. And again, her and Chris are always up there trying to teach everybody a lesson when they have a missing child and they're skating accountability.
But, I just, who loves that stupid cheese? I still have it in the fridge.
Favorite cereal?
She says she still has it in the fridge and she keeps calling it stupid, stupid. Everybody, or excuse me, everything that Sebastian likes, stupid, stupid cheese, stupid cake pops. We're about to hear about the cake pops being stupid. It's, again, it's not normal. It's not something that we would expect to hear. So it, of course, kind of piques your interest a little bit. And you're like, wait, what? Kind of what Laura was saying earlier, like, yeah, it just doesn't make sense, and it's odd, it's off. There's something off about the conversation. Hey, Metal Dust, good to see you. She's just trying to sound cute and innocent, which we know she isn't. Very good point. Yeah, she is. She's trying to be likable. And the whole reason for this panel, in my opinion, was to show a different side to the Proudfoots. And it failed miserably for those of us who have, heard them before this. Yeah, exactly, the pineapple thing. The pineapple thing. Yeah, yeah, I agree, SI officer. Nisi Tincher says, in my opinion, Turbo such a good manipulate. Oh, they're both. I see. I think I see what you mean. They're both very good manipulators, and they can get someone on subject and keep them on that subject for hours, like what Sebastian likes to eat, instead of answering some real questions. I think that is spot on. I think that is spot on. Pineapple Pollyanna, you know? No, yeah, I got you now. No, thank you. I kind of, when I was reading it, I was like, okay, I got you. Um, yeah, yeah, it annoys them. Yeah, it annoys them. They love making fun. They love, just mocking Sebastian what he likes. But this isn't the only time she calls it stupid. She calls, the things that Sebastian likes to eat stupid. Well, why would you tell him that everybody can have their own flavors and then call it stupid in the same breath? To somebody who's on the spectrum that takes things literally, at times that can be misunderstood, in my opinion, at the very least. But to be like, oh, this stupid cheese, the stupid cake pops, and oh, this darn kid, oh, you gotta have what you like. Well, so what? Yeah, that's what happens when you have kids. They have certain preferences and things that they like because they're individuals. They're not always going to like the same things that you like.
Different every time we buy a box. um,
Anything with sugar.
well,
Right.
He was on Lucky Charms pretty hard for a while.
No, he was on Reese's Pieces.
Well, that was the next
Oh
thing I was
yeah.
gonna say, and then he went on Reese's Pieces for a while. Um, he was on that s'mores cereal for a little while. He went on a kick for that. Yeah, it's actually kind of really good.
Let's see.
Occasionally he'll eat frosted mini wheats, so that's kind of cool.
Or even Raisin
Yeah.
Bran, but he got off Raisin Bran. I don't know what happened. Like one day he just decided he didn't like raisins anymore.
Isn't it like
I don't
we've all
know
had
Well,
that
if that thing.
disappointment?
I don't know if it's ooey and gooey, and then you got a bowl of ice cream to put with it. I don't know. I can
Oh,
get down. I can get behind that.
I don't know.
okay. Okay.
His favorite drink ever is just milk, but
Milk.
he loves the Martinelli's apple juice, specifically the Martinelli's in the glass bottle, not the
Yes.
plastic ones, Mom. The
He wants a
plastic ones
grenade. He's
aren't
got to have a
good.
grenade.
It's the
Yep.
glass shape
He
with
don't
the
want the
apple.
plastic
Yes.
ones. Don't buy him the plastic ones. He has to have it in glass because he's bougie like that. We went to when we were, I think it was Costco, when we were in there, and I was like, "Oh, Bubba, they got your apple juice," and he said, "Well, hold on," and he went over and tapped on it. And he said, "That's not the right one, Mom. I don't even want that." I was like, "Oh gosh, okay."
It tastes different in the glass bottle than it does the plastic bottle. I get it.
I
Well,
do too.
that's just like a Coke. I don't care who you are. You got
Doesn't
Coke in a
matter. I
can
like
and
the
a
glass
bottle and a glass
one.
bottle and a fountain drink. And by far, the ones in the glass bottles
Are the
and then the
best.
fountain drinks and
Yep.
then a canned Coke and then you got plastic bottles.
Oh no, I
But
like
if it's a
them.
can,
I don't know. Well, actually, look, you prefer the American or the Mexican?
I
The
like
Mexican
American Coca Cola.
Cola because they use real cane
Yeah,
sugar
it's
instead of that
sugar.
corn syrup.
Yes.
But you know what? Sebastian won't touch anything carbonated. Nothing. He hates carbonation.
Interesting.
I think it's a sensory issue thing for him.
Yep, the bubbles.
Uh-huh. He can't stand anything even lightly carbonated. He can't stand it. I
That's
think
interesting.
because he's got sensory issues, but
Hmm.
each kid, person, everything is, unique to them, and for him carbonation is a hard no. He has never drank a soda a day in his life. He's had a sip and hated every single time. Yeah, unless it's like chocolate milk.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's got to be the carbonation bubbles then.
Yeah, carbonation specifically. Because I mean, I do the flavored waters, and he was really into it with me. So every day we'd go and we'd make our like little water talks, and we'd do different recipes. We got a whole water bar set up, and he'd help me pick out flavors, and he'd make his own waters.
Hmm.
But I use sparkling water sometimes, and he would every once in a while he would grab my drink and drink it because he was being funny, and he's like, "Oh, I drink your water." Well, he every once in a while he'd grab it, and it would have carbonated water in it, and he'd take one sip and be like, "I'd be
Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm.
like, "That's why you don't drink people's drinks without asking, dude." No, he does not like Pop Rocks. He's weird. Like when he first got
Hmm.
glasses, it was really
Okay, guys. So she just said he's weird, and then she backtracks. She says nothing. Excuse me. She quiets down because she realizes she done fucked up again. And this is what Katie does. He would have turned, oh shit, and she starts breathing, right? But right now she's all loosey goosey because she's been drinking, in my opinion, And hey, happy holidays. So Mr. Chris is a hard Mr. Chris is a hard no for me, she says. That's funny. Hard no for me too. Yeah, I mean, she is definitely putting it out there that her and Sebastian was putting these things in the drinks and everything like that. He spits out the drink because he doesn't like the carbonation. That's an interesting thing about Sebastian, the sensory issues. But I also think that it's interesting that it was said that Sebastian liked to be let out of the car because of the sensory issue about the garage, and that he would use the front door mostly, right, instead of going in through the garage. But for some reason, it was okay for Sebastian to go through the garage the night that he came home with Katie from the Texas Roadhouse. I always found that to be very interesting too.
Be difficult to transition and to get like accustomed to that. He's been in them for years and years now, so he's used to it. But like,
Oh, and I do want to just back up a little bit, and then so you guys can hear that part where she says he's weird, talking about Sebastian.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's got to be the carbonation bubbles then.
Yeah, carbonation specifically. Because I mean, I do the flavored waters, and he was really into it with me. So every day we'd go and we'd make our like little water talks, and we'd do different recipes. We got a whole water bar set up, and he'd help me pick out flavors, and he'd make his own waters.
Mm-hmm.
But I use sparkling water sometimes, and he would every once in a while he would grab my drink and drink it because he was being funny, and he's like, "Oh, I drink your water." Well, he every once in a while he'd grab it, and it would have carbonated water in it, and he'd take one sip and be like, "I'm like, that's why you don't drink people's drinks without asking, dude." No, he does not like pop rocks. He's weird. Like when he first got glasses, it was really difficult to transition and to get like accustomed to that. He's been in them for years and years now, so he's used to it. But like hats, he likes hats, but he can't stand wearing them.
Okay.
So he tries, but he only manages to wear them for like a few minutes, and then he's like, "Yeah, I'm done. Get it off me."
Would he prefer like sweats over jeans
Um,
or shorts over pants?
he likes shorts over pants, but once he gets transitioned into pants, so like in the fall, once the weather turns and it's no longer acceptable short weather,
Mm-hmm.
once he gets used to wearing pants, it's not a problem. He wears them every day without a question. But it's the transition, so like when the weather starts getting warm, he'll start when he can start wearing shorts again, and then that's all he wants to wear, if that
Yep.
makes sense. So for him, it's
Well, you know what? I got the same thing with money. I love collecting it, but I hate spending it, Shirley.
I agree.
Good Lord.
Agreed, right?
No, for him, I don't necessarily think he had like a significant preference of pants over shorts so much as it was whatever he's accustomed to wearing.
Right.
So, like, once he transitions into pants, he gets used to just throwing pants on every day, and he doesn't try to wear shorts. Vice versa. Like, even at night, like, so it goes fluid. So, like, he'll wear sleep pants when he's in the wearing pants phase, and then when we transition back to shorts, he actually starts wearing shorts to bed too, like his pajama shorts and stuff. So he tends to be reasonably consistent.
Okay, so this part is interesting because they're talking about Sebastian's habits and what kinds of clothes he likes to wear. And Katie says, once everything churns over, because I'll tell you, I'm the type of person where I do not like wearing pants to bed. Like, I rarely will wear pants to bed unless it's like freezing cold outside. Another thing that I do also is that if I wear socks at all, um, I will take them off before bed. If I so happen to have, my feet are cold and it's super cold outside, right? It's the winter time or whatever. I will end up kicking them off in the middle of the night. If I go to bed in socks, they are off by the end of the night, right? So again, it's just something that I think is an interesting part of this conversation, because Sebastian supposedly went to bed in the long, pants, right? A long sleeve black shirt. And I don't know if that's maybe why they're asking, but she says that he would wear pants to bed if he's wearing pants, if it's that time of year type of a thing, right? So again, I do understand some of it, but I don't know if she's kind of trying to just keep that narrative, consistent, and just say, oh yeah, he does wear pants, uh, to bed once it's pants weather, instead of changing to shorts for bed, right? Because that would change things, right? If he usually slept in shorts no matter what the weather is, then why did he go to bed in pants that night, right? So again, it's hard to believe or anything because of how many times we caught them in inconsistencies and then flat out lies. But I did think that part was interesting.
Mixed answer on that. So overall, yes, he does much better when he is on a regular routine. And thank you. So like for getting up at about the same time every day and having the same routine to get up and get ready to get out the door, and nighttime routine, taking medicine, taking shower, getting ready for bed, same thing in the morning, getting up, brush your chair, brush your teeth, put your clothes on, make your bed, um, take your medicine, get your backpack, are you hungry? Do you want to take food for lunch or do you want school lunch? That type of thing.
Oh, good Lord. That is so much to do in an hour in the morning. Katie says that she wakes Sebastian up at 6 o'clock and he has to be down at the bus stop at about 7 o'clock. So he's got to make all of these decisions in the morning. There's nothing that is pre planned the night before, according to Katie. And I just think that that is a lot and it's overwhelming for everybody, not just Sebastian, her, but also Sebastian. Do you want to take your lunch? Do you want to do this? You got to brush your teeth. You got to eat. Blah, 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 blah. It's way too much. Why not get that stuff together the night before? But it seems like it was just kind of cattywampus over there, like things were just going this way, that way, and the other, and there was no structure whatsoever, in my opinion.
And then he leaves at the same time every day, but at the same time it's like after school, once if we've got to go to the store, it's not a huge problem if it's all of a sudden like, oh no, we need to run to the grocery store, so he's easily able to do that for the most part.
Right, but Katie never mentions the fact that Sebastian was left home alone by himself a lot of the time. So if she had to run out to the grocery store real quick, you mean to tell me that Sebastian had to go with you? You mean to tell me that he wouldn't just stay home by himself, but he was a latchkey kid and he was able to get into the house and stay at home? The last time Seth did a live, he was talking about how Sebastian would be home sometimes when Katie would get home about 8 o'clock at night, 7 or 8 o'clock at night, and Sebastian would be home since 3 o'clock, 3:30 in the afternoon, by himself that whole entire time. So again, she doesn't ever tell the truth, right? Like, yeah, but he's old enough to stay on his own now. So I mean, if there was a situation where all of a sudden I needed a quick run to the store for something, he doesn't necessarily have to go with me unless he wants to. But again, Seth has come out and told us how independent Sebastian actually was. They never did, because they knew that they lied to us in the beginning. And if they came out and started talking, a different story or a different tune, everybody would have jumped on them. But this was the opportunity for her to come clean about that and be like, well, now that he's older, he doesn't have to come to the store with me. I would just let him stay home alone. But that would have been a huge bombshell, because everybody thought, because of Chris and Katie, that Sebastian couldn't take care of himself and he wasn't independent at all.
So yes, he's able to just like go run some errands and things like that, but he's also, for the most part, we try to keep him on a regular routine so that he functions better. If you have sporadic bedtimes and everything, then he starts having more difficulty with being on track and on task and everything, or he doesn't really sleep very well. So
Right.
his sleep routine has never been specific, but it's, it's downtime, it's quiet time, it's, you remove the stimulus, screen
Mhm.
time shuts off at the same time every day so that you have that, decompression time. And, we have the night lights and the little fidgets for the self-stimming and everything, because that's, you can't make them just do nothing. But
Right.
it's turning off all the screens and okay, we're going to be quiet. I understand you're not necessarily going to sleep, but you're going to lay in the bed and relax. He
Like I'm hot blooded.
he prefers to be inside. And the inside stays pretty consistent.
And
But I will say
that's cool.
he absolutely loves going swimming. So I mean, he loves the summer because he can get out and he can go
A
swimming,
water
and we
baby.
can do more stuff.
Yep.
We did a lot more of it when we were in California. We used to go hiking a lot. They have like, I know they have it here, but they have like waterfalls and beach
Yeah.
hiking and everything out there that we used to go to, and he really enjoyed that. Um, but then again, he also really loves going outside and building and having snow fights. When we had that rain, or not rain, but the frozen snow, when it was too cold to even make a snowman, we were still outside throwing, ice at
Snowballs.
each other. He was trying his best to make snowballs, but it wound up just being throwing handfuls of fluff across the yard.
Hmm.
I mean, he for the most part though, he likes being inside. He's the kind of kid that would rather play video games and be inside hanging out than outside playing football, but he does like going out, and he likes playgrounds, and he loves like the trampoline places and running, and yes, he does like to read Minecraft books.
Okay, so he likes to read Minecraft books. Now, this is my question, or I guess maybe it's more of a statement. Um, well, we'll just do it as a question. What would people rather prefer to do if they have nothing outside to play with, but they have all kinds of games and video games and things to play with inside, a TV to watch, whatever, their phone, tablet, whatever? Or would they rather go outside where there's nothing to do, no friends to play with, there's not a trampoline in the yard, there's not a pool in the yard, there wasn't a basketball hoop, there wasn't, volleyball net, there wasn't you know, anything to play with outside? Why would he want to go outside if he had nothing to play with? If everything that he likes to play with is inside, why would he go outside? It's like they gave him no opportunity to go outside. Their backyard doesn't even look like they have kids that live there. How come they didn't put a pool in? How come they didn't put a trampoline in if he likes that kind of stuff? That makes no sense to me. And of course he's gonna. You're basically, making it so he would prefer to be inside. If he loves playgrounds, how come you didn't put a jungle gym outside for him? And again, those are things that would attract other kids from the neighborhood to come over and play. He has no friends, right? But he wants friends. But you're making it so he has no choice but to stay in the house because that's the only things that he has to do is inside. It's ridiculous.
Man's not.
Yeah.
Imagine that.
So we go to Barnes and Noble every so often, and he picks out books. And the only ones that he has genuinely showed interest in, and even read more than once, they have Minecraft novels.
Are you
And
kidding me?
I am not. They're actually thick. They're a couple hundred pages. And I bought him all the ones that we could find, and he loves them.
Books.
Uh-huh. Actual storybooks. At Barnes and Noble, I think one of them is called Voyage or Voyager. I'm not sure. I'd have to go look. But
I just wrote it down, so I'll find it. Thank you, Katie.
You're welcome. He likes Barnes and Noble because there's Starbucks in there too.
Ooh.
Double
Yeah.
whammy with the books
Freaking
in the Starbucks.
stupid cake.
Oh yeah, here comes the cake pop thing, and you can hear Chris say, uh, "The damn cake pops," right? And then she's like, freaking stupid cake pops, freaking." I mean, what's your guys' problem with a fucking cake pop? Really? Let him have a damn cake pop, and why is it stupid and damn cake pops and this and that?
Are you
And
kidding me?
I am not. They're actually thick. They're a couple hundred pages. And I bought him all the ones that we could find, and he loves them.
Books.
Uh-huh. Actual storybooks. At Barnes and Noble, I think one of them is called Voyage or Voyager. I'm not sure. I'd have to go look. But
I
um
just wrote it down, so I'll find it. Thank you, Katie.
mhm. You're welcome. He likes Barnes and Noble because there's Starbucks in there too.
Ooh, double
Yeah.
whammy.
Yeah, he likes those damn cake pops. Excuse me, he said he likes his damn cake pops, is what Chris said. He likes some damn cake pops. And then here's Katie. Now she starts telling, she starts talking about how they're stupid freaking cake pops.
Get the books
Freaking
in the Starbucks.
stupid cake pops. Every single time we're near a Starbucks. Mom, can we get a cake pop?
Wow. Why is that stupid? Why is it a freaking cake pop? I don't understand. Especially if your child is missing and that's one thing that they love to do is eat cake pops. Why would you sit there and say damn cake pops, stupid freaking cake pops? Like these people are frustrating to me. Hey Henry dog, good to see you. But it's like why would you say that? And again, she wasn't going to do that until Chris started in with the damn cake pop thing, in my opinion.
Both the
I
kids love them to death. I'm like, for the cost of one of those cake pops, I can buy a cake mix and make y'all a dozen cake pops. It's
no, but
not
those
the same. It
they're not.
doesn't have the face. He's very, very particular.
Cake pop would he choose?
All of them.
All of them.
Right. Any of them doesn't matter.
It
Any of
don't
them.
matter what it
Shit,
is.
they're all good.
He would probably take the chocolate one, then the birthday cake one,
The cookies and cream when they have it.
and then his last one he would probably choose is either gonna be vanilla or strawberry.
Strawberry. Mm-hmm. He would go for the strawberry. But normally it's like if they've got one of the silly, like, I don't know what to call it. Like their little, how they always have one that's like extra. It's got like a face or something fun for the kids on it.
Oh,
Yeah.
He would go for that one if they have it. They do
I'm trusting.
decorated cake pops sometimes. Surprisingly, he likes the Starbucks refresher drinks. He likes that one. He liked the what was it, the acai swirl one? Or no, dragon fruit swirl.
Mhm.
He loves dragon fruit and mango. Well, we did a thing where we agreed that when we go to the grocery store, we go through the produce section, and if they look decent, because sometimes things just are no good, but we try every time we find something we've never had before, and we'll buy one and we will try it. Well, it's how he found out that he absolutely loves mangoes, but he does not like star fruit, but he loves dragon fruit.
We're just super thankful for this. So thank you guys.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone. I mean, I think it does help if people can actually hear about Sebastian and not all of the BS and drama that's been happening, but just my son. I mean, I know knowing his favorite color and drink isn't going to help find him, but it's part of him. It's part of who he is. He has allergies, kick his butt because he's allergic to grass.
Okay, he's allergic to grass. The allergies kick his butt because he's allergic to grass. So this is something that I forget to mention because there's so many reasons why Sebastian wouldn't leave without his shoes, and the fact that he's allergic to grass is one of them. I mean, unbelievable. Hey, Kylie Ray, good to see ya. So what the hell? What the hell? You know? Yeah, exactly. The cheapest ingredient Katie would only spend. Well, I mean, how much is a cake pop versus a coffee? Because I know the coffee that I get from Starbucks is more expensive because I like the extra shot of espresso. So, you're looking at like an $8, $9 coffee. So, I mean, a cake pop isn't going to break the bank when you're going to go over there and spend $9 on a coffee. Now, I don't know what kind of coffee she drinks, but Ava says, this is part of what's special about going. Oh, that's part of what's special about going to Barnes and Noble. Couldn't they just enjoy the time with him? Exactly. Yeah, really. And of course, if you're going to go to the bookstore and stuff, that's the main reason. Now, when you walk in the door, the coffee just hits you, and you're like, "Ooh, that smells so good," And I'm sure maybe Sebastian's like, "Okay, time for a cake pop, right?" But yeah, I mean, they could have just went in there and looked for books and stuff like that. Um, Again, if you're going to go into a bookstore, you're looking at spending a little bit of money. Either way you look at it, unless you're just kind of window shopping. Um, yes, exactly. I bet getting your nails done is much more expensive than a cake pop. Exactly. Especially for two kids. I mean, so what? That's, a special treat, for them. It's a special treat for them. And if they both have it, and you don't have Faith all the time. I mean, she said they both love cake pops, so they were referring to Faith on that, I think. And it's a special time for her being there, so why not buy him a cake pop? Big deal. you know yeah, Metal Dust, he's allergic to grass, but he left without shoes. What the hell? I can't with their lion ass. I know. With her lion ass, I know. I mean, it's just crazy. Why didn't you take your son to Disneyland? You left him behind then, just like you did when he was missing, Bish. I know. How do you go and do that with him missing? I don't understand that. And then also Kathy not taking Sebastian to Disney. That is very disgusting in my opinion. That is what an evil person does. That is worse than a bad person. Not taking one of the grandchildren on a vacation like that is evil, pure evil, in my opinion.
So whenever the grass is pollinating, his allergies get really bad for him.
Oh, okay, Katie, you just backtracked again. Oh, whenever the grass is pollinating, I bet you Chris shot her a look like you wouldn't believe on that one.
As far as any like serious allergies like peanuts or anything like that, no, we haven't found any food allergies. Just being
Grass.
picky about some stuff, but no, he's um outside of grass pollen.
Right.
Yeah, grass pollen now.
We really don't know any other allergies.
Hmm.
He's allergic to schoolwork, chores.
Yeah,
Well,
homework and
All the
chores.
normal
There's a
stuff.
serious aversion there, but um,
he's
yeah,
a
he's
teen that.
wearing deodorant.
Oh, gee.
Okay, so to divert the conversation over because Katie fucked up, in my opinion, this is what I'm seeing here. Then Chris starts saying, "Oh, he's allergic to homework and chores." Ha 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 ha. And then Katie's like, "Oh yeah, that's serious." And then she says wearing deodorant. Right. So let's disparage and degrade Sebastian because you screwed up, Katie. Good job. Mother of the Year strikes again.
Well,
Right.
that's something that we'd been really, really working on because other people had been like, "Is he wearing deodorant, Mom?" And I was like, "I mean, I'm trying."
Mm.
Okay.
It's a recent development too. I mean,
Yeah.
he's gone through a growth spurt, and it was like overnight I blinked and he had like a little mustache grow coming in, and all of a sudden he was starting to smell
Mm.
and his voice is changing and his hair's getting darker, like it's turning darker, which is why like in some pictures it looks brown but it's really kind of blonde. But and his eyebrows, He went from like just these like real light eyebrows to it was like overnight he got big old dark eyebrows. He's really coming into his hormones and over literally I think he grew an inch in a month.
Did his feet grow too?
2 shoe sizes.
Oh my
That's
gosh,
why that's
it
why
was
in the
so great.
beginning there was all that talk about the shoes and it was like how does she know like how do you know like well because he literally just outgrew them all. And we were in the process of replacing them.
Okay, so now she's talking about how Sebastian's shoes were a topic of conversation. No, it's not that, Katie. It's the fact that he left without any shoes in the middle of the night and he wasn't ever found. So that would tell anybody with half a brain cell that he wouldn't have made it far without shoes. So the fact that he hasn't been found in the area at all is a huge red flag. He wouldn't make it very far without shoes on, Katie. Was he wearing socks? Because don't tell me that he went in there and put socks on and just left without any shoes. Come on. Get with the program, Katie. Your lies are despicable and no one believes you.
We started off with, an immediate, a new pair of shoes and, a new pair of boots. And, we didn't buy sandals yet because it hadn't turned warm yet. And so I told him, I
Right.
said, when the weather gets warm, we'll buy them then because who knows if you're going to grow more in another month.
Hmm.
But, I mean, he literally like it was like he went to his dad's and then not even a week later he's like, "Mom, my shoes don't fit." And I was like, "But those are new." And he's like, "My toes are in the front." And I was like, "Oh Lord. Get in the car."
More of the country accent.
Oh, it's so
Yep.
crazy. So crazy. Like I was not ready for puberty at all.
Either.
No, 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 I don't think he is ready for it. He's so angry about getting hair on his face. And I was like, "Well, Bub, we can teach you how to shave it off." And he's like, "No." And I was like, "So you want to leave it on your face?" And he's like, "No." I was like, "I don't know what to help. I don't know what to do to help." Like unfortunately, you got two options: have hair or shave the hair. I don't know what else to do. I can't make it not happen. He
How does he like to wear his hair, Katie?
he goes back and forth. Th- and we for the most part try to accommodate it. Like there's sometimes when we go into a haircut, he's like, "I want to keep it longer." And then other times he's like, "I want to shave it all." So, normally when we go into a haircut, I pull up like pictures of haircuts and I let him like I'm like, "Okay, what do you want to do this time?" So, honestly, it just depends on how he's feeling. He changes his mind on what he wants on his hair. Only difference is for a boy, the only to grow it out to another hairstyle is like 3 weeks instead of years.
Right.
But no, I mean he's growing and changing, and the voice thing throws me off because like some days he still sounds like my little bub, and other days I'm like, "Who's this grown dude in the house? Like what?" But we knew it was coming because his voice has been cracking for a little while here and there. But it had only recently started getting deeper more consistently.
What is your
Yeah, I
favorite
was
story of
thinking. Oh, sorry.
Oh, bless. My favorite story of him.
Mine's going to be when he comes home and then sees the world, and then the world freaks out and sees him, and then it's going to be on. It'll be a continuous party. That'll be the best story.
I mean, I wholeheartedly agree with that.
Top that one.
I don't know that I can top him coming home, dear.
That's right. I mean,
And here's the thing, at the end of the day, all of everyone's opinions about us is entirely irrelevant. The only thing that really matters is Sebastian.
Can agree there.
All 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 the rest be damned. Sebastian needs to come home. So here, I can't speak for when he went to Seth's house, But here, we did positive reinforcement and positive reward system, so he earned his game time.
Oh, here we go with this positive reinforcement, positive this, positive that. He had to earn his game time. Okay, so we're going to listen to this part. And again, the reason why I'm even playing this, because I've played it before a couple of times, is because what we know now is a completely different story than what we knew before, right? We had an inkling. We, had speculation. We had a gut feeling, whatever we want to call it, right? We had a feeling in the pit of our stomach. There was something that was gnawing at us. A lot of us were like, something is not right here. I believe Sebastian was abused. I believe that Chris was, and not supposed to be around the house because of it and all of this and that. But now we know for sure that a lot of what we were thinking and feeling was true. And now listen to Katie about how her and Chris parent. I don't know what happened at Seth's house, but I know at our house it was positive reinforcement. What a crock of crap.
And it was on the Switch, which had like the parental monitoring and everything. Um, so that was the only game system that he had played on here in a long time.
There's several that are saying they admire your strength, Katie.
I don't feel very strong, but thank you. I'm struggling. Truth be told.
Really? They admire her strength? How about the strength to stand up to your pigfoot husband when he's trying to put his hands all over your child? How about that? Why don't you stand up to that? She's not strong, she's weak. Are you kidding me? That's not strength. Running around all over the place with her husband who likes to abuse her son, sticking with him, having a party time at the casino while her son's missing, standing next to that guy. He won't even let you have a seat. I mean, what is that? How come you're standing and he's sitting down, Katie? What a guy. What a guy. It's just, it's utterly disgusting. And in my opinion, you are weak as fuck and you let this shit go down and you let him be abused and you made excuses for him and you're continuing to do it. You're still doing it to this day. Where is Sebastian, Katie?
I'm struggling.
Yeah,
At
struggling
the end
my
of the day, I
ass.
just want to find my baby.
Right.
I know he'd get mad at me. I'm not baby. Well, you're always my baby, so
They're always your
get
baby. I
over
have
it
a
and come home.
I have a
Wow.
31-year-old and
It's his latest thing when I say something that he doesn't like. He goes, "Mom,"
Oh my goodness.
or when he's really annoyed, he goes, "Mom."
Oh, jeez.
I can't imitate his voice because it's deeper than mine now, but that's how he does it, and I'm just like, "What?" And then I usually try to smother him in kisses while he squirrels to get away, and he's like, "Ugh, get off me."
Then I try to smother him in kisses. I try to smother him. Smother him, huh, Katie? Smother him. Bulldoze him down, bombard him. Interesting terminology.
He talks a lot of shit when we're playing games. Oh yeah. He schmack talks because we play cards. Oh, we play a game called Chase the Ace. Um, we play a game called Blind Nines, Rummy. Uno is his favorite card game. He's got this one called, I think it's Spot On, where you both like flip a card and you've got to spot something real quick. But I mean, shit, we have a whole closet full of board games and whatnot that we play. He plays chess.
Wow.
His
You already
mama
knew
does
that,
not.
Clue. You already knew that. Wow. Wow. Clue, you have been all up in Sebastian's case since day one. Wow. She is so full of crap. She's one of the biggest liars out here. Well, she's not on here anymore, but she's one of the biggest liars out there. And she's not a good liar either. She's a dumbass. And oh wow. Wow. You're so ridiculous. Nobody believes a word that's coming out of her mouth, and that here's reinforcement from Clue of all people.
Yeah, we have a whole closet full of board games and whatnot that we play. He plays chess.
Wow.
God.
His mama does not.
Who does?
He plays with Chris's stepdad. He plays with Chris sometimes. He last year he was in the chess club. This year he hadn't joined in any clubs in school. In middle school he was in the chess club, and then he was doing really well, and then I think something happened eh, with one of the kids he was playing with, and he got beat, and I think they had like a argument over it, and Sebastian.
Wait a minute. You think, Katie? You think or you know? So you have Sebastian, who, to my knowledge, it seems like the only thing she ever put him in was the chess club, or allowed for him to participate in. Sounds like he was in the chess club, but nothing else. Right? Yeah, wow, right, Kylie Ray? It's crazy. But yet, she thinks that this happened and she thinks that that happened. Did you not figure out what happened when he was obviously doing something that he enjoyed doing? Or did you just fail to recognize any of it? Oh, he doesn't want to do it anymore. Well, then, no big deal.
He was doing really well, and then I think something happened eh, with one of the kids he was playing with, and he got beat, and I think they had like a argument over it, and Sebastian didn't want to do it no more.
Aw.
Yes.
So
That
he
happens.
went, but he wouldn't play, and they were like, "You have to play to be part of the chess club," and he was like, "Well, I don't want to go no more." And then he started failing a class, and we were like, "Well, you got to be passing to be in the chess club." And then he just didn't join again. And then high school is on a whole nother level.
You guys hear that? She can't even tell the truth when it comes to the chess story. She can't even tell the truth. First, it was because he got into a fight because he got beat by one of the other players. He didn't like it. There was some sort of a discrepancy, she says, between the two, right? Maybe Sebastian felt like he was being treated unfairly. Maybe he felt like, he won or something like that. Who knows? But there was some sort of a discrepancy, according to Katie. And then all of a sudden, it's like he wanted to go, but he wasn't playing, and they told him he has to play, but then she said he didn't go back. And then all of a sudden she's talking about how his grades weren't good enough for him to continue to play chess. So which one is it? Because you just in the same breath told us that Sebastian stopped going because he wanted to go to the chess club, but he didn't want to play anymore. He just wanted to be there to watch, apparently. But then in the same breath, you turn around and you say, well, his grades weren't good enough, so we told him he couldn't do it anymore. I mean, it's just unbelievable. This woman can't lie to save her freaking life.
So he didn't go into it in high school, but
Right. And nobody on the panel is going to call you out on your bullshit. And that's why you're sitting up there. Not one person said, well, wait a minute, Katie, which one was it? Was his grades not good enough to play, or was it because he was a sore loser? Because basically you're saying that either way, it was his fault that he's not playing chess, right? He's a sore loser, or it's because he was having bad grades. And I know a lot of times when you're in school activities, if your grades go under, the school will tell you that you have to get your grades up or you can't participate, right? That's something that a lot of schools have, that rule and whatnot, you know? But which one is it? But nobody on this panel will say a word. They all shut up. They're all quiet. They don't say a damn word to her.
He was super interested in like the agriculture and whatnot. So it wasn't necessarily an extracurricular per se, but he was like, that was his like number one goal for his classes. He wanted to take agriculture because
Nice.
they
I
work
like
with
that.
animals and he wanted to work with the animals. Oh yeah, I mean for anybody high school can be difficult. You know, it's that's a whole new world. Well, it's that, and they're going through puberty, so they're
Yeah.
changing and they're growing, and they're in this like in between stage where they're not little kids anymore, but they're not quite adults, and
Right.
expectations are changing. And then you've got, you know, you're in there with the kids that are starting to drive and get jobs and like
Hmm.
developing into these like, you know, young adults. And I don't know, there's just so much to unload there. But I mean, he was doing pretty good in school for the most part. I mean, he had his grades were all good, or well, yeah, I think all of it.
Okay, you don't even know what his grades are, Katie. You don't know what his grades are. And now you're saying that he was doing good in school, you think. But just before that, you were saying that he wasn't doing good in school, so he had to quit the chess club. Again, this is mental gymnastics times 10. You know, it's mental gymnastics times 10. And then they get pissed off at us because we don't believe anything they say. Just in this little bit of time, Katie has contradicted herself over and over and over again, and it doesn't even have anything to do with his disappearance, and she still can't tell the truth because their household was that messed up, and she doesn't want to. I mean, she wants to talk about anything besides Sebastian's disappearance, so she's, you know, entertaining all of this, but yet she doesn't want to tell the truth about that either. And little Miss Sharon, thank you so much for gifting a Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives membership. I don't know why it's not popping up on the screen, but we'll do a party for it. Ah, here we go. Oh, I guess it's not wanting to do the party either. I don't know why it's stuck. All right, it's stuck for the moment, but thank you, little Miss Sharon. There it is. Yay. Thank you so much, little Miss Sharon. And also, Metal Dust, welcome to the Dragon Tribe. All right. That is so awesome. Thank you, little Miss Sharon, very much. So, you know, again, guys, she just can't tell the truth. And that's what's so frustrating because it's like we're not even asking you to talk about Sebastian's disappearance. Just talk about, you know, his likes, his dislikes, right? But she can't even do that without lying her ass off. Something happened there, and I don't believe a word that's coming out of her mouth at this.
His grades were up. He kind of ebbed and flowed. It depended on if he was putting effort in or not.
Oh, here we go. Let's blame Sebastian again. Well, he ebbed and flowed. It just depends on, you know, whether, you know, he applied himself, you know, oh well, it's all his fault. Crazy. That is just so crazy. Okay, I'm gonna play that back because I did interrupt.
Jobs and like
Hmm.
developing into these like, you know, young adults. And I don't know, there's just so much to unload there. But I mean, he was doing pretty good in school for the most part. I mean, he had his grades were all good, or well, yeah, I think all of his grades were up. He kind of ebbed and flowed. It depended on if he was putting effort in or not. He went through.
Yeah, that's a great question. Laura says, what else did Katie have to put her time and energy into besides Sebastian? That is such a great point. That's a great question. Why wasn't she focused on him all the time? It's, you know, that's the luxury, or I guess that's the great part about being an only child, right? Because you do have all of that energy and focus on you, you know, and so That's the great part about that. You don't have to share time. It's not like she had a bunch of other little kids running around or anything like that. Yeah, I mean, Faith would come to visit, and that I understand that. But no, I think you're spot on with that. What else was Katie doing besides, but I will say, dealing with a narcissist like Chris Proudfoot is exhausting. I mean, he's literally a man baby, you know. Aw, Metal Dust, that's so sweet. Yay, I'm so excited. That's fantastic. That precious child lived on eggshells every single day, humiliated and abused. However, in my opinion, hence the pull-ups. Yes. And that's the thing, that in 2023, the pull-ups were something that started in 2023. In May of 2023, I believe. It was referenced. So somewhere around that time frame, right? It was something new, and that's why Sebastian got hit in the belly for not wearing the pull-ups, for not wearing a belt with the pull-ups, you know? So just, I agree. He walked on eggshells.
I think all of his grades were up. They kind of ebbed and flowed. It depended on if he was putting effort in or not. He went through a little phase where he quit trying.
Wonder why.
Yes. So at one point he had said it was in one of his IEP meetings. He was like, "I want to be like Dad and operate a crane." Yeah, it was so sweet. And he's actually operated some heavy equipment, quote, but and he did so good at it. Um he said he wanted to work with animals, but he only wants to work with cats. And I told him, I was like, well, I don't know how that works, but I think vets have to work on more than just cats. That's kind of what I was telling him, and I think that's part of the reason why he wanted agriculture, because at the high school they actually do, once you advance into the classes, I think like junior and senior years, I want to say, don't quote me, they actually go hands on with like working with animals and whatnot, because they're legitimately prepping you to be ready to enter the workforce.
Yeah, and Katie, how come you can't get it together when it comes to his grades, when it comes to anything? This also goes back to what you said, Laura. I mean, it's not like she's got a bunch of kids to worry about, and she doesn't even know. She's like, don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure they were going to do this then, and that. It's like, wait a minute. But isn't that something that he was super interested in? It's like she doesn't even care. It's like she knows that he's interested in it, but she doesn't care. She can't be bothered to worry about it. Yeah, and she did. Yeah, she did that as a dig to Seth, in my opinion. Yeah, I want to be like Dad and operate a crane. Like, what the hell was that? She is very strange. She had a whole Gypsy Rose moment right there, and then to sit there, and I think it's a lie, that, and I think she was doing that to upset Seth. Chris Proudfoot is not his father. Chris Proudfoot came into his life when he was, what, 7 years old? He's a stepfoot. He was the reason that Sebastian was in fear. He was the reason why DCS was involved in their household, according to the filings. It's just really, it's very, very sick and twisted, these people.
And
I love that.
when we toured the high school last year, when we did the sorry, my words, um the introduction tour. Yeah, where you
Orientation?
can walk
Yeah.
around the school and see the different classrooms.
Orientation.
That's it.
That's the word I was trying to
Orientation.
get out. Jeez, it was on the tip of my tongue. Thank you.
Yeah, none of you guys could get it right. Do you guys not, or none of you guys involved in your children's lives in school? How does that slip your mind? Oh, wait, I forgot. You guys are too busy messing around online, doxing people, hating people, stalking and harassing people. That's right. That's probably why you don't, know what's going on with your kids.
Between all of us, we'll make a full brain cell yet. But
You're
when we
sucking the
went through
life
for the
out of
high school
people. You know
orientation,
what, Katie? You're sucking the life out of people's brain cells, okay? That's my opinion. We're sitting here listening to you, and the brain cells are just dwindling away.
When we went through for the high school orientation where you can tour all the classrooms and talk to some of the teachers and learn about some of the programs because you got to pick your schedule, he saw the agriculture area where they had they do, I think, like dog grooming, and they had chickens and rabbits and maybe some other
Sold.
animals.
Sold. You
Mhm.
said chickens. I'm sold.
Yeah, and he was just so excited. He was like, I want this class.
That sounds like fun.
Sounds like he has things to look forward to when he gets back.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely, he does. I mean, he's got his whole life to live. Thank you. I would just say if
And then also, guys, you can hear Katie say thank you, and that's Chris bringing her another drink, in my opinion. That's why I think they're drinking, other than the fact that they're slurring.
again, I know I say it a billion times, but every time I ask, just please share his flyer.
Our more recent one.
That's actually the one that I'm still sharing because it's the official one released through them. And
Okay.
there's not technically anything wrong with the others, but that's the official flyer, so that's the one that I've been sticking with.
I think it's because Katie doesn't want everybody to know that there's a $50,000 reward out for Sebastian. I think the reason why she shares this flyer in particular is because nobody would put out a $50,000 reward for a runaway. I think Katie wants everybody to pass this flyer out so no one asks questions about Sebastian, because we know that even in the link for the FBI flyer, it says kidnapped right on there. Katie wants this flyer passed out to everyone because she doesn't want anybody asking any questions. And she also knows that there is a false narrative built in this particular flyer about him being last seen on Stafford Court in Hendersonville. That's incorrect, Katie. He was last seen at the Texas Roadhouse leaving and getting into the car with you. And that was the last time anyone ever saw him, Katie. Quit your lying. And on top of that, Eric Craddock, this is the one that he told everybody that we should also be passing out, not the FBI flyer. So he's right there in cahoots with all of them. They're trying to cover it up, guys. And I know that sounds really crazy, but that is absolutely my stance on it. They're helping the Proudfoots do all of this. Eric Craddock deserves to be sued because of what he's doing. There is no reason why anybody should be still passing this flyer out. There is a $50,000 reward for Sebastian. Thank you so much, Bo. Also, wanted kidnap Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. If you go to that link, you'll see it. Hey, Laura, good to see you. And that's what they're doing. That's why that's why Sheriff Craddock himself said that. Well, you make sure you're sharing the official Amber Alert flyer. Why? Oh, wait, that's right, because you want everybody to think Sebastian ran away. And anybody with, what was it, Katie? A half a brain cell would realize that that story doesn't add up. A child doesn't run away, and the FBI put out a $50,000 reward out for information about him. It just doesn't happen. Yeah, I think he needs to be sued, lose his job, and prosecuted, in my opinion, too, Valley Gal. Absolutely. Absolutely. Because he is helping to facilitate this lie. He is helping to facilitate sending out the wrong information about Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers and his disappearance. Because he's too busy at a pep rally.
So I share, like, I hadn't really been on like Facebook as much, but when I'm out and about, I get hundreds of these printed at a time, and whenever I'm out and about, if I see a place that doesn't have it, I'll ask them to hang it, and
That is such a lie.
I've been trying to get businesses and like chains to like copy it and share it to their other locations, especially if they have locations in other states and things like that too. And even so far as trying to reach like venues, like for like sporting events or any
Yes.
types of venues that have those like display boards where they're always flashing advertisements. I've been doing
Yes.
my best to reach out to all of them and beg them to like start displaying it as well. So I mean, if anybody knows any kind of like venues or places that they can think of that they're willing to call and see if they can help get it out there. I'm going coast to coast. I'm not limiting myself to Tennessee. I'm going all over the country with.
She's going all over the country, huh? What a lying sack of crap.
Well, you know what,
Aspect.
Katie?
Truck
That would
stops.
help.
Truck stops and rest stops are big because it catches travelers.
Everybody can
Hospitals
do
and
this.
clinics.
Yep.
If you're in your area, like hospitals and clinics, just because heaven forbid something happen and someone comes in, they'll be able to identify him quicker. But they tend to network too. So like I know here, Vanderbilt has like multiple locations, so they spread it amongst themselves. So now it's everywhere. I know he's in. I don't know if he still is, but he was in all the Walmarts.
It's in
All of
Cody
them. So that got
Wall.
put out nationwide to all the Walmarts. That went through NCMEC. So,
And don't
but
forget, guys, that Seth has told us recently, right? Yeah, as if. Exactly. Exactly. Sly ass fox. Exactly. Trying to be, you know, trying to be. Seth told us that Katie has never contacted or reached out to National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Never. He just said that on his live stream. And here she is saying that she got Sebastian in all the Walmarts and she did all this. No, she didn't. She's a liar. In my opinion, she is a bold faced liar, and we've caught her in multiple lies. So I probably don't even have to say, in my opinion. But the fact of the matter is I don't know for sure what she has or hasn't done. So I have to at least give her some sort of a benefit of the doubt. But I'm very reluctant to do that. I'm very reluctant to do that because she has not done any of this stuff. She's lying. It's just like the FBI video. Oh, the FBI cleared up the trash can video and we definitely know it's him. Bull crap. Hey, Lolo. Wow, she's really been doing research on how to be a good mom. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. When did she have any flyers to bring in and talk about Sebastian at the salon? Right? She wasn't even wearing Sebastian's t shirt when she went to the casino. I mean, she doesn't do anything to spread awareness. I don't believe that for 1 second.
I don't know if anyone is willing to try and help in that regard. That's what I've been working on. One of the things I've been working on is trying to get it like literally out there to where as many people can see it as possible.
Handmade with Love by Dawn in the chat is asking if you thought about doing his flyer as an advertisement on Facebook.
As far I don't know
It's
how
a
to do
thought.
that.
Yeah, it's you can look into. I mean, that's something you can look into, but that might be a
Absolutely.
definite thought to do it as run it as an ad for 5 or 10 days. I think there may be $20 and under, but that might be another thought.
Absolutely. I didn't know about that, so I will definitely look
No,
into it.
I heard another creator.
Yeah.
Hey,
I heard another,
Rowena.
hey Chris, hey Katie, hey y'all. I heard
Hey.
another creator talking about that she I guess a month or so ago, gave out Summer's missing flyer to like carnivals. This is the time of year, that carnivals, craft fairs, all the things, kind of start, going up in the summer. I know where I live, we just had one. And so that might be a good thing because they do travel around
Absolutely.
and get with the people that are working there, but also get with the people that actually head up fairs. And I'm from Memphis, Chris and Katie, so yeah, Mid South Fair, yes, I know it well. So
Yep, May
that
24th to June 2nd. It's coming up.
I not say that's what it's on my mind, man. It's on my mind.
At Liberty
So
Park, I think.
don't worry about
Yeah.
don't worry about certain things. The most important thing is just getting him home, getting his face out there, and getting it all over the nation, not just in Tennessee. So um,
Amen.
Yes.
the Mid South Fair. Look how many people go to that, Chris. Y'all know.
Oh yeah.
His flyer will be in Missouri at my dad on my dad's car. Y'all are in my prayers, and thank you so much. Um, he sounds like just a wonderful, wonderful teenager. He just the typical teenage boy, just smellies and all.
Oh yeah.
I'll be back down
Wow.
in chat. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you.
10 at a time, they could be all over in all 50 states in no time. And that's what Sebastian's army is all about.
Absolutely.
With Duchess, she'll point you in the right direction, or you can.
Well, the problem is that they should have been a part of Sebastian's army, and I thought that was a very awkward moment, right? Because Katie's like, absolutely. That is so weak. Again, you're weak. Weak, Katie. You're weak at lying. You're weak at sticking up for your son. You're weak at, I mean, spreading awareness. It's just weak, right? Oh, that's what Sebastian's army's all about. This one's all proud over there. She's like, oh, absolutely. No, she knows damn well. She doesn't want nothing to do with Sebastian's army. Unfortunately, that is so sad. That is so fucking sad. I'm sorry. That is so sad. How sick.
Donate to her for the billboard she's got up.
Absolutely. I mean, the more we can get, I personally am pushing and we're donating as well, but to get more billboards farther out as well.
You can set the
How are
amount.
you donating for your own son, Katie? How is that donating for your own son? Why wouldn't you say we're paying for billboards to find my son? Oh, we're donating too. What the fudge? We get telling the truth. Thank you, Lolo. Exactly. It's unbelievable. Thank you, Detroit. Yeah, pass the barf bag. We're gonna need a whole ass bucket over here with all this. This is so ridiculous. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. It's just like, oh, well, I'll be agreeable. I'll keep agreeing and agreeing and agreeing and agreeing. It's just crazy. It's just so crazy. Mm-mm.
Of money that you want to spend and everything.
Be
It's
like at
actually very
hundreds instead of
reasonable.
thousands. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it makes it easier to get them up. And like I said, we're trying to get as many as we can. I mean, if I had my way, I'd put one from here to Timbuktu and back. But we are trying to get more um in more locations. Oh yeah, and Duchess has been amazing with helping with the billboards and like getting them put up and making sure that they're going up as much and as long as they can, and we've worked with her on like locations and whatnot too.
She's done really, really amazing things.
Mm. They have to be electronic, I think.
Oh, okay.
But putting a billboard outside of the airport,
Yeah.
I think it depends on the staples because we had mixed reviews from people when we told them that in the beginning. Some people said theirs did, and other people said theirs didn't. So I think
They're talking about doing it for free. You're going to have to spend a little money. You're going to have to come out of your pocket to print flyers out. That's just normal. right? That most people expect that. They don't go into a place of business and say, "Hey, could you give me something for free?" That doesn't work. There ain't nothing in this world for free. But here's Clue saying, "Oh, you can go get free ones." No, you can't. But I will tell you what. When I did print out flyers, it was at the UPS store. The lady was so nice because she saw Sebastian's face. It was because of Sebastian. It wasn't me. Guarantee you that. She said, "Look, I'll pay for these flyers, and actually make you one that is laminated." And she did that, and I think I paid like $8. And she gave me better paper too. She upgraded the paper. So there's things that people will do out of the kindness and goodness of their heart. But you don't just go in there, "Oh, you don't have these for free." No, that doesn't work. You go in there, you show them the flyer, and you say, I need, 20 of these printed up. And if you're dealing with a nice person who's a caring person, they will probably cut you a deal. They probably will. But for Katie to say that and put that out there, and all this bull crap, these little fairy stories is crap. And she's facilitating that with the rest of the panel.
It might depend on the location. Um, yeah, and like we've gone to different like Pony Express and like printing places and just had them done there too.
Yeah.
And there's a couple of them that did it at no charge, and others they gave us a discount on it. Um, One time there was a really nice lady who realized what we were doing and insisted on paying for our flyers. Yeah, he liked fishing, but I don't know necessarily so much about camping.
You said that he preferred to be in the house over outdoors, but he would go outdoors. He just preferred to be on the inside versus the outside.
Yes.
We taking it to gun stores, gun ranges.
Oh yeah, we used to go to the gun range. I mean, he loves going to the playground. That's outside all day long. But and I
Listen,
tell you, he prefers a pool to the beach.
fairs and festivals this summer, that's another great
Mhm.
um,
He loves
place to take
going.
these. Oh, he loves those too?
Uh-huh.
I was
He
thinking about
loves
foot
them.
traffic for people from all over.
I think that's an amazing idea if anyone's willing to help get all the fairs and festivals. I mean, we can do the local ones, but um I mean all over the country if anybody's willing to do that at their fairs. We definitely
Right. Katie doesn't want anybody to do it in Tennessee. Did you guys just catch that? She doesn't want anybody to pass out flyers in Tennessee. They're going to do that. They're going to do all the local fairs. Whatever happened to that? Because I doubt that that was ever done. I'm still waiting because that I don't think that was ever done. But she's saying, "Oh yeah, pass them out all over. Don't pass them out in Tennessee because we don't want to be going around anywhere and seeing them." I'd love to put a billboard right outside their neighborhood. Is what I'd like to do.
definitely try to ask before we just stick it. Just because we've actually had people tell us no. Um and I won't
And
lie, I went outside and slapped it on the outside anyways, but don't I'm not advocating for people to go against.
right.
Left it on the
Food Lion
counter.
said no.
Publix said no.
Publix also said no, but then Publix changed their mind and let them put it up on the door. But it was like a corporate policy, I guess. But the manager was like, let us finally put it up there because I went up there and I was like, this is ridiculous. Well, and I mean, we've had a lot of places where we've put the flyers up and they'll be up for a little while, but then we go back and they're down. And
Oh,
I've got some places where I've put up 4 or 5 different times. I just keep slapping them up there, hoping that they'll get the picture and stop taking it down.
okay. So people have been known to pull those things down to prevent the word from getting out.
Just
And
can't
also,
imagine why someone would
Yeah,
want to.
your people did that. Wow, that's surprising that somebody even admitted to that. That's amazing to me. Oh, well, there's some people that do that. Well, some people want it. Yeah, some people, huh? Some people. Yeah, and Bo, I wonder if it's that he must be in Tennessee or just that they don't want to see his flyer up and they don't want the awareness because that comes directly back to them. But I always thought that too. I was wondering if it was either that he's in Tennessee somewhere or that they just didn't want to, have the flyer up. Yeah, and they never did it at Pig Fest. No, they didn't. No, they did not. Yeah, she's so full of poop. She is. Yeah, she knows exactly where he is. I agree. And isn't. I agree with that too. She knows all of it, right, Janet? She does. You know, the billboard sounds so good, so full of BS. I know. I would just love to put one right there, in there, right where they have to drive past it every day, or anytime they go to that house, they need to have that awareness so they can look at the flyers of Sebastian. And they could just be all the flyers of Sebastian. I'm not talking about putting up any comments or anything like that. Just flyers of Sebastian.
Do that.
Take it off.
Sebastian loves
Well,
her to
she
death.
Sebastian's getting engaged. Look out, y'all.
We've
Oh
been
shit.
reaching. I've been trying to reach out to her. Obviously, I hadn't got any response, but
Well,
I
if
mean,
that's the case, we also need to go after Kelsey.
Ballerini.
No, Travis Kelsey.
Mm-hmm.
her her
Our,
boyfriend.
Oh,
our boo thing.
absolutely.
Our boo
Absolutely. We
thing.
need to
Get
hit
him
his.
to get her to do it.
Yeah.
Why not?
Okay, so then they go on and on about Taylor Swift here. Hey, Kimberly Brummett, and that's the thing. I mean, they're going to go on and on about this and what they're going to do, what they have done, but they haven't done any of it, in my opinion. It's ridiculous. It's just a bunch of bull crap. It's smoke and mirrors. It's so they look good. The whole, in my opinion, point of all of this is so that they look like they're doing something when they're really not.
Actually, bad idea. I mean, I don't support harassing people by any means.
Yes, you do.
I can personally attest to how awful it is. But
Well, I can personally attest to the fact that you and your husband have harassed Seth. You and your husband who have harassed me. You and your husband who have harassed other YouTubers like Mob Crew, Silver's on the Scene, Bullhorn Betty, just to name a few. That's just a little handful. Nobody knows what kind of horrible, nasty shit you guys actually do behind the scenes unless it directly affects them like it has me. So, yes, you do promote that, Katie, and you are involved in it all day long. You just hide behind Chris. But you absolutely do condone and support it. And you have been doing that since day one. So quit your lying.
getting her attention, I mean, if we all tag her and like, hey, Sebastian's missing,
Oh my God.
share, because if she shares his flyer, it's going to be seen all over the world. I mean, it is all over the world, but still, her audience is massive.
Yeah, and it's been seen all over the world, Katie, that your husband has abused Sebastian and that you allowed it. That's also been seen all over the world.
I mean, I'm all for getting as much as I can to get his face out there and I mean, I
CMA Fest
personally,
coming to Nashville next week.
well, I think that the more people that know his face and know that he's missing, the more chances we stand that someone somewhere will see him and we can finally find him and bring him home.
Tag Swifties, Swifty
Tag
Nation.
Jelly Roll.
Well, I mean, there's that.
Well,
You got him right by you.
Bubba loves his music and he's huge right now.
Yeah, why don't you go down to one of his bars in Nashville? Doesn't he have a bar in Nashville? Why don't you go down there and wear his t-shirt? Sebastian's t-shirt, Katie. Why don't you go down there and talk to Jelly Roll yourself? Why don't you go talk to Bunny yourself? because that's the only way that you're going to get any type of traction, but you're not willing to do any of that. That's why none of it's been done, Katie. Seth is doing it all by himself, and you're allowing him to just do it all by himself, and you haven't lifted a damn finger, in my opinion.
I think Bunny shared his flyer.
She
I
did. She
I do
did.
think so as well.
On both of her profiles.
She shared it on both her profiles. We got her to share
Nice.
it.
Nice.
Well, I say we, but I mean it wasn't like just us, but
Yeah, it wasn't like you at all, you lying sack of crap. There she goes. She just caught herself in another lie because she knew that was going to come back and bite her in the ass. And so she just said, "Oh, well, it wasn't us. It wasn't really us." Yeah, it wasn't. I'm sure she probably saw that there was a child missing from her community, the Nashville area, and she probably posted it. That was nice of her. Kimberly says, "Amen, Lady Freedom. It's all out there everywhere due to his army. You have done nothing." Exactly, and that's the thing, Kimberly. We've all been a part of that too, and she's not done any of it, and it makes me angry because here we all are doing this for Sebastian, but he doesn't care if we do it. He wants his mom to do it. That's the whole point. I can't imagine how much it would hurt him to know that she's not doing this and that she's getting up here lying her ass off. It's so upsetting.
but she shared it. Even if they just show his flyer.
Go out and maybe paper the cars while they're out in the parking lots.
Oh no, can't do that.
That's illegal.
Oh, sorry, I forgot.
Illegal in a lot of places.
Well, in Tennessee, you don't want to be caught doing that. Well, the problem. So the reason.
Oh, in Tennessee, you don't want to be caught doing that. Oh, what's going to happen? What's going to happen, Chris? Because I watched Terry Lynn sit there and put them all on the cars all day long. She sat there and went live and did live streams on them upteenth times. So what's going to happen if somebody dares to spread awareness or put the flyer on a vehicle? Hold on. Let's listen to what Chris does, because he sits here and he starts doing that thing where he starts using his evil voice. Listen.
Why a lot of that comes into play is because if you put something on a car and it causes damage to a car, you're held liable.
Damage to a car, damage. Ooh, oh, the big bad wolf, here he comes.
Regardless of what it is.
Yourself a roll of duct tape or a roll of clear packing tape. Get yourself a box of push pins and go to town. This is a better use of your energy, and you're furthering to help bring this boy home.
Okay, how many times have you got your push pins and your double-sided tape out? Whoever this is talking, I forget who this even is talking. Right? But they're gonna sit up there and they're gonna bullshit everybody. Oh, I get your push pins out there, and this is a better use of your time. Quit lecturing people and go do it yourself.
Amen.
And you're getting out of your house, getting a little exercise going on. You'll feel better about yourself.
Hello. How are you? Can you hear me okay?
Okay, guys, so this is where this person, I don't know who this person is, but she joins the panel and listen to what she says and listen to what they say to her.
Danielle, yes. Hey, so, just, are y'all taking questions?
Fire away.
I can, yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, baby. You got to lag really bad, so you're not hearing us at the same time, but go ahead.
Sorry, I'm sorry about that. So I know, like, you're really on the topic of flyers and whatnot, but are you going to get in?
All right, you cut off. You cut off. What'd you say? Are we going to get into the topic of what?
Detroit says paper damages cars. That's first. Oh my goodness, right? Oh, that's just awesome. Yeah, I mean, really. Yeah, because if it causes damage, it's like, what the? ever. Lord have mercy. Oh my. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm.
Are we going to explore any more into the topic of Sebastian? I mean, I really haven't even heard his name mentioned.
We've
Where
been
have
talking
you
about him this
been?
whole time. You ain't been here.
Where have you been? We've had nothing but we've learned about his favorite color, his favorite subject, what he likes to eat, what he likes to drink, what he likes to wear, how he likes to wear his hair. We've heard a immense amount about Sebastian tonight, ma'am.
What about where he is?
Well,
I think he needs to get down by. You just need to go away.
I think
I know
where
that's
is
right.
my son is the point.
I mean,
We're all
right.
looking for him.
Oh, we're all looking for him. Is the point is that I want to get drunk and sit here and play cards with my husband who abused my son, and you're not allowed to ask where he is. Oh, Katie. You know, it's like dealing with two little babies.
Duh.
Well,
I'm
I think
sorry, Queen. I didn't mean to
I
be.
well actually she honestly, and I'm not bashing her when I say this, but instead of dancing around the subject, she just should have just got straight to the point, just asked the question, where's
Right.
Sebastian, Katie, and just stop dancing around it, get to it.
Where's Sebastian, Katie? Where is Sebastian, Katie? Again, where is Sebastian, Katie? I said it 3 times. Beetlejuice, are you going to show up anytime soon? You know? Yeah, he's got that double. It's evil. It's pure evil. Kylie Ray, it is pure evil. You know? I know. Isn't that fantastic, Liberty? Liberty says Seth is going on McDonough's channel. Sebastian is about to be all over the country, and KP and CP don't do one thing about it, or can't do one thing about it. Exactly. I think it's wonderful. I think it's wonderful. And I think that it is going to be a great push for awareness. It's going to be a great push for people to start talking about Sebastian again. It's just going to be fantastic. I am so excited, Liberty, and I agree. They can't do a darn thing. They can't do anything about it, right? Where is Sebastian? Where is Sebastian? Hashtag where is he? Katie, and because Chris is telling us that he wants us all to point that question towards Katie. So where's Sebastian, Katie?
And the answer is real simple. As soon as we know, everybody in this world will know, and law enforcement will definitely be one of the first ones to know. But we appreciate your concern.
Oh, Chris, you are so better
Oh,
than
well,
I am.
I'll
Like
say,
I want to punch you
Right.
and like that.
Like,
I was.
I'll
ready
say,
to go the fuck off over here.
I was.
They want to be violent towards somebody who just asked a question, where is Sebastian? Why are we not talking about where he could be? Because that person, Danielle, that came up there is smart enough to know that Katie knows where he is, and so does Chris. Chris is involved, or he wouldn't still be sitting up there.
Jumping on her right away. I was like, la 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 la.
I was going to sit back and watch Cheesy Ripper from limb to limb. So,
Well, I have a better question for her. And then I would address this with anybody that wanted to do that. What evidence do you have that supports your theory that one of the three parents have any idea where our son is?
Nobody said it was one of the three parents. And you know what evidence we have to support that is the direct quote from you saying that you hated Sebastian and you wanted him to die. The direct quote from Sebastian saying that you hit him in the stomach. The direct quote from yourself that came out of your mouth that said that you like to push Sebastian up against the wall when he misbehaves. The direct quotes from Sebastian saying that he feared you, Chris, Proudfoot, Stepfoot. That's the evidence that we have. Your ass should be in jail for abuse. Proud now? You shouldn't be. Yeah, very slimy. So slimy, Laura. So just slimy, grimy bastard, in my opinion.
Or we had something to do with this? Because if you have something, please bring it to law enforcement. I'm begging you.
Oh, you're begging us to bring it to law enforcement because you know damn well they ain't gonna do shit about it, especially if we bring it to your little buddy Craddock or, Carter or Simmons, any of those people, right? I beg you to bring it to them so they can throw it away, right? I'm sure they don't have barely any evidence because they probably, every time they get any type of evidence, they don't do anything about it. And you know that for sure. You know that for sure. You know? Yes. Hey, Arkansas. That's a cute name, Arkansas. I like that. She says, "Yay! They are going to be on the interview room. That will help a lot. Things will start moving now." Yeah, I think so too. I think Seth being on the interview room is a fantastic thing. I really do. I was super excited when I saw it. I was like, "Oh, I got to share that." So yeah, all the abuse on the internet, right? Belting Sebastian in his own words, Janet. You know, in his own words. It's crazy. Kimberly, I think Lady Freedom just laid it out for you, CP. Well, I mean, it's crazy to me that they want to get up here and be like, "Well, you should send it to law enforcement." Why would we do that? There's an act. When we all knew, you know, but we didn't have the quote unquote evidence that Chris is talking about. But now that we do, we know exactly why he wanted us to send everything to law enforcement, is because he knew that the people who hold jurisdiction in law enforcement weren't going to do a darn thing about helping to find Sebastian because they're covering their own asses because of their involvement, because of you, Chris, because of the abuse that you put Sebastian through, and because they are not going to do a darn thing about it because they're just as guilty as you are for allowing it to happen. The same goes for you, Katie. So again, where is Sebastian?
I don't understand why people think that I don't say my son's name. Well, I mean, their negativity is not my problem, but for the record, I have said Sebastian's name several times because he's my son and I love him. So there's that. And yes, Bubba is my name for him. But a wise woman told me once, and it's kind of sounds ugly sometimes, but you can't argue with. I'm trying to remember what she said. You can't argue with an idiot because they will drag you to their level and beat you with experience.
Well, that wasn't said by a lady. That was a Mark Twain quote, dumbass. But I'm sure
Oh,
that's something that Duchess told you to say. Just a wild guess.
girl,
You get
you
knocked
done,
off.
you done said that. Now you better look out.
I didn't call anybody an idiot.
Girl,
It
they're
was
gonna
just a saying
twist
that
it.
someone told me. Not saying I don't.
Yeah, it's something somebody told you, right, Katie? Because you can't read a book for yourself, apparently. Because, yeah, that's a Mark Twain quote, and I'm pretty sure you might have misquoted. But, yeah, I'm taking the words out of your mouth, huh, Janet? I mean, it's just crazy. No, it is huge, Liberty. I'm super excited about that. That is the silver lining, in listening to all of this mess tonight.
Don't
You ain't
think
lying.
there's not a
That's
bunch of
great.
ignorance out there, but
It
I just
is.
have
Oh
no
shit! It must be
interest
a
in
full moon.
engaging in that.
Yeah, you
Well,
guys love to call us ignorant, and you tell us that we're going to be apologizing to you when the truth comes out. But yet, you guys have never told any bit of truth, and you've never given out any good information for us to go off of. So that way, you can sit back and call everybody else ignorant. But the ignorant one is you because you don't even see it coming that your days are numbered, Katie. Chris, that goes for you too. Hashtag proud now. Mama Socks, are you proud of these two? Because if it was my kids, I wouldn't be proud at all. I'd be disgusted. I'd be mortified, and I'd have turned their asses in.
there's also this part too. Some of these folks out there that did all of the things that they've done don't have the
People don't even realize who they're supporting
well,
or
none
what
of
they're
that. They
supporting.
don't have testicle fortitude. They don't have uh
Testicular fortitude.
no, I like it my way better. And they don't
Ew.
carry a spine to have an adult conversation. All they like to have is level of ignorance in the things that they like to do is fine. That's their choice. But I don't have to get to their level to get my point across.
Well, Chris, when you are speaking, I even saw somebody say this in the chat the other night. Not in this chat; it was in a different one, talking about how you have small D energy. right? Like Mr. Chris has that small d energy, and this is exactly what they were talking about, I'm sure. An instance like this where you have to talk about testicular fortitude and da 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 da, and it is gaslighting 101, Laura. It is. Yes, it is. You know, yes, it is. And they hang for hours on the hate channels, right? Here's Seth going on with Chris McDonough. Here's Seth going on with, well, in the beginning, I know that Peter Hyatt is no longer with us, but he went on Peter Hyatt. He's been on plenty of platforms with professional people. Chris and Katie refused to do that because those people are going to try to find out where Sebastian is, and they want to be on a panel where people are going to try to thug out rather than actually try to find Sebastian. Oh, I was about to throat punch that person. How do you throat punch somebody from the internet? You ain't big and bad. You ain't scary behind your keyboard.
That's just them. Actually, hold on. I have to apologize because with today's society, everybody may identify as something completely different. They may have different things, and so right. So, but everybody does have a spine. So those spineless people out there that don't want to have a conversation, I'm sorry. There we go. I'll address it more like that.
There you go.
God forbid we hurt feelings in this world.
Damn it, now the jellyfish are going to be totally pissed off because now you didn't talk about them.
Oh yeah, which ones? The box ones or the blue halos? Because I'm a huge fan of blue halos.
I'm lost.
Thank you,
Jellyfish.
Katie.
Those
I know
spineless
where they.
things that you have to piss on yourself after they bite you.
That's false. Use
I
vinegar.
thought. Look,
I'm Cafe. You're up here with us.
Hello, hello.
How are you, man?
I'm
Hello,
good. Thanks for
Diego.
having me. How you guys doing tonight?
Doing
Good.
great. Are you serving lattes in the cafe tonight?
I am.
How you guys doing tonight? Chris Proudfoot, doing great. I have a whole child missing, doing great. No, you're not. You're failing at life big time.
Not tonight, sir. Not tonight.
Oh, darn.
Sorry.
That's okay though.
Very respectful as always, and I'm just grateful to be able to hear the things I've heard tonight. Support you guys 100%, and have for a long time. So thank you for that very much.
I appreciate it. Thank you for your support.
Now you're getting it, Chris. Now you're getting it. Shit, you better get yourself a YouTube channel, buddy.
Yeah, I'm gonna call it Swanger and Banger and Hookers.
You are not.
pineappers.
Pineapple.
Oh, Lord.
Pineapples.
How disgusting. How gross. This is what they do, and it's just going to keep getting worse from here on out. So brace yourselves.
Gonna say pineapples. Yes, that's great.
Well, if you right.
Oh no, y'all don't want to hear the discussions that go on up in there.
Y'all
Oh
are
God,
making
no.
a mess.
That right there, that's a yeah. The kids
Sounds
under the
just
age
like
of
Clue if they
21
look.
would not be allowed to hear that.
I tell dirty jokes right along with them. They were like, "You ended up being a really cool." They were really worried when I started. They were like, "Oh, great, everything's going to have to change. The females coming, you know." But I was like, "Nope." I said, "I'm just like one of the guys. Just do your thing, you know." Yeah, that stuff doesn't bother me.
Okay,
Well,
so if
that's when you walk in the office and you're like, all right, so whose heavy load am I taking today?
Right?
okay, so
And
note
everybody's
to
like, oh my
others.
God. I'm like, no,
If
what?
we,
Which is it going? Is it going from here to Memphis or down to wherever? Where are we taking this?
Right.
Sebastian's favorite movie.
Oh. That one's kind of. He's
Yeah, notice how whenever they ask about his favorites, she can never give a straight answer on that either. Not one time.
been more into TV shows than movies lately.
What was he into on TV?
Mostly game shows, ridiculousness.
Yes, I love that one.
Yeah.
He used to watch a lot of
He watches the Survivor show. I can't remember what it is. Guy or Bear. It's the interactive
Bear versus Wild.
Bear
Bear
versus
versus
Wild.
Wild.
Yeah.
The one where you can like make selections and choices, and what you choose depicts how he goes. He really likes that one.
Laura.
Oh wow.
Yeah, movie wise, I don't know because in our house he was only allowed to watch certain things. He was not allowed like rated R out of the question. Certain PG-13 movies out of the question.
Anything with like strong violence or sexual content is really what we tried to buffer out. But
Such good parents.
You kidding me? I'm an evil man. How dare you not let your child watch the violence?
well, I kept trying to get him to go to the movies with me to watch the new Wonka movie, and he just did not want to go watch that. He thought it was stupid. And then when I finally did watch it, it really was not as good as I had hoped.
Did they get to lick the
Lemonade.
wallpaper?
Yes, they did an AI.
Well, all right. So if it makes you feel any better, so there was an event here back I think it was closer to Christmas, and one of the bars did this Wonka experience, and they had these drinks that were made like you were at the Wonka factory type thing.
Like a purple fizzy drink.
Yeah, and it all 21 and up, but they also had this magic show. This guy was dressed like he was supposed to be Wonka or something. Yeah, kind of cheesy actually. So yeah, it definitely didn't turn out the way we thought it was going to turn out.
When we do like Alexa dance offs, and like he plays random music on it.
Yeah, that
Favorite
was
music,
random.
Katie?
Oh, everything.
I know we hit that he's a Swiftie.
He is a Swiftie. He likes Blake Shelton, Jelly Roll, um, what's his name? I don't know. I'm the worst person in the world with names.
So you're the worst person with music. Anyways, he's an Eddie Vedder fan. He's a Pearl Jam fan. He likes Meatloaf,
Nice.
Survivor from like Eye of the Tiger.
That's the one we want to hear about. Like,
So,
is that his
believe
pump up jam?
At one point, it was. It used to be like his pump up jam. It really was.
How did he hear that song?
What show is he watching?
Supernatural?
No.
I don't remember where we heard it.
Brittany, stop stream sniping my shit, or I'm gonna strike your fucking channel while you're live, and you're gonna go down for 7 days. I'm not playing.
It might have been the radio.
I don't remember where he heard it, but it was a catchy tune, and he caught on to it. But he also, like I said, he liked Eddie Vedder.
He got a
and of
great
course,
voice.
Yes.
I'm
Yeah.
one where like when I hear the song, I know the song, but I can't tell you what it is.
Oh yeah.
Sebastian and Chris play name that song in the car. So like on the radio, he'll be like, "Who sings this song?" And I'm like, "I don't know, but I know the words to the song." And Bastion in the background is like, "It's so and so."
Oh, I mean,
Queen, you got
I'll
another.
play. I play all kinds of music from. I mean, go back to Motown to
Yeah.
He loves Uptown Funk You Up. Uptown Funk You Up.
Oh yeah,
Uptown Funk You Up. Oh yes, yes, yes.
Bruno Mars.
Mars.
Yeah,
He loves that song.
but I mean, there was. I played him one. I was like, Sebastian, try not to laugh when you hear the song. He was like, what? And I played Chuck Berry's "My Dingaling." It was a silver bell on a string. I mean,
I was upset. She lied.
Well, see, you were a child. You probably didn't want to like ruin your mind over it.
It's about a dude playing with his,
But definitely keep.
no, I mean the song. It tells you right in the beginning of the lyrics.
Mm-hmm.
When I was a little big boy, my mom gave me this cute little toy, silver bell hanging on a string. She told me it was my dingaling.
Yep.
Silver
Oh.
bells.
That's like the first chorus or the first verse of the song.
Yep.
I hear Silver Bell and I think Christmas.
And then he gets into it and he gets everybody to all start singing. And he was like, if you're not singing, you must be playing with your own dingaling.
Mm-hmm.
See? No, we always found different types of music for him to get into. But
That's
I
good.
mean,
Okay, so we hear Chris contradict himself a bunch of times here. So he says that Sebastian wasn't allowed to watch certain movies, even some PG-13 movies, but yet then again, he turns around and says that he allowed for Sebastian to listen to that song and he actually exposed him to that song when he was a little kid, right? And then we hear that Sebastian was doing things like that, wondering if Chris was egging it on, and I agree, Valley Gal, he's 15, not 48. I mean, that's music from, from our genre or our generation, right? But in the same way, I think Sebastian did like different types of music, but it's like Chris just wanted to keep pushing that narrative, pushing that, the same thing. Eddie Vedder, Eye of the Tiger, which who is Survivor sings it. And things like that. But he didn't want to deviate away from that original story. So, again, he's like, "Oh, Katie, you're the worst with music." But she was telling um, about Sebastian liking, newer, more modern music, and Chris was like, "No, he liked this music." Well, he was probably too afraid to change the radio around you, Chris. He probably didn't want to tell you he didn't like to listen to that music, and you probably forced him to, you know? Yeah, exactly. Wow. So tune in with your child, but what happened to the night that he's gone? Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, you did nothing, or you did not allow Sebastian to do anything of his own. It's crazy. Yeah, I know. Miss Sharon says, "Oh, shut up." It's bull. It's bull. It's all bull. Excuse me. It's sickening that they would allow for Sebastian to listen to that type of a song, especially knowing that he was having issues. Like when we read back um, the filing, right, that Sebastian was having issues with the essay that he endured. And then you have Chris encouraging uh, Sebastian to listen to this music, right, that is, in my opinion, inappropriate for his age, obscene, and something that you would think that, a friend would show him, an older cousin, but not a stepfather. But here's Chris, and again, his mother is just so proud of him, and I don't understand how she could be proud of somebody that's such a moron, for one, and for two, somebody that is allowing for Sebastian to listen to this, but not only allowing him to listen to it, he's the one that showed him that song. You know, Lolo says they really sound like their parent, step parent looking for their missing child, laughing, singing, talking dirty. Right. Yeah, and everybody on the panel is just fine with it. They're laughing. They're saying, "Oh, you're such a good mom. You're this, that, and the other." But they do shut it down quite quickly after he made that comment. And I think we have 6 or 7 minutes left.
He has a very eclectic taste. I will give him that.
So, under normal circumstances, I wouldn't violate his privacy like this. But the reason why I know he has a crush on Taylor Swift is because I saw him on YouTube Googling um, something about being Taylor Swift's boyfriend.
Oh.
Oh
What's it take
my
to be Taylor
goodness.
Swift's boyfriend?
I think it was, does Taylor Swift like blonde boys?
Travis has competition now.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, downside is Travis got a little bit bigger pocketbook.
Yeah, he got so embarrassed about it too.
So thank you.
No, you're welcome. I mean, I'd had opportunities to come on multiple shows. We have been very selective, and it's nothing against anybody. It's really not. It's more or less.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Chris is going to tell us why he, only is selective. He's been selective with what shows he goes on, right? But he's about to tell us why he hasn't been on Court TV, why they haven't been on any of the bigger names. Only Nancy Grace, that's it. Because he's so selective. Interesting.
timing kind of has to be there. Um, I mean, my schedule's opposite of hers, and it's not very common that. I mean, actually, I think this is the second show that you've actually done where you actually talked. Yeah.
I do.
Well, we appreciate it, and I mean, we're all Sebastian all the way. You know, I mean, regardless of what the 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 monotony and the drama, regardless of that, I mean, it's down to three parents missing their son. But I mean, we appreciate all the support. Everybody, not just in select groups, but everybody. Because I'm sure there's some people that want to come out and say something. They just are too reserved because they don't like seeing how much the bashing is going on. But no, we truly appreciate it with you guys. It's been awesome.
Oh, the bashing that's going on. Well, quit coming up on panel and talking about how you're showing, a 15-year-old a dirty song and thinking it's funny. Quit coming up on the panel not talking about Sebastian and, lying your ass off. Katie is lying about the chess thing. She's lying about several things. Right here, we've caught her in many contradictions. That's what pisses people off. If you can't understand that, then I don't know what to do for you.
What would you want him to hear you say?
I would want him to know how much we love him and how much we miss him and how much we just so want him to come home.
I would add to that we love him, we miss him. There's a huge party that's waiting for him. It's like, so come on, we got to crack open these cupcakes. But
Unlimited malt for life.
I don't know about unlimited malt for life now. Come on, that's
Okay, fine. Regular malt.
That's sweet.
no. He's missed, and he knows it. It's just we just need him to come home. No, and like I said, it's been great to come on the show and be able to have an opportunity just to not play 20,000 questions of accusational things, but it's been actually this is where I think we truly enjoy having this style conversation when it's I don't know, it's not a forced thing, it's just a natural thing.
I love it.
Green
It's one of my
tea.
favorites.
It's one of my favorite
Yeah, it's
bits of
awesome.
him.
Here comes the water faucet.
Yep,
Cry.
every
Yeah,
time.
it tears me up every time.
You're so goofy.
And who puts their watermark? Who puts their watermark on a missing child's photo? Like that is the most ridiculous crap I've ever seen. So Chris and Katie give a photo to Cluminati and she puts her logo over the top of their photo. That is so sick. Oh, and then in the middle of this, display, in my opinion, of fuckery and crap, they do this. The presumption of innocence is not just a legal concept; it's commonplace terms. It rests on that generosity of spirit, which assumes the best, not the worst, of the stranger. Oh, bite my ass.
My love has green tea.
Yeah.
We appreciate you guys. And again, thank you so much for coming on. You guys are welcome anytime you want.
Nah, thank you guys for having us, but it's been a good time. Really has.
Your boy is going to be represented out here in Wyoming starting tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Talk soon, guys. Bye.
Yeah.
Chris and Katie, God bless. And we're behind you 100%, guys. Thank you again.
Thank you. Likewise, sir. Yeah. Thank you, everybody, even in the chat. I know we haven't addressed a lot, but thank you for everything. Really, little
I
change of pace. You know.
like we just got to know him a little better.
Thank you for letting us get away with, saying anything or doing anything to find Sebastian. Thanks, guys. Thanks so much. We haven't been paying attention to the chat because we're not trying to ask any, or excuse me, we're not trying to answer any questions about Sebastian.
Oh yeah. Later. No, anytime we had it was awesome, and like I said, thanks to everybody, and hopefully we'll have some good news here soon, and we'll have a different reason to start throwing more parties and stuff.
Right.
So,
Absolutely.
Why does he keep talking
well,
about a party? Why does he keep talking about parties? Let's throw a party. Let's party. Let's party. You're already partying. We heard you and Katie cracking drinks open the whole friggin' night.
we'll sign off here as well, and good night, everybody, and thank y'all for everything. It means a lot.
All right. We'll talk to you later. Thank you again.
Yes, ma'am. You too.
Okay. Alrighty, guys. So that was, the last time Katie came up on a panel and spoke about, I guess Sebastian. They did talk about the different things that he likes to eat and drink and that sort of thing. But again, just kind of ended it with Chris putting his foot in his mouth, saying very off-putting, strange things that, you wouldn't expect out of a stepfather, that's for sure. You wouldn't expect that out of, a mom's boyfriend. At the very least, you wouldn't expect that at all. He likes to brag and tell on himself. And I find it funny that Katie says that Sebastian was doing some bragging on the morning that he mysteriously vanished from her care. But every time Chris comes up on a panel, he's the one that's bragging. So was it something that Sebastian did typically, was to brag, or is that just something that she's putting on Sebastian because it's something that Chris does and she wants everybody to believe that Sebastian wanted to be just like Chris? Because it doesn't sound to me that he wanted to be just like Chris. It sounds to me that he just wanted to be left alone by Chris, and he didn't want Chris to bully him around anymore and abuse him anymore. That's what he was telling everybody else he was reporting the abuse to, according to what's in the legal documents. And not one single one of these people has come out publicly and apologized to Sebastian for allowing this crap to go on. It's amazing to me. And it's, I mean, to say it's disappointing, I guess I can't really be disappointed in people that I don't follow or necessarily listen to, but it's disappointing just, in terms of humanity, right? The human to human stuff. It's actually really, really sad. I cannot believe that none of them have come out. Yeah, the pineapple poker party for everyone. Yeah, I mean that's all he wants to do is party and have a good time, go to the casino, right? The monotony of all of this. He says that there's monotony in all of this, right? Meaning that he's bored with it. Well, strap up, Chris Proudfoot. Buckle up because you're in for it. And there's these two filings where you guys are going to be probably called as witnesses, in my opinion. Most likely. Most likely. And I believe justice will be served, Kimberly. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, when Sebastian comes home to Seth, I hope they move really far away. Exactly. Yes, I hope so too, Laura. I hope so too. You know? Right. Hence the traveling friggin' crane. Exactly. Exactly. They kept that crane. They have kept it. They have, and they keep showing it every time. I'm surprised Katie didn't bring it with her at the 2-year mark. When she talked to Pollyanna Thompson. And the thing is she's Holly Thompson has been lied to her face several times by Chris and Katie Proudfoot, and she just gets up there, hi, oh, it's just unbelievable, unbelievable. Um, and I get it, I mean, people are gonna lie. Everybody lies. None of us are above that, right? But in the same way, when it counts and you're lying about something like that, it's pretty darn serious. And the fact that the media is giving you a chance to speak with you, it's like it's like self-sabotage almost. But Holly Thompson is too stupid to realize it, right? She's not really listening. She's up there, oh, I'm just doing my job, going through the motions, can't wait to take my vacation you know so it's pretty sad because Sebastian is the collateral damage. So yeah, that's all both of them want to do. Yeah, and I mean, it's great. I like to party too. I mean, I like to have a good time myself, and I know a lot of us do. But there's a time and a place for it, right? When you get everything done that you need to be done, you don't just it's just wild. It's just so wild, you know. There's no reason to party. No reason to party until Sebastian's home. And not only that, yeah, well, exactly. Janet says they're having a good time kidless. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, and that's why they did that. Yeah, and they were able to have um a time where they could drink and, loosen up a little bit, right? Where it didn't have to be so rigid. And, I understand that to a certain extent. Um how, that environment might be a lot more inviting than somebody asking them the quote hard questions and actually trying to find out what happened to Sebastian. But that shouldn't be something that's forced. They should want to do it. It's like Deception Detective said, it's supposed to be spontaneous. It should not be um forced or, coaxed out of them. They shouldn't have to, um, be directed to do any of this. It should just happen organically, and it's not. And those are just huge red flags. I mean, I would be embarrassed, and I don't understand how his mother is so proud of herself that she just gets up here and talks all kinds of crap and gives people advice. Oh, you don't have to put up with that. Really? Why don't you share his flyer? Chris and Katie Proudfoot have not shared Sebastian's flyer, and neither has Kathy Bowersox. Neither has Terry Bowersox. They just don't do it. They flat out refuse to do it. Yeah, parties at casinos. Parties at casinos. Yeah, nobody has a good. That is such a good point, Liberty. Nobody has a good time when their child is missing, but these two, or those two, exactly. No, they don't have a soul. How could you? How could you look at a picture of Sebastian and just be okay with it? And then there's Chris Proudfoot laughing at Sebastian with the green tea thing. And when Katie tells that story, and I'm glad that I left that part in there. Um because when Katie tells that story, she's always talking about how Sebastian was just rolling laughing and everything. Well, I mean, maybe after she cut the camera, but when he did it, it was just a cute little joke. It was like a little haha funny, like green tea, right? And it was just kind of funny. Like, you got a green cup, you got green tea, right? And it was just cute. But she says that he was just rolling, and he said, you know, she was like, let me grab my phone, and she put in all of these details that were embellished, in my opinion, and exaggerated. um she couldn't just leave well enough alone and be like, this is Sebastian, this is how his personality is, because in that clip, as small as it is, his personality shines through. It really does. And I know a lot of people love that clip. And it was the first time that we got to see Sebastian in a video, other than when Seth showed us or Seth had given Nick Barris the, I guess it was like field day or something, and they were doing the tug of war, and he showed that clip, and then he also showed the clip of Sebastian graduating 8th grade. But up until then, we saw Sebastian, you know, but not in the way of his personality. That was the first time that we saw him like that. Um, so I guess the silver lining would be that Katie shared that with everybody, because it does show us, who Sebastian was, back before he went missing. Now he's going to be 18 on December 7th, and I'm just hoping that they find him. It's incredibly sad that Katie is refusing to look for her son, and it's just very apparent to anybody that's been paying attention. So, yeah, exactly. Enjoy your freedom, because your lies are catching up with you and time is running out. Exactly. And little Miss Sharon says the lack of self-awareness on these panels is so cringe. Well, and it's like you could tell that some of them were kind of like, but I agree with you 100%. Some of them were like quiet at certain points, but then other times they were just like right along with them, and again, I was really hoping that once these filings came out, that some of these people would have came out and said, you know what, I thought we were, sticking up for the right person and keeping it about Sebastian, but it does appear that Sebastian was really having a hard time. And in my opinion, if I would have given Chris Proudfoot a platform like that, and I'm not talking about like when Smiley gave them the platform, that was, a completely different situation. But I'm talking about this panel, and I don't expect anything out of you know the Clue and Cletus at all. I just don't. Um, but I would have thought that some of the people here that still have their YouTube channels would have come out and said, I never should have given that abuser my platform. Um, but there isn't any there. The reason they did that was for clicks and views for themselves, not to spread awareness for Sebastian, in my opinion. And it is cringy. It's sad. Oh, that's awesome, guys. Thank you so much for hitting the like button. I really appreciate that a lot. I do. Thank you so much. Wow, that's awesome. You guys exceeded the amount of people in chat for that. Wow, that's awesome. Thank you guys so much for that. Um, I don't know how they could show their faces in public either, Laura, but they still do, and it's crazy because, you know, they have no shame. Is There's no shame in the game. Um, I mean, I personally wouldn't want to be seen with Chris Proudfoot after that. I would stay in, because everybody now knows what he's. I mean, it doesn't. Well, I'll just say this: we all knew on YouTube, those of us who follow Sebastian's case on YouTube, but people who don't have anything to do with YouTube actually are hearing about and know about what Chris Proudfoot did and the extent of the abuse that Sebastian had to endure just to live in the household with him. So yeah, no, no, you would think she would have left him back then, but she's not going to, because they're thick as thieves. They're in it together, and they're both just as guilty. They're both just as guilty. And I can't imagine, how Sebastian must have felt that his mom was allowing for all of this. It must have really hurt his feelings. And that's putting it mildly. I mean, if we learned anything too from these filings about Sebastian, it was that he has, a very tender heart. He's a sweetheart. He is a caring kid, and he takes things to heart. And just knowing that he was fully aware that his mom didn't have his back, Imagine being a kid and hearing your stepfather tell your mother it's either him or me, and her choosing him, and I will close with that because I do want people to remember that part. So hopefully if you watch till the end, um, you know, um, it's so sad, Kylie. He didn't deserve that. He deserves so much better than that. He deserves somebody who's looking for him, and thank God Seth is out there doing it. Thank God he's making moves in a positive direction for justice, and that he's going to be, on a panel with somebody like Chris McDonough who can spread tons of awareness and, you know, get the word out there and continue to fight to find him because he is out there somewhere. We just got to find him. So you're welcome, Kimberly. Thank you guys all so much for being here. I so appreciate you guys going over these interviews with me again. I know that we've done it, a couple of times here, and I appreciate you guys. There's just, we're looking at everything with a new set of lenses because of what we know now. So, um, and a lot of new people on this case too. So this is fantastic that we're getting a lot of new eyeballs out there, people wanting to learn more because in ears, right? Eyes and ears, more people to spread the flyer around. So, and there's people out there that maybe only know about the Nancy Guthrie case, right? And they're following Chris McDonough, and now they're going to know about Sebastian. And I think that that is fantastic. So, yes, thank you all so much for being here, guys. Yes, Janet, exactly. Sebastian is just a loving child. He is a loving child. Um, you know, so exactly. Animal lovers is exactly it, Kylie Ray. Yes. Yeah, thank you guys so much. Thank you all so much. All right, guys. Well, you all have a wonderful rest of your day, and I will see